She's coming, but she's going to be a few minutes late, so we can go ahead and start. We can. We're ready when you are.
All right. Good morning, everyone. Thank you for joining us. We have a future mayor in the house. What do you think? This is Mayor Griffin. How many of you remember actually Mayor Griffin? There was another Mayor Griffin. Who knows when? See, Carrie Koski knows. Jeff, do you know? What was the year? Okay. All right. Well, you're the new generation of Mayor Griffin. What do you think about that? And your mom and dad are right here, correct? Can you wave to them? All right. And you, tell us how old you are.
6.
She's 6. And you go to Brookfield School, correct? All right. So guess what? You get to start off with the gavel, Mayor Griffin, okay? So you're going to start off the meeting by giving us a gavel to officially start us off. What do you think? You want to hit it hard? Wow, good start. Look at you go. All right, Madam Clerk, I'm going to start off with the Pledge of Allegiance. And Mayor Griffin, will you please lead us in the pledge? Ready to start here? Okay.
I pledge of allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic that stands one nation under God, indivisible, and justice for all.
Nice job. Good job. All right. Madam Clerk, I'm going to send it to you for roll call. We have 2 proclamations, and then we will go into public comment.
Great, thank you. All right, roll call for Wednesday, April 12th, 2023. Councilmember Breckus.
Here.
Doer.
Hello? Yeah, here.
Martinez.
Here.
Ebert.
Here.
Taylor.
Here.
Reese.
Here.
Mayor of the Day, Griffin.
Here.
Mayor Sheevy.
Here.
Madam Mayors, you do have a quorum of the Reno City Council.
All right, thank you so much.
All right, we're going to go ahead and open public comment.
I believe we're going to start off with 2 proclamations, correct?
Oh, that's right.
Okay. Hello. Thank you for being here with us.
Thank you. Sorry. Cody Shadle, I'm Dispatch Manager for Reno Public Safety Dispatch. These are several of our dispatchers here this week, and we're excited to receive a proclamation from City Council in commemoration of National Public Safety Telecommunicators Week.
That's fantastic. Great.
It's a national week that honors dispatchers across the nation for the hard work and service and sacrifice that they do, and we're just really excited to be here, so thank you guys.
Cody, maybe just give us a little background about your job.
Absolutely. So our dispatchers are tasked with answering 911 non-emergency administrative calls for the city of Reno, unincorporated areas of Washoe County, and we work collaterally with our partners, Sparks, and other public safety partners to handle that volume of calls. We also dispatch services for Reno Police Department, Reno Fire Department, University Police Services, Reno Marshals, and Airport Fire. So we are a regional dispatch center. And basically, when people are having their worst day, we answer those calls, and these dispatchers right here actually dispatch those resources. So They are tasked every single day of working holidays, weekends, birthdays. They miss time with their family, work tremendous amounts of overtime to serve the city. So
Haven't you delivered a baby or two?
we have not. I
Washoe
personally have
County
not.
has.
We've definitely processed
Right?
those calls initially and listened to those things happen and sent the firefighters who've gotten to experience those things. But they've definitely seen a lot. We have a lot of
Well-
experience actually right here. I think everybody's average age is somewhere between 5 to 10 years in the dispatch career. So we have a good group.
Well, you guys are all doing a fantastic job, and I know the men and women of the Reno Police Department are incredibly grateful. Just give us a little background. What's up with the ugly Christmas sweater?
For dispatch weeks, we're doing different days. And today is your favorite holiday.
I love it.
That's
And
what I woke up with. So, yeah.
Christmas is your favorite holiday. I love it.
Yeah.
All right, Cody, take it away. The floor is yours.
Absolutely. So we actually have Heather Alvey, one of our dispatchers. She's going to read the proclamation for us.
Whereas City of Reno Public Safety Dispatch is engaged in the operation of emergency response systems for Reno Police Department, Reno Fire Department, University Police Services, Reno Tahoe International Airport Fire Department, and Reno Marshal's Office. And whereas these individuals answer calls for help on 911 and non-emergency lines for police, fire, and emergency medical situations, and serve as a critical link for the prompt response of officers and firefighters in the field to save the lives and property of our citizens. And whereas such calls also include those governmental communications related to all public safety and operations which the modern governmental agency must conduct, which resulted in contact by the public amounting to an estimated 480,000 total calls handled for the year of 2022. And whereas City of Reno Public Safety Dispatch is the single vital link for our police officers and firefighters for monitoring their activities, providing them information, and ensuring their safety. And whereas City of Reno Public Safety Dispatch employees are dedicated and hardworking, often under difficult circumstances and with an extraordinary workload. And whereas City of Reno Public Safety Dispatch serves the public daily and in countless ways without due recognition by the beneficiaries of their services. Now therefore I, Heather Alvey, dispatcher, do hereby declare National Public Safety Telecommunicators Week, April 9th through 15th, 2023.
Heather, you did that like a damn pro. It's like, I've never seen it done that well.
Thank you.
That is fantastic.
Try not to talk as fast as I usually do.
That really means that you are cut out for your job.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Please give them a round of applause and a standing ovation. Any parting words, Cody?
And just one last word. We have had the ability to have the media up with us this week to do some sit-alongs. For city council members who haven't had the opportunity to experience dispatch, I also would recommend, by all means, we'd be happy to entertain you for a sit-along to come and see the live 911 calls and see how your citizens interact with public safety. I think it's a really awesome opportunity.
Yeah, you guys are heroes, just so you know. I sat in on a few of those calls, and I don't know how you do it. I mean, my level of anxiety just like went through the roof. You guys are tremendous and amazing, and you have to have sort of that calm demeanor. I was so impressed. I've never seen anything like it. I don't think people realize the magnitude of how stressful your job is. So ask him for a raise. All right, you guys, thank you so much for being here.
Thank
we
you.
appreciate all that you do. What do you think? You want to be a dispatcher? After I told you how stressful it was? All right. Okay, Monica, the floor is yours. We have another proclamation.
Yes, we do. Good morning, Monica Cochran for the record. This week is National Community Development Week, which was established to promote the Community Development Block Grant and educate the community and congressional leaders about the funding. This week, we also on yesterday, the day before, Monday, myself, Jana Litz, and Angela Foos went to Booth Elementary School and gave a presentation on community development, block grant, and planning type activities to the fifth grade class. So that was pretty exciting. Gave them some swag. And I have Jana Litz, and she is going to read the proclamation.
Okay.
Good morning. Whereas the Community Development Block Grant, CDBG program has existed since 1975 to provide local governments with the resources to develop viable urban communities by providing decent, affordable housing and a suitable living environment, and expanding economic opportunities principally for persons of low and moderate income, And whereas the CDBG program has strengthened America's communities, such as the city of Reno, by addressing pressing neighborhood and human services needs and having significant impact on our local economies through job creation and retention, physical redevelopment, and improved local tax base. And whereas the city of Reno has effectively administered and customized its CDBG program for over 40 years to implement various programs and projects in the areas of affordable housing, economic development, public facilities, and public works improvements, homelessness, and planning that has contributed to the improvement of the physical, economic, and social conditions in our city. Now, therefore, I, Jana Litz, on behalf of Hillary Sheevy, Mayor of the City of Reno, Nevada, do hereby declare April 10th through 14th, 2023 as Community Development Week.
Ah, congratulations.
Yay!
You did that like a pro too.
Thank you.
No pressure after the first one, but you caught it. I see that you were listening and you caught it. Great job. Fantastic. All right. Thank you so much, Monica. Thank you for all that you do for CDBG. Appreciate it. Okay. Madam Clerk, I believe we're going to go into public comment, and we will start with Pastor Manera and then Jerry Musford, right?
Great. Let me go ahead and just read my disclosure, and then
Okay,
we will
go right
open
ahead.
public comment. It should be noted for those in the audience that comments are to be addressed to the mayor and council as a whole. Comments heard under this item will be limited to 3 minutes per person and may pertain to matters both on and off the council's agenda. Please note that council may not take action upon any matter not agendized on today's agenda. When you're called on for public comment, please state your name for the record and begin speaking. The timer will begin when you say your name, and you will be afforded 3 minutes. If you're an attendee in the Zoom meeting and would like to make public comment, please raise your hand at this time. And lastly, while in this room, please be respectful. Warnings will be issued by the presiding officer if there is disruptive behavior, and you will be asked to leave chambers if the behavior continues. Madam Mayor, as you mentioned, Cesar Manera is first, Jerry Misfud, followed by Rhonda Tyson.
Good morning,
All
Mayor
right.
Sheevy
Welcome,
and
Pastor.
City Council members. How is everybody doing? I have to imagine, well, usually I come here to do prayer, but I like the fact that I can see everyone is doing well. And if I can just read one small passage of scripture out of 1 Timothy chapter 2, verse 2, that explains one of the reasons why I come and do prayer. And it says, pray for kings and all those in authority, that we may live peaceful and quiet lives in all godliness and holiness. I think that more than ever, prayer is needed. And if you may join me in prayer, I would like to do so. Heavenly Father, in the precious name of Jesus, Lord, we pray for our city council, for our mayor, for all the members, and for everyone that is in authority in our state, from the top to the bottom. We pray for our new chief of police, for all the departments in Reno, Sparks, Sheriff. Lord, anybody that is in authority, we pray for their well-being. We pray for their families. As well, we pray for our community in general, that you may bless us, keep us safe. And Lord, we declare that Reno, Sparks, and this whole region is yours. And your eyes are upon this region. We pray it all in the precious name of Jesus. Amen. It's good to see all of you. Have a blessed day.
Thank you very much, Pastor. All right, Jerry. Okay. All right. Want to say goodbye to everyone?
Jerry Misfud, followed by Rhonda Tyson, followed by
Bye.
Damian Cole.
Bye. Have a good day, Mayor Griffin. I got a lot of emails for you to start with.
It's going to be.
Thanks, Mom and Dad. Thank you. All right, Jerry. It's all you.
Oh, I hope it really feels like that. But anyway, Mayor, can I get the photo thing? Nice picture. I can't believe what you're wearing.
Wow, we all look so young.
Catholic school nuns look just like that. But anyway. Remember that picture, Mayor?
Long time ago.
I'm surprised you signed it. Actually, I'm straightening you out.
Okay.
We ready to go here? My name is Jerry Mifsud. I'm starting a new organization for seniors called Seen Years, because seniors have seen years. I really shouldn't be here today. I'm giving away to the seniors that I live with blankets, water, and other products that my fellow seniors need. You see, I have to restore myself. When I asked Miguel, I met with him an hour ago, help restore me back to the position that Devon and Mr. Thornley, when you threw me out of City Hall a year ago because I was wearing this shirt and it was this open. I was told I was inappropriately dressed. I'd like your attention. How come you're not throwing me out now? Because you said, Mayor, to me privately, that never would have happened if you were here on that day. But when I tried to get you to see and negotiate a settlement, we couldn't go anywhere with it. Your last words to me were, we'll present it before the city council. I could plead my own case. But Carl stepped in and he said, I'm not giving you any money. You know, we saw Carl in his classic meltdown, and that's fine. I don't need anybody to restore me here because I see how you've treated me. You not only throw me out of City Hall, you send a security guard to Cassie in the city clerk's office and tell Cassie to call me up and tell me I'm barred from City Hall. I've been a community servant for 60 years, 30 of those years here in Reno, and to throw me out and treat me like that was wrong. But you wouldn't settle with me. You wouldn't even see my medical records that I wanted to present to you that day. And since then, I've written to you, Mayor, I've written to you a letter, 4 pages. How come you haven't answered me?
I haven't seen it.
I believe that you have buffers that read you things that I may write or somebody may write. A 4-page letter. I believe that Carl got a hold of it because he protects you. Carl runs his city. And I remember you told me one time that you have no control over Carl Hall. He doesn't even have any control over Carl Hall. I think you're over the hill. That rigor mortis is set in already on you, Carl. And what you did to me, I called up Carl and I told him what an emotional childhood I had. He said nothing. I called him back and I go, why didn't you say anything to me? Why would you call me your friend and know that I was an abused child? He couldn't say anything then either. You have no soul, Carl. Anyway, Isn't it just great? You didn't want this, Mayor. You didn't want to see me up here. You offered me something like a bribe not to appear up here. Anyway, isn't that great?
No,
3
we're
lousy
glad
minutes.
you're
gonna
here,
thank me?
Jerry. Thank you.
Thank you, Jerry.
Okay.
Rhonda Tyson, followed by Damian Cole, followed by Terry Brooks.
Anyway, have a nice day, Carl.
Good morning, I'm Rhonda Tyson. I know everyone is eager to get my latest report on 1200 Riverside Drive. Reason I say that you're eager to get my report is that a couple of weeks ago, I sent a written invitation to the city manager to come and tour the devastation at 1200 Riverside Drive so that I didn't have to keep coming to these meetings to tell you what's going on. I didn't even get an acknowledgement, much less a response. So I'm here to tell you what's going on. We have now exceeded $4 million in costs on damages that the official Reno Fire Department report says was $250,000. That $3.75 million in counting is all due to water damage. The city has yet to address whether or not that was necessary, whether it's failure to abide by the Reno Fire Code or take prophylactic measures to protect things had some contributing cause. So we're left without answers. I'm also told by insurance professionals that because our loss is at least 4,000 times our premium cost, that we are probably uninsurable, which means the city of Reno could be responsible for the demise of a community association that celebrated its 50th anniversary just last year. In a bit of good news, on Monday, we finally got our fire alarm system in working order. What I haven't stressed before is that the 3/4 of our residents that were not displaced did not have a working fire alarm system, so we've been in violation of city code, undoubtedly for the last 6.5 months, but that was all due to the actions of the Reno Fire Department, which once again I have to stress is an administrative failure and not a failure of the men and women who respond. You handicapped them when you sent them to our fire because you were not in compliance with the fire code and they had no idea about where to go and what to do, and that, in my opinion, caused excess damage. We also haven't yet been issued a single building permit. I will say that my contractor says the building department has been really good to work with. And I'm happy to hear that because the city ignored my request to help us expedite those permits. So I'm pleased that the building department is being cooperative. In part, we can't move forward anyway because we still don't have a working elevator. And you cannot get heavy equipment up 11 stories, up a stairwell, or drywall to help these apartments rebuild. And that's the single greatest damage that I wish the fire department had avoided. If you had protected our elevators, I might be looking at being home in 3 months instead of 6, 8, 10 months or a year. I thank you for your attention.
All right, thank you so much. Please send your letter to me, and I will follow up with you, and I'm glad you're safe. I lost my father in a fire.
I appreciate that, Mayor.
Damian Cole, followed by Terry Books.
Damien, nice to see you in person.
Okay, unfortunately I don't have a tablet, so I'm going to see if I can try to get that too. Okay. Good morning, Madam Mayor, City Council. Damian Cole, Ward 1. I'd like to show you why we don't need cycle lanes on Virginia Street. This is Reno. This is Amsterdam. Same sidewalk width. We actually have wider sidewalks in some cases they have lots more people. And that thing is messing up. Well, that's in front of the old Harris. Well, okay, I'm sorry. This thing is...
Damien, actually, if you stop touching it, it will automatically focus
All
on
right,
it.
here is where I have to enter the car road when I get to the light, but there they have intersections that help things out. We have the beginning of something like that here, but over there, they actually have real curbs instead of fake ones. 24-foot wide sidewalk on each side of the road. That's the equivalent of 2 river walks.
Yep.
Here's the bridge, 20 foot wide at its widest point. And here's their bridge, 15 feet at max. Historic area.
Yep.
Hundreds of years old. They were not expecting me to come up behind them. Oop, I'm sorry. And I apologized. I said, I'm sorry I'm in your place. But because they have theirs red painted on the sides. Everyone's kind of expecting it. They know where they need to be. Can you spot the bike path here? Oh, shoot. Well, if you just move the sign around, put the bike rack over next to where the cars are, where there's no parking in, well, actually there is parking there. Yeah. Right here, everything's in a tidy row. So they're basically just making better use of their space. They don't have to tear up any trees. So right here, I'm in the cart. This is how Americans engineer things. But I don't need to use Virginia Street because right behind those buildings, there's a hidden bike path that's been sitting there ever since the 1920s when they delineated the lines. Except we have to fix up the intersections. A raised crosswalk or a continuous sidewalk that goes across that lets cars know that they have to slow down. So yes, please come with me. I shall show you the city in a way that you've never seen it before. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you. Great job. I love all of your analysis. It's really good.
By the way, everything I did in that, just want to mention everything that I did in that video downtown was illegal. 1997, there was an ordinance that was passed to prevent bicycles from being downtown in what's called the Central Business District. I had to track down what that actually meant. And by the wordage of the whole thing, I mapped it out on a map. It basically covers everything from Vine to Valley, from California up to the freeway. So everything that you see people doing on bicycles every day downtown, they should be getting cited for that. But no one cares.
Let's hope not.
No one cares, you know.
Thanks, Damien. Will you send that to me, please?
Sure.
Thank you.
Terry Brooks, followed by Janet Gailotti, followed by Denny Dotson.
Good morning. It's me, Terry Brooks again. And today I came here to face the act of discrimination when it comes to employment and race. The first few jobs I ever had would not hire people of any minority. So for years I worked with only people of the majority. Some employers hire some minorities to get by with paying them lower wages. That helps them recover from a strike by the majority who demanded higher wages. If you are of a minority, you might be the last to get hired, but after a while, you just might be the first to get fired. If you're of a minority and have a job where you are discriminated against there, after a while, do you think that you would still want to work there? And after being discriminated against while trying to receive a good education, it makes it even harder to try to get a good occupation. Later in life, I got to work in the library of a university. So finally, I got to work in a place that was full of a lot of diversity. Different people often prove that they have different abilities. So when they get together to share their skills, together they improve their stabilities. When they show each other how to do the things they do, then everyone else who is there learns how to do them too. It's like a lot of people with different instruments in an orchestra, and a lot of people with different instruments performing in a band. If I heard a group all playing the same instruments, it might be a bit of a surprise. It would be better with a variety of instruments playing together to harmonize. It's like a lot of different people making up a great variety, and all of them working together to build a much better society. The more we accept each other, the more we learn from each other. And the more we work together, the more we benefit from each other. I would like to thank you all for listening to me today, and I look forward to coming back when I've worked on what to say.
Great job.
Oh, this is chapter 4, and just so you know, I've only got 42 more chapters to go.
And we're publishing your first book.
Oh, yeah? How long do you think it'll be before it?
Well, they have to transcribe it because you wrote everything out.
Yeah. A lot of people have asked me when it was going to be available. So,
Jenica.
Okay. Thank you very much.
They're on top of it. Thank you so much, Terry.
Janet Gailotti, followed by Denny Dotson, followed by Jason Maroff.
Good morning. I'm Janet Gleitley. I'm the Executive Director for the National Alliance on Mental Illness. For those of you, good morning.
Good morning.
For those of you not familiar with NAMI, it's the National Alliance on Mental Illness. We are the largest grassroots mental health organization in the nation. We have over 600 affiliates throughout the nation. In Nevada, we have 4. I am one of 4 affiliates, and last week we had our very first annual fundraiser. And I'm so very excited that we were able to do that. As a nonprofit, what we do is we educate, advocate, and support individuals living with a mental health condition and their family members. What that translates to is we provide support groups for each the family member and also separately for the individual living with a mental health condition. It gives them the feeling of community and not being alone. Family members, they possess a different set of feelings when they have a loved one that lives with a mental health condition. And so we also provide support groups for the family members that are separate, so they're able to express their feelings and their frustrations and learn new tools how to help not hinder their loved one. So with that, we also have education courses that we provide. Our Family to Family education course gives information on how the brain works, medications, diagnoses, again, how to help not hinder your loved one, and just additional tools that you can use along that journey. After COVID, we all experienced some form of a mental health condition, whether it be anxiety of what's coming next, depression of being trapped in the house with our loved ones that we're not used to. That, you learn a whole lot about your loved ones when you really can't go anywhere and
You're
you
with
can't
them
get out.
24/7.
Yes. So, and we're slowly coming out of that, but that brought the conversation to town. And that we're really thankful to do is have that conversation. You need to be able to tell your story. And we need to change minds. We need to stop the stigma. And we have to stop it from the top. So I thank you for your time today. And thank you for having us. And Mayor Sheevy, you have been a huge supporter of NAMI since I've been involved for the last 5 years. So thank you very much for your involvement.
Well, you're very kind, but thank you so much for being here. It's really, really important because this is how we get the message out into the community. And it really is hard as a family member because I think we feel so like we're the only one going through it. And so I can't begin to tell you thank you for all your hard work and for going out there and championing this and continuing to educate. We got to keep educating and keep letting people know that it's okay to talk about. And otherwise we live in darkness and massive shadows. So thank you for all your work. I'm so sorry I missed it. I was under the weather, back now. But it was the one thing all year on my calendar of like, oh, I can't wait to go because it's your first, and I had to miss it. But hopefully Mayor Lawson did a great job, and really appreciate all your hard work. So anyone listening that is struggling with a mental health condition or family members, because oftentimes you don't know where to go. I was the mayor and I didn't know where to go. It's just, you guys provide an invaluable resource. So please keep coming because I think it's important that you need to continue to educate. Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Denny Dotson, followed by Jason Maroff, followed by Alan Jordan.
Good morning, Mayor Sheevy, council members, Mr. Thornley. My name is Denny Dotson. I'm actually the executive director for Hot August Nights.
Ah.
Yeah, I'm here actually representing the other legacy events. Randy Burke of Street Vibrations is here in attendance as well. Reno Rodeo, the balloon races, and the air races. We do meet every month and talk about what we can do and how we can work together. I'm here to really talk about item B41 that's within consent. I realize you have been speaking about that and talking about ways to continue funding special events. We thank you for that. As you know, special events have taken a pretty hard hit the last 3 years. Special events were not eligible for any type of funding federally. And so when we don't have local support, which we haven't had in the last couple of years with Reno, City of Reno, it's made it very difficult. So So with that, we're very excited that it's on the up for discussion. We look forward to working with you and staff members here on coming up with a way that we can strengthen our partnership and strengthen downtown Reno. Mayor, that's all that I have.
Thank you so much. I believe we are going to have this on the agenda the 24th.
It's on the agenda today.
Oh, I thought we were having another discussion about special events.
It's actually on the consent. I was going to pull it.
So,
Yeah, because, I don't want it on the consent. I want a robust conversation. I think you make some fantastic points.
whoa.
You know what?
I know what you're talking about.
Okay.
Different issue.
Okay. That would be really important. Love to see you. Please reach out to my office, mayor@reno.gov.
We will.
Love to
yeah.
sit with
we
you.
love to be a part of the process.
We need a massive overhaul.
Yes.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome. Thank you guys. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Okay. Bye-bye.
Jason Mayeroff, followed by Alan Jordan, followed by Mario De La Rosa.
Hi, my name is Jason Maroff, and I'm one of the thousands and thousands of people here in the Truckee Meadows who loves to run and bicycle. You know, Reno's a wonderful place to grow up and bicycle and run due to the weather and the high altitude and the climate. I spoke about the subject last year. I'm advocating for bike lanes on North Virginia Street in Ward 4 from about the university to about the train tracks in Raleigh Heights. The problem, as we see, I'm sorry, I just turned around. This is North Virginia Street in Raleigh Heights. As you can see, there's enough physical space to establish a bike lane, but one of the problems is that there's very little space. Every time I bicycle from where I live in Golden Valley, just outside of Ward 4, I feel like I'm taking my life into my hands. I try to save my bicycle rides from North Valleys into Reno for the weekends, the holidays, because of the fact that, there's people texting on their phones while they're driving, and maybe they're distracted. So I'm taking my life into my hands. The other issue is that Virginia Street represents probably the only reasonable way to bicycle or run from the North Valleys area to Reno proper. And so it'd be, it's wonderful that you guys have established bike lanes, especially in the downtown area. However, I mainly see people bicycling outside that general downtown area, especially on North Virginia. In North Virginia, I often see pedestrians who look like their only mode of transportation is their own 2 feet. So if we could find the funding or wherewithal to establish bike lanes in areas like this, it'd be extremely helpful to all of us.
Yeah, you're not kidding. I was just curious. I wanted to find out whose road that is.
That's ours.
That's ours?
That is ours.
Okay, so it's not county or NDOT?
No, that's a Reno road.
Okay.
And we're on it.
This is your expert right here. She's on it.
Okay, I appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Alan Jordan, followed by Mario De La Rosa, followed by Jeff Church.
Good morning, Mayor, council members, and especially Jenny, my ward council. My name is Alan Jordan, and I'm addressing you as an individual who lives in Reno, not as a member of a group. First, I'd like to thank you for everything that Reno does to stabilize our climate. I'm aware of the efforts like the recent LEED Gold certification and the continuous addition of EVs to your vehicle fleet and the infrastructure created that promotes micro-mobility. And I understand the realities of governmental budget constraints because I retired as a management analyst from the state of Nevada. I feel that you want to make appropriate balanced decisions that will empower Reno to continue to thrive even in the face of external threats such as wildfires in California and the wind that blows into our city and county, resulting in substantial air pollution. I understand that the basis for making these decisions is accurate and timely information, and I have two suggestions that are likely to save money. One is ask Citizens Climate Lobby, known as CCL, a nonprofit, nonpartisan grassroots advocacy climate change organization with over 530 local chapters, including a Reno Sparks chapter, for assistance when you need research. It's a useful resource when your needs go beyond the abilities of resources like the University of Nevada at Reno to provide I looked up and saw 3 minutes and I got discombobulated. Okay, so that's demonstrated they're willing to deploy. Anyway, the email address for Reno Sparks chapter is listed on the website as reno@citizensclimatelobby.org. And also to help build awareness, because this is a big deal, of the CCL's Communities Training page, so that more Reno citizens realize that they can learn factual information. It's really an unbelievably effective page. And the URL is https://community.citizensclimate.org/topics. In closing, I love Reno and I'm willing to help research information. This is not volunteering an organization. This is me, okay? To help research upon request. I invite you to reach out to me. And also, I love the trees in Reno and thought you might be interested in reading a blog post about the health benefits of those trees. That's a long URL, so I'll just put that down there if that can focus and people can look at it. And also, I'll submit it so it'll be there for the record. Thank you.
That would be great. And Madam Clerk, if you could submit that to my email, that would be great. Thank you.
Mario Della Rosa, followed by Jeff Church, followed by David Titzel.
Good morning, City Council. My name is Mario de la Rosa. I am Executive Director with Latino Arte and Culture. I am here to thank Councilman Miguel Martinez for his donation to Latino Arte and Culture. We are one of only a few Latino 501c3 organizations in Northern Nevada. And the only one that works in the arts and culture. We have been doing this since 2003, when we started the first Latino theater group, and eventually we founded our organization. According to the Arts and Economic Prosperity survey done by the Reno Arts and Culture Commission, we are an organization that makes the community more desirable by creating pride in where we live and work. We unify neighborhoods and people from different backgrounds. We infuse life and joy with joy and pride and sense of belonging. With our bilingual theater, we attract bilingual audiences. With our festivals, the Mariachi and Folklore of the Nations Festival, Fiesta on Wheels, and Day of the Dead Festival, we attract thousands of attendees. We spur business development. We support local jobs. Last year, we started organizing a Spanish-English poetry encounter and a Spanish book fair, the first one in Northern Nevada. We also offer workshops in the arts during the year. We are a cornerstone of the Latino arts and culture. Thank you, Councilman Miguel Martinez. Thank you, the whole City Council, for all, and Reno Police Department and the city staff for all your support to our projects and programming.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And Madam Mayor, just to state for the record, the timer, we're having some technical issues over here on the IT clerk side, so please disregard the timers on the screen. They're not working. We're having some video issues, and also we're having some voicemail issues. So
okay.
I just want to
How
note,
about the back clock?
those are working, just the screen timers are not working. So just so everybody's
so
on the
everyone
same
pay
page.
attention to the ones in the front and the back. Okay.
Thank you. Jeff Church, followed by David Titzel, followed by Casey Crispin.
Good morning. I hope this screen's working. By the way, I nailed it. Mayor Griffin started in 1995.
Oh,
so
good.
I nailed it. And too bad the dispatch folks left. As a retired Reno police sergeant, I cannot thank them enough. I could tell you so many wonderful stories. So moving on, my name is Jeff Church. I'm here to discuss the bid DRP, the Business Improvement District, downtown DRP. Anyway, first of all, I reached out to one of you regarding the bid and the DRP, and you wrote me right back. I want to thank you very, very much. It was very responsive. You indicated your complete support for that organization. I understand it. I support them too. I support the idea of a nonprofit to deal with the downtown issues. However, we are a city of laws. Any nonprofit or any organization must comply with NRS 271, NRS 354, as well as IRS laws and policies. That brings me to this. Now, first of all, I recently read, and this is when I'm seeking some help, maybe you can refer me, that the bid had not done their annual audits as required. I also can't find updated IRS Form 990, so maybe somebody can reach out to me from finance or whatever, but I'd like to be accurate when I go and I speak and I complain about things, so if I'm wrong, just let me know. The other issue, as you can see there, is the Nevada Department of Taxation determined that the bid, the DRP, is a government agency. You can read it right there. It's in black, well, it's actually in yellow, black and yellow, but it's right there that the DRP bid is a government agency subject to that. So I'm asking if they're filing their proper forms under NRS 271, if they're filing their audits with them, et cetera, et cetera. So again, it's not that it's a bad thing, it's a good thing, but we do have to comply with the law, and we do have to make sure we do this right. And as I understand it, again, maybe folks can explain, this is the year that they're up by July of 2023, when there's got to be some kind of a renewal analysis of that program. So those are things maybe you can refer me and help me understand. But I appreciate your time. And the Reno Aces told me if I wore this Sunday, I could get $1 hot dogs, all I can eat. So
wow.
I will be there. Now, come to find out, everybody gets those, but I give them a little plug. Thank you very much.
All right, thanks,
Good
Jeff.
to see you again.
Good to see you too.
And one more comment. You're so much more friendlier than those school board people.
They got a tough job.
David Titzel, followed by Casey Crispin, followed by Bill Schrimpf.
Good morning, Mayor Sheeby and the rest of the City Council. My name is David Titzel, and I'm a volunteer with Citizens Climate Lobby, the Reno Sparks chapter. I'm speaking to you today to encourage the City of Reno to participate in an important federal grant opportunity. Time is short. By April 28th, each city must submit its notice of intent to participate. The program is EPA's Climate Pollution Reduction Grants, which support the development and deployment of technologies and solutions that will reduce greenhouse gases, harmful air pollution, as well as transition America to a clean energy economy that benefits all Americans. These initial grants are modest, $1 million for each of the nation's 67 largest metropolitan statistical areas, but they're non-competitive, which means they're guaranteed, and are important because they will prepare each state to compete or be competitive for subsequent competitive grants, such as these: $27 billion Greenhouse Gas Reduction Fund, a $3 billion Environmental and Climate Justice Block Grants, $5 billion in Climate Pollution Reduction Grants, $3.2 billion in Neighborhood Access and Equity Grant Programs, and $1 billion in Clean Heavy Duty Vehicles Class 6 and 7, among others. These planning grants support each MSA developing an application and plan to reduce climate pollution. Since most MSAs include numerous cities and even counties, the specific approach will vary between MSAs. It will likely leverage existing councils of governments or similar regional frameworks. EPA has held several preparatory webinars, and there's a link in, I submitted the written comment, so there's a link in that for you to research. And on March 1st, 2023, they issued Climate Pollution Reduction Grant guidance. I applaud the City of Reno for its past work in addressing climate change. However, we cannot let up in our response to the devastating impacts that will befall our community, our country, and the world if we fail to take steps to limit greenhouse gas emissions. I encourage the city to work with others in our MSA to submit a notice of intent to participate before April 30th, which is at the end of this month, for the non-competitive planning grants, followed by applications and work plans approximately 1 month later. Notices of filing opportunities are expected later in 2023, with applications for the $4.6 billion in competitive grants due in the first quarter of 2021. The Reno CCL chapter stands ready to support the City of Reno and other eligible entities within the state to help contribute to the grant application. And our National Volunteer Electrification Action Team has offered to provide additional calls if those would be helpful. Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much. Just really quickly, have you met with Suzanne Groneman, our sustainability manager?
I haven't personally, but others in our group have.
Okay, let's
And we
make sure
appreciate
that
the work that she's doing.
we connect you to, because she has that grant.
Oh,
And you
okay.
guys are on the
Cool.
same page and doing really good work.
All right, great.
Thank you so much.
All right.
Casey Crispin, followed by Bill Shrimp, followed by Nicole Anagapasis.
Good morning, council members and mayor. My name is Casey Crispin. I am the executive director of Local Food Network and co-owner of Prema Farm, a local year-round organic vegetable farm. And I'm also here to extend my gratitude to Councilmember Dewar for suggesting 1,500 discretionary funds to our nonprofit. I also wanted to take this minute to educate a little bit about the mission and the unique offering that Riverside Farmers Market in particular, as our most prominent function of our nonprofit Local Food Network, is offering to the community. Historically, farmers markets in Northern Nevada, the ones that we have currently are going on their 30th year in Reno this year, have offered a plethora of produce from the California Central Valley, which is, of course, our biggest supplier for food in general in our area. But a really wonderful tide has been sweeping our area in the last decade, and it is a tide of sustainable, ecologically sound, and regenerative farming methodologies. Our farm, my partner and I, have demonstrated that you can not only have a successful year-round operation up here in the high desert, but you can also withstand the increasingly challenging climate that our particular microclimate presents, right? Being in the high altitudes with very unpredictable weather patterns. And you can be financially resound. And this is something that is encouraging a lot of young farmers to pursue, which provides a whole new horizon of hope for our area when we talk about food security and food sovereignty, which I think is more prominently in our minds now, given the pandemic. If you recall, in the middle of March 2020, not only did we have the pandemic creating a lot of panic buying, but we also had two sets of storms that coalesced, closing I-80. And so we actually had a much more extended empty shelf syndrome than much of the nation did. And our farm, which we are the only year-round diversified vegetable farm in our area that sells direct to consumers in the way that we do. So our CSA at that point was full. Within 3 weeks of the pandemic beginning and all of those shelves being empty, we had a 100-person wait list. So the awareness of the delicacy of our lengthy distribution-based food system is actually pretty close to the center of people's minds, especially in these moments when we have these storms interrupt our supply chain. So the reason why the Riverside Farmers Market stands out in the lay of the land of farmers markets is because we are actually offering a solution that has more long-term implications. We're the only farmers market that limits producers to truly local ones. We're also the only one that limits producers to ecologically sound practices. So when you come to our market, which I invite that you do, especially in the first 2 weeks of May when we switch to Sunday mornings at Idlewild Park, you're gonna find a lot of local farmers where you actually get to develop a relationship with people who are perhaps your neighbors, perhaps in Fallon or beyond, but high desert farmers and ranchers that are actually supplying not only food for our region, but also hope for security as we continue to develop our agricultural resources.
That's fantastic. Casey, I did not know that. Just reiterate for everyone how they, you guys are moving.
Yeah, so we are moving. We're moving to Idlewild Park, and we're moving to Sunday mornings. We tried really hard to become Riverside Farmers Market on Riverside Drive, but speaking to the item that was brought up by the gentleman from Hot August Nights, I believe, the prohibitive costs for street closures and the lack of sponsorship coming for the last 3 years made it that we had to change our game plan. Okay. So Idlewild Park is our next phase, and it just feels more secure. So after speaking with several people within the city, it just seemed like it would be the most efficient route for us to we can't spend all of our money on fees. We want to spend our money on promoting farms and local businesses.
You're exactly right. So please, I need you to come to that meeting on the 24th.
Sure.
Really, really important.
Sure.
We need a massive overhaul.
Great.
Especially when we're trying to activate downtown. We need
Yeah.
to help so you guys survive and thrive.
Great.
So
Thank
thank
you.
you so much for
Yeah,
being here.
thank
I'm
you.
hearing this
Thank you.
constantly, so
Yeah.
we need to check in and
Yeah.
modify everything to make it successful for you
Sure.
guys, and especially because people are so food insecure.
Sure. Yeah, absolutely.
So-
Well, thank you for listening.
All right,
And,
24th.
Madam Mayor,
Yeah.
I just wanted to ask Casey if you have time to stay through the consent agenda. I'm going to pull this item off. And if you're still here, I wanted to ask you a couple questions too.
Yeah, absolutely. I
Okay.
will be back.
Well, it'll be in, I don't know, 40 minutes or
Okay.
25 minutes or something like
Great.
that.
Yeah, I appreciate that. Thank you.
Okay.
Bill Shrimp, followed by Nicole Anagapasis, followed by Lauren Taylor.
Well, good morning, everybody. First thing, before I get too far into things, I think the co-mayor thing that's happening this morning, beautiful. That's really good energy. I really appreciate that. I also want to let all of you know that I appreciate the work and the time and the energy that you put into your jobs. I know it's difficult. I know you have a lot of different people pull in different directions. So thank you for being here. I appreciate that. I want to make sure that you know that the airport authority killed the air races. This is the last year of them. I wonder how a quasi-governmental agency can have that authority to impact the region economically in such a big way. I hope there's something that can be done through this body to help with that. I want to talk about agenda item D6 today. The Nevada legislature allows people to vote for support or opposition to a bill. As of 6 a.m. today, 94% of people have voted against SB 12, which is today's agenda item D6. Direct staff to pay attention to 94% of people. Do not change existing law regarding city council roles. Allow existing law to take effect in a few months. Eliminate the redundant at-large role. I am supportive of green infrastructure and general neutral language cleanup. It's also part of that bill. Regarding our city's budget, item D3. We all know the Wizard of Oz. We all know the metaphor about how to boil a frog. The budget is flat, about $860 million. This body's job is to review and set budgetary priorities. Refrain from being complacent or devoting less care to the budget because top-line revenue is flat. City staff did an excellent job presenting to this body a few weeks ago. They talked about some great things happening and highlighted some crucial challenges. Unfortunately, staff was not permitted to tell the whole story. This body has no idea if HR could mitigate the growing workers' comp issues with additional resources. This body has no idea that a fire destroyed a high-rise because the fire department lacked resources. This body does not know that a 20-plus year veteran of the Reno Police cannot take summer trips with his family because RPD lacks resources. This body cannot provide strategic direction to staff regarding the budget because this body is not informed. A simple 5 to 10 minute presentation from each functional department head, the people that do the work, would go a long way to helping inform this body. A renaissance is accompanied by knowledge and insight, not ignorance. Demand information from the person that reports to you. Your motion and vote on D3 today should be to demand more information regarding the remainder of this year and next year's budget. Yes, you are the frogs. Pay attention to the green curtain. Thank you for your time, and I really, really do appreciate the work that you do here. I know it's not easy, so thank you.
Nicole Anagapasis, followed by Lauren Taylor, followed by Ryan Syed.
Very short. Hello. For the record, my name is Nicole Anagapasis, and I speak on behalf of an organization of the people. We're called Family Soup Mutual Aid. And there's a couple people here that I haven't spoken in front of before. There's a couple people that, of course, I'm familiar with. So for those of you that I haven't met before, hi. Our organization delivers hot food, home-cooked meals
shelter items, fentanyl, test strips, Narcan, and other life-saving necessities to the still unsheltered here in Reno, Nevada. And I came to specifically talk about the attack last week that happened at the Reno Food Not Bombs distribution. Happened on Monday. I don't know if you guys are familiar with any of that, are you? Yeah, you guys heard about that? Cool. So a woman lost her life. Her name was Michelle Blair, and I had the privilege of meeting her daughter after that tragedy. Upon learning of this intentional attack on our extended mutual aid family, we were immediately impacted and enraged. Following was a beautiful show of support in the form of monetary donations that poured in from all over the country and even overseas. I would like to say that the show of solidarity is something to be proud of and that collectivism once again served to ease the burden of those affected by tragedy, but it still pains me that the stars had to align in this situation in order to bring people together. Mutual aid is a really beautiful thing, and if you're not familiar with what it is, Google does exist, so I suggest you check it out. We're not a charity, we're not a 501c3, we're nothing like that. We're just regular working class people that are trying to help one another. And it's kind of unfortunate that we have to do this. I mean, you guys have seen me here before, right? I'm gonna work later today. I work full time. My friends that are here, they work full time. Some of them are in high school. We don't wanna have to keep having this conversation. For those of us that elect to address the matter of houselessness directly, something like this is kind of our worst nightmare. Mutual aid at its very core is the antithesis of violence. It is the answer to quelling rage and frustration for those of us at odds with the state that chooses violence against its people every single day. That might sound like rhetoric to you, but that is what the state does. It does choose violence against its most marginalized peoples, the poor. How many humanitarians need to be physically injured and how many people without shelter need to lose their lives too soon because of the indifference and inaction of a state that directly equates to violence? We know loosely that near 100 people died on the streets last year, and how many of their families and friends need to mourn them before you, our leadership, enacts protections and policies for those people to keep them safe. No one should have had to have died at a food not bombs distribution. Justice is not about jailing the perpetrator of violence. It's about creating and solidifying a future where the instances that lead to violence no longer exist. So you guys have that opportunity. Mutual aid is a response to violence. It doesn't dismantle a system that breeds violence. But I know a couple things that do. And I don't want to be that person. I'm not an easy person to talk to when it comes to stuff like this. I know I look aggressive, I look mean, I sound angry, and I am. And that's fine. But there are people that are going to follow me after this, and there are people that have spoken with you all before that do idealize reform. And you have an opportunity to do that reform with them. All of you who are not looking at me right now have that opportunity. I don't believe in reformism. I believe in revolution. But you can work with them to reform. Please do that. Do something. Do anything.
Thank you, Nicole.
You're welcome.
Lauren Taylor, followed by Ryan Syed, followed by Alan Bima.
Good afternoon, City Council members. My name is Lauren. I'm here as a representative of Family Soup Mutual Aid and as a representative of my community and as an advocate for the unsheltered and other marginalized individuals and families in Northern Nevada. Recently, tragedy occurred during a community collaborative event as a distribution organized by Food Not Bombs Reno. This distribution provided for the unsheltered population, which included the beautiful woman who was known as Michelle Jardine Blair, a mother, grandmother, sister, and a helping friend of the community who in her last moments was worried about finding warm clothing and bringing food back to those she also sought shelter with on the streets of Reno. In addition to losing Michelle, Diamond and Clarissa Roman were also run over while helping Michelle sort through clothing to make sure she found appropriate size clothing and what she needed to survive. These two women worked tirelessly to aid and provide the unsheltered community in many ways, but now their lives are forever impacted with the extensive injuries they received. This should have never happened, and I personally feel that the blood of this tragedy is not only on David Turner's hands, the individual who decided to drive his car into the distribution, but also the city and the county's hands. The consistent rhetoric of homeless people being a burden, making our streets disgusting, adds to this mistreatment that our unsheltered community receives, and it's only getting worse as Jacobs Entertainment, on behalf of the City of Reno's support, as well as the county who oversee the shelters such as CARES and Our Place. This city, as we know it, is unaffordable and only obtainable by the upper middle class and first-class citizens. Without addressing housing security on top of our already unacceptable amount of resources available to this community, as well as statewide, we will continue to see more deaths and tragedy, especially coupled with rising levels of people who have disdain and hate for inclusion of all in our community. Despite tragedy, many mutual aid organizations will continue to provide warm meals, clothing, and hygiene items on a weekly basis. As an organizer for Family Soup, who also distributes food, shelter, clothing items, hygiene items, and harm reduction supplies to the unsheltered population, as well as crowdsourcing a fundraising effort for Food Not Bombs on behalf of Diamond, Clarissa, and the daughter of Michelle, Angie, we raised approximately $40,000 when our powers that be were silent on the incident. Despite knowing the dangers of what we do, we can't, and we won't give up on our community, unlike the city, the county, and the state. For the record, the dangers I speak of are not caused by my unsheltered brothers and sisters. I am here today to express my deep concern for the hate and bitter criticism from the rest of the community who don't know the faces and stories of those affected day to day by those who come through our line every week who are affected by ongoing systemic oppression. It's disheartening to see the lack of support and empathy from members of our city who claim to, but really don't understand the struggles faced by the less fortunate. It's important to remember that homelessness is not a choice, but a result of circumstances beyond an individual's control. Many people experiencing homelessness are suffering from mental health issues, addiction, or who have experienced traumatic events. It's our responsibility as a community to provide support, resources, and care to these individuals. These deaths are unacceptable, and we must take action to prevent them from happening in the future. I urge the City Council to take a more compassionate approach towards the unsheltered in our marginalized communities.
Thank you, Lauren.
Thank you.
Ryan Syed, followed by Alan Bima, followed by Anne Marie Grant via Zoom.
Not too long ago, Michelle Blair was murdered. You might not know her name because local news just reduced her to her lack of property. She was not referenced in name. In those news. I came here today to ask you a question. What do we owe the dead? What do we owe them? We owe them the effort to create something better. We owe them a better system that supports all, not just those fortunate enough to afford it. I hope you do not forget her. Thank you.
Thank you.
You can meet us for a meeting anytime, too. You know where to find us.
Alan Bima, followed by Anne Marie Grant via Zoom, and Will Truce via Zoom.
Madam Mayor, City Council, my name is Alan Bima. I live in Ward 5. I'm having some very big problems currently. The 7th Street between Sutro, where it turns into Morel, is being used by people to park and use the street as a bathroom. As a toilet. I need this stopped. The stop is very simple. Tow the vehicles to the police impound lot, put them in the police impound lot, and if they're not claimed, sell the vehicle. That helps finance what's needed. Second problem I have is I have a detached garage at the back of my property on an alleyway. It is now being used as a residence by people that I have to evict day by day, night by night. It has gotten to the ragged edge of violence. The police have come and removed these people. This accomplishes nothing. And I must address you people. There is a simple solution. These people must be remanded to continuation high school. Give them the life training that they need to make a living in this system. Arresting them does very little, but giving them a continuation high school, mandatory continuation high school will solve a lot of problems. I have had over $2,000 worth of damage done to my detached garage. They have destroyed my back fence. what the police have when they want me to board up the back garage. This is not a solution. They will pry off the covers and so on and so forth. I'm asking you, put them in continuation high school and use a magic phrase. Have you done your homework? Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. I'm going to have Mr. Colpin meet with you right now. Thank you.
All right, Madam Mayor, we're going to transition to our Zoom participants. So we have Anne Marie Grant first, followed by Will Truce.
Okay.
Anne Marie Grant, for the record, my brother Thomas Purdy was murdered by Reno Police and Washoe County Sheriff's Office during a mental health crisis. The city of Reno denied my brother the right to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. I am a vested stakeholder in this community. There are multiple community members currently incarcerated at the Washoe County Jail who are suffering in purgatory, denied the right to a 72-hour hearing. We have people in custody on petty larceny with no preliminary hearing having occurred, and does not appear to be one in sight. A 71-year-old veteran who fought for this country and our Constitution, only to be denied his Eighth Amendment rights to proper medical attention. A wheelchair for someone who is unsteady and has had falls is an outrageous, unattainable request at the Sheriff's Office. I heard he finally was released, but to whom and where? Was he sent over to Lakes Crossing for competency evaluations, which appears to be the MO, to hold people for an indefinite period of time with no redress for release? As they are trying to do to an individual I have been made aware of and are forcing a standby proxy mouthpiece from the public defender's office, who will do all of the talking for him without his consent and pave the way for damage control with a rigged jury and sham trial in an attempt to exonerate their criminality in the murder of his elderly mother, without ever conducting an inquest into the cause of her death when she was a ward of the state of Nevada. If you check out the booking photos, many of our community members are battered and bleeding in their photos. One man imparted to me that at time of arrest, there was a huge laceration with gushing blood and he was denied medical attention for it at the jail. The stories of these constitutional violations are numerous and valid. My brother and 3 men were killed by deputies at that jail. Last summer, I remarked to one of the deputies at the jail as I stood outside about how many have died inside Par Boulevard, including my brother. His response: people die every day. Real empathetic deputies. In the 2021 legislature, AB 58 gave Attorney General Aaron Ford the power to investigate state agencies who have a practice, pattern, and policy of denying constitutional rights of community members. I am calling on all of you to support my call for him to do just that. Protect your community instead of turning a blind eye to injustice. I don't have much hope, though, given one of you makes a living representing bad cops in collective bargaining agreements, where this council basically signs away the community's rights and allows them to be victimized by law enforcement with no hopes of getting the bad actors terminated. P.S. Turn over the space whale DFT, deny agenda item D1, and stop using taxpayer dollars to stifle transparency. And if you want to know how corrupt city manager Kyle Hall is, just check out the nonfiction book to prove his innocence. Thank you.
Thanks, Ms. Grant. Appreciate your challenges. Can we have the next speaker, please?
Our next commenter is Will Truce. Mr. Truce, if you would unmute, state your name, and begin speaking.
I'm sorry about that. Yeah, we're all unmuted. And this is Will Truce. And thank you so much to members of City Council and Madam Mayor for giving me a moment to speak this morning. I just want to make a brief public comment in regards to items D4, the Virginia Street Urban Placemaking Study. I'm a small business owner just a few blocks away from Virginia Street in downtown Reno's historic brewery district. I also work with many other neighborhood business owners through my role in the Brewery District Builders Guild. Finally, I was raised in Reno and have always considered this section of Virginia Street to be the heart of who we are as a community. I attended several of the meetings for the placemaking study, and I wholeheartedly support its implementation. In fact, the results of the study and the extensive community feedback involved in it has inspired me as a small business owner, a neighborhood leader, and a citizen to explore ways to implement similar concepts in our district. I love this city, and I'm so proud of how it's evolving. The implementation of this study's findings will continue this evolution and help us all feel a greater sense of comfort, of beauty, and most importantly, of community. Thank you for your involvement in bringing this study to life and for giving me the opportunity to voice my support for it.
Thanks, Will. Appreciate that. Do we have any others?
We do not have any additional public comment at this time.
Okay. Let me turn to the next item on our agenda. Yes?
Ms. Doer, we just to note for the record, we did receive various support, opposition, or general public comment items that were received prior to 4 p.m. yesterday. Those have been distributed to the Reno City Council and are part of the permanent record. Again, as I mentioned a little bit earlier, we are having some technical issues in the room today. So we did receive 8 voicemails. Those transcripts have been distributed to the Reno City Council and are on our website. There was one with vulgarity, which was not going to be played today in either situation. And with that, we are closing out general public comment.
All right, thank you so much. We're going to move on to item A4, which is approval of the agenda. And I'm looking for a motion.
Before we make a motion, I have a couple of questions about or a couple of requests about the schedule today.
Sure.
In order to manage the affairs of the day that are going on outside this room, we have a couple of things we'd like to take before we do consent. I'd like to do item D6, which is the legislative update, so that Nick can get back down to Carson for the afternoon, and item D4, which is the placemaking study in advance of opening up the consent agenda.
So we're not moving any items off, we're just moving up item D6 and D4.
That is my request. I also have an introduction to make before we actually get into anything.
Okay.
I have a question on the agenda.
Sure.
We had 2 proclamations.
Yes.
And I don't see proclamations on the agenda.
Anymore.
I know we had a revised agenda. What happened there? Do I have the right agenda?
I think they came up under public comment instead of on their individual items. I'm sure that was a decision made by Mr. Manager.
Yeah, I don't think that is complying with the open meeting law. I think that we've always had proclamations shown as proclamations. I think they were great proclamations. I love the dispatch people. No one works harder than dispatch in a city organization, in my view. But they need to show on the agenda.
Mm-hmm.
They're not public comment. There are
It's
other
an action
things.
of the city.
And the mayor has certain ceremonial roles and a lot of latitude, but they need to show on the agenda. And Mr. Manager, these were staff-oriented ones, so you knew they were coming on. Let's put them on as proclamations. Let's do it right. Let's not skirt around the open meeting law. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Are there any other comments? You wanted to make an introduction, Mr. Manager?
Yes, I do.
You wanna do it?
Before you do. We have a couple of new family members in the house. Is that okay? All right. So some of you probably recognize, you're probably going to be embarrassed, but Landon, congratulations. Welcome to the city of Reno. We know you've been at Channel 2, so you probably recognize your beautiful face. Come on up. Yeah, just come on up for a minute.
What is his job?
He's going to tell you.
Mayor, council, hello. I have to adjust this a little bit.
Because you're
Try to make
a
it
little
as tall as I can.
I love it.
So I am public communications specialist for the record here at the City of Reno. I began on Monday, and my main focus will be kind of treating and dealing with the media in town. It's something that I have a little bit of experience in. Grew up here in Reno, went to school here in Reno, went to the University of Nevada, Reno. I teach at the University of Nevada, Reno. Now I get to work here at the City of Reno. So it'll be cool to continue our relationships. I know so many of you, and I've worked with so many of you in a different capacity, but now I get to work with you in this capacity. So I'm excited to join the team and do the great work and tell the great stories of what we're doing here at the City of Reno. So thank you.
Yeah, that's awesome.
Well, you were very cagey on your Facebook. You were not making an announcement about this. You kept saying, "This is my last day," but I never heard what, and you're like, "I don't know what's
yes,
next."
all your viewers want to know where you went.
Well, for the public record, you can see me here right now. I'm now officially at the City of Reno as of Monday. So, yeah, I didn't make any. I made one little public statement at the very end of our newscast there on Thursday was my last day there. But day one here was on Monday, and I'm excited to.
So I'm as surprised as everyone. Thank you.
Yeah, it was kind of secret by not by design, but that's just how we wanted to do it there. So, yeah,
cool.
Yeah. Well, we're excited to have you.
Yeah, thank you. I'm
And
excited to be here.
Great job, Rebecca. Thank you so much. It'll be fantastic.
Oh, the whole team's there.
Yeah. I didn't know you were born and raised here.
Yeah, born and raised, went to school here, everything here. I've never left here.
Is that hard to leave your news family? Okay.
No comment?
Never mind.
Yeah, is that-
I know news is stressful. It's a very hard job.
So I will
Yeah.
say that I was waking up at 3:00 in the morning
Yes.
to do the morning show,
It's
and I
tough.
will not miss that.
Yeah, it's tough.
Yeah.
I know. My sister did it for years, and it was just really, really hard on her.
Yeah.
But we're excited to have you, and one
Thank
day
you.
you'll be like this big press secretary or like Mr. Keycaffer.
Yep.
Chief of staff to the governor, so
Yeah.
you never know.
Who knows?
All right.
Could start here.
Thank you so much.
Anyway.
Welcome to our family.
Thank you all. I'm excited for the opportunity. Thank you.
All right.
Any other announcements? Introductions?
No, that's it.
Okay, do you want me to finish out this item, Madam Mayor?
Yes, please do.
Okay. Well, at this time, I'm looking for a motion to approve the agenda as presented by the manager.
I will motion.
All right, we have a motion from Mayor Sheeby. Second from Ms. Taylor. Is there any discussion on the agenda? Further discussion? All right, hearing none, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, please say nay.
Aye.
Okay, we have unanimous acceptance. Thank you. And handing it back to you, Madam Mayor, for
All right.
A5.
Thank you so much. At this time, I'm going to ask council for approval of the minutes, item A5. Councilman Breckus?
I am not going to make a motion. In fact, I'm going to vote against these minutes. They are air riddled.
Okay.
I am done voting again for
Okay.
air riddled minutes, and I'm not going to bring it up. I mean, it's
Okay.
like, I don't think
Thank
anyone's
you.
reading them.
All right. Thank you so much. All right.
Yeah, I'll make a motion, but I would like, if there are typos, if they could be corrected, I'd appreciate that.
No,
And if
there's
there are
not typos,
substantive.
there's
I didn't notice any
material
typos.
errors.
What's that?
I didn't notice any.
Material errors.
I didn't notice any.
Okay,
typos.
I would like to ask all of the members of the council, if you identify any material errors, if you could please bring those to the attention of our clerk.
And I do that in the briefing. You
Yeah.
guys all get to see this agenda before we start this meeting. I want to let everyone know that we do see our agendas in plenty time in advance, and I bring it up in my briefing. So just to make sure that we streamline the process and hopefully that we correct it by the time we get here. So anyway, okay, so I have a motion.
So, Madam Mayor, I'm motioning to approve these, but if the clerk does find material errors, she could bring those back for reconsideration. Okay?
Okay. All right, I have a motion.
Second.
I have a
I'll
second.
comment.
All those.
I'll comment, ma'am.
Okay, go
Madam
ahead.
Mayor. One,
Discussion. Councilwoman Breckus, 3 minutes.
Mayor, you maybe have a different view than I, but when I get my briefing, our platform is not populated with the minutes. So the minutes are not populated until the agenda is posted. And the one that, I'm not gonna carry the burden any longer of looking over minutes that, I've been doing for years. They're still riddled. For example, Miss Weber is still shown as missing votes and present as a council member. I mean,
I think that's due to our software, unfortunately. And I hate our software. Sorry, Madam Clerk. But it's super frustrating. So I can understand that. But it's certainly not intentional. And I want to commend Ms. Dewar because you've done a really good job of going through the minutes and always bringing it to my attention.
Sure.
So thank you. So I don't think that it's been remiss, but
Right.
I appreciate you.
But I do think after the computer-generated minutes are done, perhaps our clerk could scrub through and make sure the really obvious things are taken care of.
All right, so I have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries. All right, thank you so much. All right, we're going to move along to consent agenda. And I think what we're going to do, which I often do, we have a lot of items on here, so I'm going to ask council members to pull, and then we will come back after.
Madam Mayor, I think with the city manager's announcement, we're actually going to open item D4 first, and we will come back to
Or
the consent.
D6,
I'm sorry,
actually.
D6 first, and then D4, and then we'll come back to the consent agenda.
Okay, so we'll actually pull the items, and then we'll come back to them.
Okay.
And then we will give the floor to Nick.
Okay.
I think, where are you, Nick? Oh, there you are. Okay. So at this time, I'm going to ask council members, starting with Councilwoman Ebert. Is there anything you'd like to pull off the consent?
Yeah, B25, B41, and D4. Oh, I'm sorry, B25 and B41.
And B41. Okay, perfect. Councilwoman Dewar.
Yep, I was pulling B25 and B41 also.
Okay.
And, let's see, and B45.
Okay. Councilwoman Taylor.
No, Madam Mayor.
Councilman Reese.
Nothing, Madam Mayor.
All right, thank you. Councilman Martinez.
B33 and B49.
33 and 49? Yes. Perfect. Councilman Breckus.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Mayor. Let me just write these ones down. I am pulling items B14, B24, B26.
Sorry, Councilmember, can you go a little bit slower?
Yeah, B14,
24, 25, or 26.
24, 26, 35, 40. I believe 41 is already pulled by others.
Yes.
And that's it.
Okay, thank you. Okay, with that being said, I would like the council to give me a motion to approve all the other consent agenda items.
Yeah, Madam Mayor, I'll make a motion to approve the remainder consent agenda items.
Okay, thank you so much. I have a motion.
Second.
I have a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion
Aye.
carries unanimously, and we will come back to the other items that were pulled. At this time, we are going to hand the floor off to Nick, who is doing our legislative update. You are doing a fantastic job. I had the honor of, I guess, testifying with you, and I was so impressed. And I hope that you are loving it and getting everything out of session that you are hoping to. Obviously, you're not, but I think that you're having a good time, and I think you're doing a phenomenal job, Nick. So thank you so much, because I know it's not been easy.
Thank you very much.
But we want to get you back to Carson City, so that's why we are moving the agenda around, so I do want the public to know that. So go ahead, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Madam Mayor, members of the City Council, Nick Ciccone, Legislative Relations Program Manager, for the record. So today is day 66. We're a little over halfway through the legislative session. This Friday marks a major deadline and milestone. Most of the bills have to get through First House Committee passage by that time. If they don't, then they will be dead and not continue further on down the process. April 25th, that's coming up in a couple weeks, and that will be the first House passage. So today I wanted to go over some major themes that we're seeing that will have local impacts for the city. I'll go over the top bills that we have been focusing on, some issues related to housing and affordable housing, homelessness, prevailing wage, which has been a very common theme this legislative session, and a few other items that I've testified on, just to let that be known on the record. So with respect to our top priorities, Senate Bill 12 is our charter bill. Though we have had many extensive conversations with the members of the committee, that bill will not be moving forward based on the deadline that's coming up this Friday. We could not get the votes. The consensus and the way that the state is moving away from at-large voting and at-large positions was consistent with our at-large and sixth ward change. So that bill will not be moving forward. Assembly Bill 62, that bill we're continuing to work on. We've been working very closely with Nevada Hand and some of the bill sponsors. It has been referred to Finance or Ways and Means. So we're continuing to stay on that and work with the chair of Ways and Means to make sure it continues moving forward. Assembly Bill 408 is the trick driving bill that we've been talking a lot about. That bill just changes a few things. It would allow for us to charge someone with trick driving on any premises which the public has access to, which just means like a Target parking lot or a Walmart parking lot. The other thing that it does is it would allow us to give a citation to an individual and then tow the vehicle if they are given that citation. There are a few other things that are happening with that bill with respect to storage fee for someone that has been, whose vehicle has been towed. But that just went through its work session this morning and passed unanimously out of committee. With respect to housing, there have been a lot of bills that have to do with tenant protections. And I don't want to get too into the nitty gritty because these don't have a direct impact on the city, but I know that they're important to our city council. There are a number of resolutions or measures that touch on protections for tenants with respect to making sure that they know all of the fees, fines, deposits, repairs that they might be charged for in some kind of appendix. There is an effort to change the summary eviction process. Both of those bills are the exact same. They're just starting on separate houses. The major thing that changes is currently a tenant, if they are given notice of eviction, needs to file an answer with the court. This would change the system so that the landlord would have to first file a complaint with the court, and then the tenant would have an opportunity to answer the complaint from the landlord. With respect to affordable housing, I already went over AB 62, but Assembly Bill 213 is the Majority Leader's Housing and Land Use Bill. We are in neutral on that bill based on the changes that have been made, but that would require us to post some information on our website about residential land use and create an expedited process for the affordable housing land use measures. Senate Bill 318, we did not testify on that, but that would allow cities to charge a $25 surcharge, and that money would need to be used for affordable housing services. With respect to housing, I'll continue. There was a bill from the City of Las Vegas, that's Assembly Bill 10. It's the Housing and Transportation Reinvestment Zones. That would give the City Council authority to put TIFs, tax increment financing, in order to fund affordable housing projects or transportation projects in that area. With respect to AB 298, that's another bill that mostly goes over fee appendices and allows renters to see all of the charges that they might have to pay when they get their lease. It also has a pilot rent stabilization program that would not allow for the next year, so from 2023 to 2024, the end of 2024, seniors, so 62 plus, their rent would not be able to go up by more than 10%. AB 362 is another bill that has to do with rent control and ties that to CPI and a cost of living. Assembly Bill 396, that is a bill that is giving $44 million to Clark County for their emergency rental assistance program. In the committee hearing, it became clear to me that they did not think that there was a need for that money in Northern Nevada. So I've been talking with the bill sponsors and some of the members, specifically from the Northern Nevada delegation, to see if we can get some money for our rental assistance program. And I've asked for $8 million and over the next 2 years so that we can continue funding that and helping our citizens that are most in need. AB 416 would allow for property tax exemptions for a property that has ADUs. That would only allow Thank you. A property owner would be able to file for a property tax exemption if they had someone renting out an accessory dwelling unit on their property that was receiving a housing choice voucher or some kind of rental assistance. Senate Bill 371, that's a very simple bill, but it would give rent control authorization to local governments so that they can enact specifically rent control, but it does say various affordable housing measures. Senate Bill 426 is another one that ties rent to the cost of living. And that is state controlled, so that would be coming out of the State Housing Division. Assembly Bill 135, that expands access to identification for unhoused individuals. Senate Bill 155, that originally was a housing homelessness ordinance restrictions, so the cities and counties would not be allowed or able to have ordinances with respect to unhoused people. This would now, the bill has been substantially changed to model and encourage other cities to model our community court program. Senate Bill 317 would allow unhoused people to use whatever services, whether it be the CARES campus, they could use that as their temporary mailing address so they could continue to get mail for whatever various things they need to request in order to get back on their feet. Prevailing wage. So we did testify in opposition to these three bills. For Assembly Bill 235, that bill specifically, as it is written, if a custom fabrication was made for a public work and it was made off-site, we would be, as the city, required to go and check and make sure that prevailing wage is paid in another state or country if this bill was passed as the current language is worded. Senate Bill 226 changes the definition of a public work, and Senate Bill 433. They both have very similar impacts, but our main concern, our largest concern, was that there was no cutout for affordable housing projects. So if we were to donate land to an affordable housing project, they then would have to pay prevailing wage for that project. Same thing goes for any of the sewer fee waivers that the City Council has allocated to various affordable housing projects. Some of the other items that we have testified on, Assembly Bill 2, that's the blue lights bill from the city of Sparks. That passed out 41-0 in the Assembly, so that is going to go over to the Senate. Assembly Bill 20 allows for us to access the Clean Water State Revolving Fund in order to convert septic to sewer. Assembly Bill 102 is the ban on wildlife killing contests. I am not sure if that bill will continue moving forward. I have not seen a work session for it so far. Assembly Bill 131 creates a statewide urban forestry program, which would allow us to reach out to the statewide program and work with them on various targets and other things addressing heat mitigation. Assembly Bill 140 makes Juneteenth a state holiday. It's already a federal holiday, so this would just clean that up a bit. Assembly Bill 258, the way that bill is currently written, it would inhibit our ability to process or show public records with respect to a nonprofit. So if a nonprofit were to be cited in an email that might accidentally come out by one of our clerks or one of our city employees, then they would be civilly liable because we are supposed to protect that nonprofit's information. The broadness of that bill and the $7,500 civil liability that the city would be opened up to is why we testified in opposition to that bill. Other items, Senate Bill 11 would allow for drone use for building inspections. Senate Bill 81 has been substantially amended, but that would just require each of the counties in the nearby area to report on the positive and negative effects of the growth that has come from economic development in the area. Senate Bill 92, originally we did testify in opposition to that bill because it greatly inhibited the city council and local authority to step in to regulate that business practice. But as it is now, that bill has been substantially amended and allows us to regulate the time, place, and the licenses for that. Senate Bill 169, we also testified in support of that, and that just would require a heat mitigation element in the master plan. And just real quickly, I want to thank all the staff that has been so great at reviewing these bills and letting us know the department's views or positions on each of these matters. And I specifically want to thank any of those that had come down and testified with me in support of these measures.
All right. Fantastic. Great job. Okay, I'm going to start with Councilwoman Breckus, and then we're going to move to Councilwoman Dorr.
Thank you, Mayor. I didn't move my agenda to hit the speak, but I appreciate being identified.
Just kind of wave me down.
With SB 12, now we have to have a sixth ward. And someone called to my attention that there's a map that's already been created by staff that shows that sixth ward. I guess our city manager, oh, here he comes. Do we have a sixth ward map already that's been prepared? Because there was one shown up on a social media platform.
That was an April Fool's joke. That was not ours.
Okay, so when are you going to put the agenda item on for the council to decide how to do that redistricting process?
Mr. Hodge and I had that conversation at the tail end of last week and the beginning part of this week, and I expect that you'll see it soon.
I hope it's the next meeting, People have reached out to me, even in Ward 1. My seat will be vacant in the 24 election. People want to throw their hat in the ring, but they're afraid to, because if they signal they want to come in, someone who wants to have their friend or someone else, this body that draws the maps, will draw them out, could draw them out. We've got maybe, other seats that are open. Someone's already announced. They get to draw and approve their maps. And so people are on the sidelines. They want those maps drawn
And I don't
yesterday.
think our bodies should be deciding that.
Well, I'd like to have the
I think
item.
that is wrong. That's why I was very much against this. Very wrong. And
Well-
you supported it 10 years ago and said the same thing, that bodies should not select the districting.
And I agree, and that's why I want the item to come back at our next agenda. I'll prepare language, but I would like this body to appoint an independent redistricting committee that brings a map to this council to go up or down, up or down.
Yep, okay.
Yep, okay, moving on. The rent stabilization bills. I want to take votes. I support them. I'm going to make a motion to support. I can do it all of them individually, or I can do them all in a sweep. But I want this body to be on record taking votes for rent stabilization or not. 371 is a no-brainer because it gives rent control authority to the local governments, which our former governor thinks we already have, but our city attorney has told me we don't have. So if it's clarification, to me, that's a no-brainer. I would be willing to take that one separately. But 298, was that Senator Spearman's bill that he had a hearing the other day?
That's the majority leader's bill. I believe the one you're referring to is Senate Bill 426.
426. And then the 362 is the one, she's a assemblywoman from the South, and culinary's in Sparta, that one?
I believe 362 and 426 are the same bill.
Okay.
426 looks like
Okay.
it is the only one moving.
Well, I'm prepared to make motions for all of them, or I will make motions individually for them if members don't feel that they have enough information. But I am going to make motions for these because I want our staff to be down there advocating for these bills, not on the sidelines. If people don't think they're ready, that's fine. No one has to second my motion, but I'm going to make, so Mayor, what's your preference?
Wait. Can we please, let's give everyone, because
Okay.
Councilwoman Dewar needs to speak, and then
Okay.
we'll get back to
Okay.
you.
Sure.
Okay. All right, go ahead. Councilwoman Dewar,
Yeah.
I apologize.
Thanks. Since
You go
this
right
is-
ahead.
Since this one's up, I wanted to start here on AB 298. I feel a little bit of ownership of this bill because during last year, although not necessarily in its current form, but during last year, I became aware that seniors in affordable housing were receiving rent increases, seniors in affordable housing. So this is affordable housing. We've set a standard for what you have to earn to be in there, a minimum and a maximum. And what was happening is that as our region's wage increased due to the efforts of EDON and others to bring in higher paying companies, which is to the good, and headquarters, which is to the good, at the same time, it drove up the AMI, the average median or annual median income. And in driving it up, the housing groups were able to raise rents on our seniors and everyone living in affordable housing to those new levels. And so some of them were getting $50, $100 or more dollars, $200 in rent increases, equaling up to 20, 25% increases in 1 year. And so I last year testified at an interim committee saying that at least for seniors in affordable housing, I thought, all right, maybe start small. We don't know how this would work. But I thought we worked hard to get the folks there. We worked hard with rent vouchers to help them stay there. And why should rent be going up just because we now have a better paid workforce? It does not trickle down to people that are living in affordable housing, especially seniors on a fixed income. So it sounds like,
Supply and demand.
what's that?
When supply and demand does that, then it goes.
Right. Well, but these seniors were calling me saying, I have no more money and from Social Security. I have no increases to be able to pay the increased rent. So it sounds like AB 298, the way you described it was that would be a 10% increase would be allowed instead of what I experienced was 20, 25, even 30% increases in just 1 or 2 years. So is that what you're saying on this bill?
Yes, I know that there are carve-outs for various public entities and affordable housing projects in the other rent stabilization bills. I don't remember if there is one in AB 298, but the situation you just described might not be impacted by it.
Well, I
in
guess
its
what I'm
current form.
wondering, it says seniors, is this, so if you live in, let's just say, any housing, and you're a senior, would this cap your rent? Is that what this is?
Yes,
Okay, so that's different,
but there might be a carve out for affordable housing projects, is my
where they're
understanding.
not protected.
Yes.
Well, that's almost like the opposite of what I recommended. So I guess I'm confused. And to Councilwoman Breakfast's point, while I support many of these bills the way I understand them, I haven't had hearings on them. I don't know the details. I don't know how they've been amended. I don't know today if I support them. I don't know what the work session was just earlier this week. So in concept, yes, we support affordable housing, I think all of us. But the specifics of these bills, I don't know. I have another comment. I'm almost out of time, so I can wait for round two, but it's also on affordable housing. So.
All right. Any other council members? Go ahead, Councilman Martinez.
Thank you so much, Nick. Appreciate the information. Going back to SB 12, just out of curiosity, I know we talked about one specific portion of it, but I'm just wondering if there's opportunities for the other two things to go through. Do you think that bill is done completely?
I know there were no issues with gender neutral language, but there were various members on the committee that had taken issue with the fact that there is no definition of green infrastructure projects, and because I had said on the record that we already have the authority to implement those kind of projects. So I'm not sure that it would move forward without any additional provisions.
Okay. And then I just want to comment that I appreciate the neutral stance on SB 92. Thanks.
All right. Any other comments from council members?
Yes.
Go ahead, Councilwoman Taylor.
Thank you. This is a question more for Nick. What are you asking us for today? Are you asking us to look at all these bills and vote on them and support them? I think I need some clarification because that's not the.
Generally, I just ask you to accept the report that I presented to you.
If there was an opportunity, I mean, if we were going to be looking at all of these separately, there would be an opportunity to get more in depth and have more information presented. Is that accurate?
Yeah, I would be welcome. I would welcome the opportunity to give you more
Okay.
information about each of these individual bills.
Usually we accept the report, but there's a lot to unpack here, and I think Councilwoman Dewar, you said it brilliantly. I would like to see each one of them because there's a lot of moving parts, and they can kind of move every time you get a hearing. So, little challenging to know what's going on. Hold on a second, Councilwoman Breckus. Anyone else? Okay, I'm going to go in order. Councilwoman Breckus, go ahead. 3 minutes.
Yeah, so the staff report says updation, discussion, and potential direction to staff. And under that, we can make a motion to direct staff to stand in support of bills or to take a position on bills. And that's what I want to make a motion for. And I will make a motion because I am provided the opportunity to make a motion under our rules.
Okay.
And I want to address the question before I do that, because at the end, that's the time to do that. I want to bring the fact that we're 6 days into a 120-day session. They meet every other year. I've been on this body for 11 years, and I have had so many people speak about the hardships of rent gouging that they've experienced. Every year, and it comes in different ways. You know, when we had Jacobs doing displacement, that was one thing. When the Tesla boom started coming on, that was another thing. We've had people bring it up in terms of properties being bought by investors. That seems to be a current theme right now. Airbnb reallocation. But it has been a continuum. It is a drumbeat. And it is time for us to take a position now or not. I haven't read the bills. I don't know. That's no excuse. If this is an issue for someone, then we send them down now because we don't have other time. They don't come back for 2 more years. So I will be making motions. I have read the bills. I have comfort that they do what our Reno population needs and wants and expects from us. In the 10 years I've seen affordability dissipate from our community. I was saying in 2014, 2015, I think affordability can really escape a community very suddenly. I was struck by how fast we lost it because in 2012, 2013, 2014, 2015, we had good housing affordability. That is gone. It is because of state policy, as Ms. Dewar said, fueling, our economy. People have been lost. People have been left behind. It is time for this body to step up and send the message to Carson City. We want this tool to to protect our most vulnerable people with the critical right of housing. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Councilwoman Breckus. Go ahead,
Okay.
Councilwoman Dewar, I appreciate
Just
it.
to be clear, I fully support the concept of affordable housing, 100%, and all the details of how we get there. I want to explain. I'm chair of the Tamwa Legislative Committee. We spend 2 hours, not 20 minutes, going over every single bill before we vote it up or down to support it, stay neutral, or advocate against it. I have a very good understanding of those, and I hear the questions from my colleagues on that committee, and we make a group decision on every single bill individually. So I do not have the luxury of that. And while I've studied these, I'm not down in, I rely on our lobbyists to make a presentation about the day-to-day, what's happening in the moment. So I'm just going to be clear. I probably would not support a global approval, and the reason is I'm pointing out I don't even see the main thing that I proposed to the legislature last year on here, which is to at least provide our seniors that are living in affordable housing some kind of fallback position, some type of protection. I don't even see that. I don't understand. Some of these are duplicate with each other. So that's my challenge. I'm sorry. I do want to though speak about two things. One is I think it's AB 433. Is that, expands projects. So I understand why we might take a negative view of this. I mean, I assume red is no. But here's the challenge that I've seen this year. I've seen affordable housing done with extremely shoddy workmanship, to the point that I've had to call, on behalf of residents in some of these units, I've had to call in the fire marshal. I've had to call in REMSA. I've had to call in code enforcement that heaters aren't working in very new buildings. Heaters aren't working. Vents aren't constructed properly. The systems, alarm systems don't work properly. I have a feeling that prevailing wage, which generally gets people that are in apprentice programs or higher with training to do these work, I would like to see that, frankly. I would like to see better workmanship in affordable housing projects. I think they deserve it as much as anybody. And the fact that these buildings are being built cheaper so that they then can support a lower income residents, I don't think that they should be skipping any steps. And I don't think that they should have lower qualified workforce. So that's kind of, I know it would drive up the cost, but often those are long-term issues. So in other words, if we support our construction workforce with better training, better benefits, and hopefully better job, we are all going to benefit, and the city's not going to have to send out code enforcement to clean up afterwards, or council members don't have to get involved. So I have a mixed opinion. I would at least like to see it neutral rather than opposing it, but I'm just telling you where I stand. And then lastly, was there a bill on, I thought I heard something about a bill related to either Story County or Tesla, where a portion of the increase, the deferred taxes would come to counties and cities that are having to take up the slack in terms of housing and other services. Is that still on the agenda?
I did not include that on this agenda because, as I understand it, that bill will not be moving forward. There was not the political support to get it there.
Well, at least inform us of that. I think, because we'd heard about that bill, I was hopeful that the city would get some compensation or some ability to respond to the growth demand in Story County with no housing there. All the jobs, no housing, no schools, no services, no hospitals, no roads, essentially.
Yeah.
We have to do it all.
And oftentimes the legislators, they never even come to us before, and we deal with this 365 days a year. And what they do impacts us greatly. So it is very, very challenging. And all of a sudden you just find out here's a bill that dropped and how detrimental it could be to all of us in our community. It's really disjointed, and not to mention the every other year is really insane. I think we have on 2 rounds already. So are there any other council members?
It doesn't exist.
Councilmember Martinez? Nothing? Okay. So I think we've exhausted our rounds, and then we will, you want to make a motion, correct? But before you make a motion, Councilwoman Breckus, I kind of want to weigh in. I want to be very specific about why I have heartburn with getting rid of the at-large. It has nothing to do with who sits there. I'm the only person in the city that has been the at-large person and the mayor. So I see it very, very differently. It's not about the at-large, it's about my heartburn of ward-only voting. Let me tell you why. Because I often hear, not my ward, not my problem. I don't think Reno is big enough to where all of us should be sort of, holding on to our own domains. That's what sort of happens and why downtown looks the way it does. All of us should be rooting for Reno, and you should have every single elected on this body rooting for Reno and be interested in what's happening downtown, to the south of town, to other parts of town. So that to me is very concerning. So think about it this way. Councilwoman Dewar, you just brought up affordable housing projects. What if she desperately needs one in her ward? Desperately. But the rest of this body votes it down.
Well,
But
I mean, to your point, I did, and it was
this-
a 4-3 vote,
right.
but
Listen to
luckily
this.
we had 4,
But
and it
you're
was supported.
But why ward-only voting, they're saying, oh, you know your neighbors and your community the best. But yet she doesn't get that same opportunity or consideration. And you as voters don't get that same consideration because everyone up here just killed what Naomi needed in her ward. How is that fair? But yet we can all vote it at large, right? Up here, we can vote in the entire city, but it doesn't affect you or I, or if you have a council member over here that's fighting for her CDBG funds, she might get him over here. Then you have politicians outlining the map. That's wrong too. That's why we should not have ward-only voting. We should keep in the at-large council member. But quite honestly, there's another side to this. People will always say too, oh, I like that better. It costs a lot less to run a campaign. About the money. Now, there are some other sides to it. I get how people in their own community should represent their neighborhood. That makes total sense to me. I understand that. But I also think everyone that is elected should also care about this entire city the same way. And now you'll only have one person, that'll be your mayor, that will care about the entire city. Everyone else, it creates tribalism. I think it's wrong. I have a real heartburn with that. But I just wanted to make it also clear, since Candy Green is in the room for her blog, I want to make sure that it's on the record why I feel so strongly about it. I'm the only one that has done both positions, so I see it very clearly. I see it up here, the divide it creates. I think that's not fair for the voters. And it also means you guys have less representation. I remember very well when I got on the body, there was a ward where people could not work with their ward member because you feel differently philosophically, maybe politically or other reasons. That at-large member or the mayor can step in and work with both. Even when maybe your council member doesn't agree with you, you should have other options that you can work with someone to shape your community. That's why I feel passionate about it. I could care less who sits in that seat. I won't be here. It won't affect me, but it will affect the voters. So that's why I'm passionate about it. And it's truly politics at play. So you can write that down. Anyway, okay. Thank you. Go ahead. Councilwoman Breckus?
wait.
Yeah.
Madam
Wait,
Mayor.
hold on.
Madam Mayor. there's
Madam Clerk?
Ebert is raising her hand.
Councilman Reese? I don't think, is he on? Okay, let him know. We'll come back to him. Councilwoman Ebert, go ahead.
I just wanted to comment about, representing your ward and being overruled in my short time on the council. I've frequently felt that way, even with an at-large representative. So I just wanted to call that out. I don't feel like I have additional support with an at-large member. So I just wanted to make that statement that I speak up for my ward, and to date, I've largely been overruled by this body, and I have not received support from the at-large member. So I just wanted to call that out.
Well, they can feel differently, but I also have come to you personally and said, I will help you. I want to see things get done. I want you to have wins.
And
so you're going to
That's great. And you're the mayor.
Yes.
I get that support from the mayor.
Yeah. Okay.
However, not from the at-large.
Okay. I think it depends on an individual feeling or opinion. But I try to work with all of you guys, but I get very frustrated when I feel we're all divided here and we should all be united, rooting for Reno. All right. Go ahead, Councilwoman Breckus.
Yeah, so, in response to Ms. Dewar's comment about sitting on the Tumwa Legislative Committee where they read and go through each bill.
Right.
The first 3 sessions that I was on this council, we had weekly special meetings going over one. And
We
so
did.
when this body pivoted to not wanting to spend the time on that, the onus is on us individually to understand what we personally believe is the right approach for our staff to take down there. And so I don't think that that is a good argument because, well, you get your Fridays back, but are you doing the work on the other side? I know I am. I know I am doing what I have heard for a decade now of people being traumatically and consistently, not a lot, but enough, with rent gouging, 14%, rent increases 6 months at a pop. And I see bills that prevent that. I see 371 that allows and clarifies, SB 371, a local government to have their own rent control ordinance. And I see 426 and 362 that are the same bill that put in these stabilization breaker points so that people cannot gouge. I talk to a lot of landlords all the time. There's so many good ones. There's so many people doing compassionate work, taking people, to hospice. They're like family members. But there are some bad agents out there who come in with some unreasonable investment expectations. Oh, I've got money. I'm going to bring it over into Nevada, and I'm going to make a killing. Well, they've made a killing, and they've made a killing at the expense of our families. And so with that, I'm going to make a motion that this body direct Mr. Ciccone to go down and support SB 371, SB 426, and AB 362. If I get a second, fine. If I don't, fine too. Thank you.
All right. Before we do that, do you have Councilman Reese on? You do. Okay. Councilman Reese.
Madam Mayor, thank you. Madam Mayor, thank you. Sorry, we're having some technical difficulties on the muting and unmuting process. I wanted to say, first of all, thank you to Mr. Ciccone for the work he's doing in Carson City. It is very difficult work that he does, and so I have a great deal of respect for it. Like Ms. Dewar, I serve on a number of different bodies and have found myself on their subcommittees, which follow the legislation more carefully as it relates to either the regional planning governing body or the district board of health. And, each of the bills has its own complexities. I think that there are lots of things that we could look at in further detail, but are not really in front of us today. I can't make a comment on bills that I have not spent time reading each of the minutia of because they change rather quickly. And I think like Ms. Dewar, I rely upon some of the legwork that is being done in Carson by our team. And so I think, again, they've done a good job at that. Unfortunately, I think, the termed out member from Ward 1, who I think by my calculation, won election by less than 100 votes, is sort of trying to make political theater. It's something that is, anathema to good policy, right? Oftentimes I hear the same council member say, she hasn't gotten briefings, she is not getting to read the materials, she got them late, and that somehow she thinks that we're all going to pivot on a dime because she thinks that she's figured out the solution. And again, bad policy making, bad choices. It's a very curious thing, again, because it's more political theater. There are some things in Carson that are being supported by Democratic leadership, and certainly I think those are worth exploring. But none of those are in front of us today, not on the threadbare that we have been presented with today. Happy to have another conversation about it. Happy to work offline with our staff to see where there are bills that we can support. Certainly, I don't want to see us being opposed to bills that we have not made choices about, but I'm not going to be put into a corner by, the theatricality of the Ward 1 member in this particular instance.
All right. Anyone else? We're in. Oh, you have 1 minute. Well, no, actually, I gave Councilwoman Breckus 3 minutes. Go ahead, 3 minutes.
Well, I'm not prepared for 3 minutes, but what I am prepared to do is just, at some point, I would like to hear more about the bills that Councilwoman Breckus has proposed we vote on, and especially I'm more familiar with 371, less familiar with SB 426 and 362, whether they're identical, whether there are nuances, and what they even say. I mean, up your headline here on 362 is state cost of living increase provisions for rent. I have not followed that bill. I don't know what it is, or the companion bill in the other house. So that's my challenge. The second thing is, I just want it to be known, when I do have a passion, I do go down and personally testify representing myself. I did so on our wildlife killing contest, for example. We had taken a resolution, so we had an action that this body had taken for or against. So I felt comfortable representing our action. We haven't had the time. I am willing to spend the time. I already spending time on Fridays with Tumwa. I am willing to spend more time on this to understand the collegial perspective on each of these bills. I do want to say that after we deal with Councilmember Breckes' motion, I'm going to make a motion to change our stance on the AB 433 from opposed to neutral. So I feel that strongly. I have spent so much time dealing with construction defects on housing, affordable housing, that I'm that frustrated. So.
Can I just speak to that
Yeah.
very quickly? Senate Bill 433 has been substantially amended as of last night, but it basically just gives the labor commissioner the authority to act if they feel that we skirted prevailing wage law.
So if it should have been prevailing wage, but it wasn't.
226 and 433 are interrelated, so the expanded definition of a public work would have larger implications for 433's two-sentence bill now.
So how would it expand public work?
Like I mentioned, if we were to donate land to an affordable housing project, that would be a public work.
That's good to know. I mean, I think that we should not oppose either one of these bills at this time.
Totally fair. I just wanted to let you know that 226 is probably more to what you're speaking of.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank
you so much. I appreciate it. I have a motion from Councilwoman Breckes, but I just want to weigh in just a little bit that I think she brings up some really, really valid points. And I agree with a lot of that. However, you just said that bill that you wanted to go neutral with changed last night, and sometimes they can change at 2 a.m., things like that. So it's really hard to be following something, and then we're voting on something, and now we're taking a different position just at the last minute. So my point is, I agree with Councilwoman Dewar, even though I think Councilwoman Breckes brings up some really good points, are very valid, but they change, and we don't know what those are. And if we want to bring you back and have a full comprehensive review of what these look like, and as they're changing, they move on a dime. So it's just really, really challenging. So that's my biggest concern. And a lot of them are really important. So I have a motion from Councilwoman Breckes. Do I have a second? All those, so motion dies, lack of a second. I'm going to send it to Councilwoman Dewar.
And I don't know if mine will pass either, if people know enough about it. I'm going to make a double motion. My first motion is to change our stance on SB 226 and SB 433 to neutral.
All right, I have a motion from Councilwoman Dewar. Do I have a second? Okay, motion dies due to lack of a second. Would you like me to
I have
try?
a second motion.
Okay, you go ahead.
My second motion is I would like to reinstitute briefings at this point in the session. We now have a lot of meat on plate. We know which direction some initial bills are going. And I think that before each of these things that are red, green, and yellow were determined by our staff, not us. And I think that we should reinstitute briefings at this point. Last 60 days, we're talking about maybe 6 briefings or something, or maybe a few more over the next couple months. And even if that's 1 hour, I think that's the best kind of way to give direction to our staff.
Okay.
So a motion would be to reinstitute some kind of briefing. It could be a Monday morning. It could be a Friday. It could be any day you pick. It could be online, on Zoom. I don't really care, as long as we understand what's happening as a body.
So can I clarify? So let's motion to accept the report.
Yes.
And add that we get a presentation from you. I would suggest Zoom so that everyone can be flexible, and you can stay down there.
Correct.
Because that's the biggest issue, is you coming back and forth. So,
And it could be an optional briefing. I
Okay.
mean, but we still would vote, take positions.
and then also, just to let everyone know, Nick has reached out to me, and I would hope you guys, I think you're all on the email, giving us updates, and you have been
Yes.
incredibly accessible the entire time.
Yes.
And I can call you anytime, and you give me a full update. So I
That's absolutely true, and
appreciate
I've
that.
gotten those updates. It's just that they're not with my colleagues, so I really don't know how everybody feels about things.
All right.
So, Madam Mayor.
Go right ahead.
If I could, John Shipman for the City
Accept the
Attorney's Office.
report.
I just want to make sure that the second motion, we're all talking the same thing. What I heard is a request for a special meeting, since this body is going to be voting on taking positions at the legislature. Was that the intent
Yes.
of your?
It wouldn't start this Friday, it would start the following.
Okay, so
we
when you
could
say
post-
briefings, we're not talking like serial briefings and then
No.
direction to staff. We're talking about doing the
meeting.
Friday.
I thought
Yes.
about presentation.
Okay,
Yeah.
fair enough. I just wanted to make sure we were. on the
Yeah,
same
a
page.
special
Thank you.
meeting like we have every other legislative session, where almost every other legislative session.
No, agreed. I understood. I just wanted to make sure that you understood that the motion was saying that we need to schedule special meetings
Correct.
to take votes on
Correct.
specific legislative.
Yeah, if we want to, we don't have to take a vote, but it gives us opportunity to take a vote.
Correct. Okay.
And I don't know if anybody supports that.
Second. Is that a motion?
Yes, that was a motion.
Second.
So hold on one second. So I have a motion, I have a second from Councilwoman Ebert for discussion. Okay, that's where we're at. Go ahead, Councilwoman Taylor.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I might be a little bit confused, but I am getting briefings from you. I think I just had one yesterday. So don't we already have briefings scheduled with you?
Yes.
So what is?
This is different.
Okay, what is it?
This is sitting together on Zoom and potentially hearing it as a body and potentially giving our staff direction as a body, not as individuals.
Based on what Madam Mayor just said, and these are things that are changing every day, I'm not going to be in support of that. And
Okay.
we also went into our platform already of what we were looking at as a city. Thank you.
All right.
Madam Mayor, if I could, I think staff is a little concerned and
Okay.
needs a little bit more clarity on this.
All right.
So just the expectation is you're requesting a special meeting, a public meeting.
Correct.
That'll be either here or it'll be on Zoom. But
Correct.
again, it will be posted in accordance with an RS 241, and there will be prep for it, and there will be the ability for the public to view it and
Yes.
the ability for people to take. I just want to make sure that because I think staff
It's
is
all of
hearing
it.
a different thing.
You've said it exactly right.
So, and here's also my issue with that, and I just want to bring a little bit of a different perspective.
Okay.
Sometimes if you can't get enough council members, you don't have a quorum. The other issue is people might feel very differently, as we kind of heard today, a little bit about bills and what they look like. And then you kind of go round and round and round, and then it's like, is that the city's position or is that Councilwoman Breckus's position? You just don't know. So that can be also counterproductive. I thought personally, and if this doesn't pass, then maybe how it looks
Fine.
is that Fridays we get an update from you. We can all be on there, and it is noticed. Jonathan Shipman, our city attorney, that it's noticed so other people from the public can participate, but that way council can get an update and they can ask questions. And I guess you could agendize it for possible consideration?
Possible action.
Or what, no, he's saying no.
No,
So-
again, this is where the clarity needs to be there. So what you're asking for and what the motion is asking for and what is being heard is essentially calling a special meeting on Fridays. Now, that doesn't require you to take action on a particular bill or whatnot, but all the formalities relative to the open meeting law will have to be observed. So
Right.
I just want to make sure that everybody's talking the same
Oh
thing.
my
because
goodness. Okay, since I'm making the motion, let me
Please
clarify it for
clarify.
the record.
Okay.
Item D6, you see how it's agendized, staff report for possible action, update, discussion, and potential direction to staff regarding proposed legislation at the 82nd session of the Nevada Legislature, identical agenda item on Friday with a little bit more time and a focus on specific bills with potential direction we may not give it. And let me be clear, I do this every other Friday with Tamwa and Western Regional Water Commission, this exact agenda item. It is open to the public. We meet, we discuss all the legislation. We give our lobbyist or representative direction. We may not all agree. If we don't all agree at that meeting, it's status quo or we go in a different direction. I mean, that's it. It's
Okay.
exactly what we have on our agenda here today.
Okay.
I have a question
All right.
for the attorneys on this. This meeting is a meeting of the city council, correct? A special meeting of the city council?
Correct.
And then there has to be a place and location for it,
Yes.
correct?
Correct.
And the place and location will be these chambers.
Yes?
But individual members, in accordance with open meeting law, have an ability to be present or on Zoom, correct?
Yes.
Is that your interpretation of the open meeting law?
Correct. It's essentially this meeting, but it's a special meeting. So to the
Okay.
extent that
Okay.
individuals, the public,
Okay.
and the members can participate via telecommunication or Zoom, whatever,
Okay.
those same rules apply.
I wanted clarity on your interpretation of the open meeting law because she said originally on Zoom, and I just didn't know if you felt that the open meeting law allows a member to be here or a member to be on Zoom at their own decision making.
And I support.
Do you agree with that?
Yeah, I mean, if a member can participate over Zoom as long as it meets the requirement.
The other
of
thing
the-
I would
Or they
say-
can be here, correct?
Or they can be here.
So you have the option.
Okay, I'm not going to support the motion because from my experience, having been on this body as long as the mayor, we're the two senior members, when we had Friday meetings, there was more work early in the session on those. And then once the bills close up, no more introductions and so on, then those meetings fell off. Now, Ms. Stewart wants to kind of reverse that. I think it's not a good process. I don't think we should change horses midstream. I think the decision's been made. It maybe makes people feel good who, can't support bills certain ways because they didn't do the front end work early on, like meeting on Fridays. So I won't support the motion, but I won't, if it goes, maybe I'll show up on these Fridays, maybe I won't. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. All right, so I have a motion from Councilwoman Dewar. I have a second from Councilwoman Ebert, right? All those in favor say aye.
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 All those opposed?
Opposed.
Nay.
Nay.
Motion fails.
All right.
So let me just try to get us back on track here because I know you need to be in Carson and I apologize for making this confusing and I think we're all trying to get there in a different capacity. What I would say is just do what you're always doing and being accessible to the council. So at this time, I'd like to accept your report.
Second.
I have a motion, I have a second.
Second.
All those in favor say
Aye.
aye. All those opposed?
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously. See, there are some things we do disagree, or we do
Thank you.
agree on. So
Good job, Nick.
chalk that. All right. Thank you so
Thank you
much,
very
Nick,
much.
and good luck. Take care. Drive safe. What? I didn't call him Nicky. I said
Madam Mayor,
Nick.
just as we do our individual briefings, let me just say this. I do think this session is different. They've extended several deadlines. They introduced more bills than they ever had by far. The bills have been significantly amended. There's a lot changing as in comparison to previous sessions. That's my observation. So just share for the group, we all have to pay attention.
Okay.
All right, Madam Mayor, if you're
All
ready.
right. We are going to move into
D4.
D4, and I'm really excited about this item. I really feel like, I hate to say this,
Well, Nick,
but I
we need
would
to
like
take
to have, we have an attorney-client, can we do a 30-minute break?
Yeah.
Because I need everyone to get up, stretch your legs, go to the bathroom, and be 45. So we'll do it, Jonathan, City Attorney Shipman. How long, 45? You can do that? Okay, so let's come back at 1:15. All right, thank you, Madam Clerk. So I want to get to that first to get you out of here, and I feel terrible. Terrible, terrible, terrible. So I would just ask this body, when you guys pull items, I want to make sure that we do not have a business waiting on that business license, and then they have to wait on us. Not great, and I'm sure Scott's got to get back to his incredible business and doing all the great things that you do. Matter of fact, if you don't know Scott, he is the one. So thank you so much. Thank you for making our city cool. All right. Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So does that mean we're going to open item B14?
We are.
Okay, so we're going to go on to item B14, pulled by Councilmember Breckus.
All right,
Yeah.
Councilman Breckus, go ahead.
Yeah, this is it's a business license for, what number was it again, 14?
Yeah, 14.
14. And it's a business license for on-premise wine and beer, but it was rather odd because it said it's temporary during wine walks or something. I'm trying to get a handle on what that
Sure.
what that means.
For the record, Lance Ferrato, Business License Manager. So, as you said, this is temporary. It's temporary service. It's a full-blown license, but historically, this business has participated in the wine walk, and so with their ability, they have to either get temporary permitting or get a catering license to come perform that duty or perform that service at the wine walk. So, in order to make it a little more streamlined and efficient, they just decided to go, let's get a full-blown alcohol license to pour on-site wine and beer.
Why don't we just make it more difficult for these special events to survive?
Well,
let's just.
This is what we're.
Why don't we just
in order
say
to serve
no?
alcohol, you've got to be approved by, obviously, the city, the state, the city. You have to have security measures. You have to have alcohol awareness cards. There are all sorts of state laws involved in that kind of thing too. So with this, the health department says that temporarily you can pour wine without a full bar, a permanent bar. Now, it's my understanding that the licensee is going to put in a full bar at some point and offer local product to customers. But for the time being, they're allowed to do this during the wine walk.
Well, but here's the deal: is he's going to put in a full bar somewhere? But isn't the city of Reno the property owner, the landlord?
I'm not aware of the landlord.
Yes. And so that's where I'm having a hard time. I mean, he's going to put a full bar in. I want to understand, it's our facility, and we haven't had that discussion. We haven't, so I'm having a hard time. I'm not going to support. I'm sorry. I understand where you're going at. I love your business, but I'm kind of over here with proliferation of wine and alcohol in this area. And I think, it doesn't have a bar. The landlord hasn't, unless someone tells me the landlord has, has a lease for a bar and we're the landlord, I'm not going to be comfortable with this one. I just wanted to clarify it all because the statement seemed unclear that he has a plan to get a bar in, and I'm not going to even bring him up. Is he have a plan to get a bar in? Then I should be seeing a lease revision here in front of us. So anyway,
so this is also one of those, I want to, not on the 24th agenda, and I'm sorry I told people that today, but we need to get it on the, let's see.
In May, we'll get it on in May.
The first meeting in May, we need to get these special events on in May. I'm having a really tough time because every time I'm out in the community, I am hearing how difficult the city of Reno is to work with. This is also another example that we're putting in. I mean, Mr. Dunseith, how long have you been doing the wine walk? Please, will you come on up? And maybe you can explain what you want to do.
Yeah, Scott Dunseith. I'm the owner of the Home Beans Nevada store, previously Reno Envy. We also manage the Reno Tahoe Visitor Center on behalf of the RCV and the city of
And
Reno.
you can tell massive ambassador of Reno.
I'd like to think that. Thank you. I love this place. A little bit of background. We started our business in 2005, started in the West Street Market with a partnership with the City of Reno. We've participated in the Wine Walk every month since then. It's a great way to get people downtown. More importantly for me, for my business, it's a way to get people through my doors. And historically, it's my best day of retail sales every month because we have a sale. People are coming to my business. They might have had a drink or two, so their wallets open up a little more freely. So it's an incredible event. I was asked to go to the special events meeting in January where I was a little bit blindsided by the new regulations that are being rolled out for special events. And basically the way that it was presented to us is that it's really so cumbersome to get a special permit.
Yes, do you see? Please, here, let's hear this.
The real challenge
Yes.
for us is in the past, as the Wine Walk has always been a special event because a business like mine, I don't have a liquor license. So to be able to participate, I had to fill out an attachment C, which I think is an outdated form, but it basically allowed me to submit that to the special events committee, and then we would get approval for the events. But it always had to be a special event that we paid money for and got police security for. So moving forward in January, we were told that really the only way, if I wanted to continue to participate in the Wine Walk, I would have to basically borrow someone else's liquor license. Matt Pauley from the office was kind enough.
Crazy.
He's great. He's like, Scott,
Crazy.
you can use my
God.
liquor license if you want. So he has to fill out the attachment C for me, and then he submits it on my behalf. The challenge is for Matt, and he's a great friend, but I don't know if I would do it for him.
Well, of course.
The challenge is that if I get in trouble or misbehave,
Yeah.
or we serve, then it falls back on Matt or the other business who loaned their business license to me. We thought of many ways to sort of address this issue. I'm the past president, and I'm one of the board members of the Riverwalk Merchants Association. We tried to get creative, come up with a solution. We thought maybe the Riverwalk Association could apply for a business license, and then we could sort of be that partner when other businesses like mine, retail businesses that don't hold a liquor license, wanted to participate. We went through that process, did a little discovery, discovered that individuals, board members like myself, would still be liable for other people's issues or mistakes if something were to happen. So continuing to want to participate in the Wine Walk. I'll be honest, retail is very difficult downtown.
Yes,
any
downtown
business
it
is difficult, retail specifically. But one of the ways that we've been able to survive is really through these partnerships with the City of Reno, RSCVA, and also, I'll be honest, that monthly Wine Walk, that makes my sales every month. So I took it upon myself to apply for my own business or liquor license. And because I felt that was really the only way that I could just be solely responsible for everything within my walls. There's a little bit of misinformation. I did float the idea of possibly in the future at some point I'm like, well, I have a liquor license. What else can I do with it? The point of this meeting and the point of my application is simply to be able to serve wine and beer at the Wine Walk and any other special events like Dine in the District or possibly even the crawls. The other full bar idea is really, it's expensive, not something I want to participate in, but I'll float another idea. The idea with the RSCVA is that we wanted to start serving and promoting local beers and local breweries. And to do that, we wouldn't need a full bar. We would just need we'd be able to sell individual canned items or beer or wine, and then the patron would have to open it and serve it himself in a plastic cup. So that's where the concept of the bar came about. We don't want to open a full bar. We're not in the bar business. We're in the t-shirt and the community service business.
Right, did you hear that? T-shirt and community service business. And I just keep hearing over and over again whether it's Pops on the River or the Crawls or the Wine Walk, how difficult we have made it in the city of Reno. Our city manager has assured us that it's going to come back in May. I really need you to be there.
Sure.
I am so sorry. I want to apologize. We should be known for great special events and also helping our businesses downtown. We want to have a thriving downtown, but we will never have one if we have a process that is cumbersome and make it really hard for businesses to participate. Not to mention, this is how we activate downtown. These are about activation. So we're going to bring it back to the council. We'll let them decide. I might feel very differently than the rest of the council, but I truly want to apologize because this seems absolutely insanity that you got to get on the agenda to make this happen. Are there any other council members having discussion on this?
Well, could I
Go
just
ahead.
ask Mr. Ferrato, so are we conditioning this license that it's just going to be liquor during these wine walks? Or is it, I kind of
Lance
want
Brado,
to.
for the record, it'd be conditioned that on-premise wine and beer could be sold during the wine walks and crawls.
And that's it.
That's it.
That's how we would condition it. Okay.
Correct.
Because, I appreciate her thinking is we've got to have this conversation. We need to do things. I just don't want to, one, set a precedent that's unfair to others who, they've got a full bar. They've made the health board standards for, the tenant improvements. So, they're not, you're getting treated, differently than them. And then two, also make sure that, well, I guess the point is we're not like, oh, we fixed it with, Mr. Dunseth, so we're good, and that's how then you don't never get to doing the heavy lifting because you wink, nod on rules and you're okay, and then the heavy lifting never gets done. Because I do think there's probably some heavy lifting to occur, and I just don't want to set a precedent. We got past that one, we'll move on. So the mayor says she's gonna, tackle this issue in more, more detail. We've got something somewhat related later, but his is conditioned to just the wine walks and the crawls.
Correct.
Okay, then I can support and I'll make the motion.
Okay,
Second.
Councilwoman Breck, no, hold on 1 second. Sorry, you guys. I'll get back to you in a second. Councilman, Vice Mayor Reese, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just wanted to sort of share my thanks to Mr. Dunseth for continuing to believe in Reno through not only Reno Envy, but the shop. I've come in there many times. I know that you're working to activate downtown and working with the various merchant associations as well. I think ultimately, we're struggling as a council because we want to have activation. We certainly want to be a business-friendly and pro-business environment. We don't want to make it more difficult for businesses to succeed. But there are regulations because it's really not about the good actors. I think you are a good actor. I think Mr. Polly is a good actor. There's lots of good actors. But for every good actor, we also have to think about what happens when there are bad actors. And so these regulatory frameworks and schemas seem overly punitive when they're directed at good actors, but they become more challenging when we're trying to deal with bad actors. And so it's a balancing act, right? I ultimately think, like the mayor does, that we've got to just sort of dig very deeply. We have another agenda item today talking about the Gell placemaking study, and it really speaks to trying to make sure that we have a robust vision for downtown because we want people to enjoy being there, whether that's Junkie moving their location down to First and Virginia, or whether that's you, Mr. Dunseth, trying to continue to be a great ambassador. Those are the kind of things that we want to support. Ultimately, perhaps when we get to this next meeting and the mayor's vision is more comprehensively addressed, there are perhaps ways that we can have a regulatory schema that balances all of those needs, but also is innovative, right? I think innovation is kind of the cornerstone of our next 5 and 10 year vision for the city because it will allow us to grow in ways that we have not historically. And so we want to support you. We want to support special events and different activations. So happy to support this, licensure and a great opportunity. I'm sorry it's, you've had to come down and take the time to do it, but I think we'll get there.
Okay, thank you, Vice Mayor. Go ahead, Councilwoman Dewar.
I'm just looking forward to the next presentation because I too am hearing from constituents about kind of the disharmony or discord or probably a better word I'm looking for, but it's not working on the events. Like it just sort of shut down. We heard today from the Riverside Farmers Market that the cost is so exorbitant for them just to do a farmers market. So we don't want to make it so expensive. Those are the kind of events we want that bring lots of people, very wholesome, celebrate local food, local culture. What more do we want? But we're going to charge them $6,000 And I actually think like those nonprofit farmer markets are stuff that we should be taking on at the city. So I don't want to get off agenda topic, but I support the application, appreciate everything you've done. I mean, I've had an opportunity to participate in the wine walks. It's a beautiful event. I can't say all that for all the crawls, but I think the wine walk in particular is very well done.
Come
So
on, I've
thank
seen
you.
you at the Santa Crawl.
Oh, come on. We're not
All
talking
right.
about that.
All right, anyone else?
Madam Mayor, I'd just like to add something real quick as well. A lot of the concerns that you brought up today will be addressed when we are able to open up Chapter 5. As Ms. Turney talked to the council a couple weeks ago about doing a Chapter 4 and Chapter 5 rewrite. So special events 5.13 falls into that. These are all going to be looked at, and this is part of our major concern. So it is being looked at, and for the benefit of council, this was us working within the code to make this possible and easy for the licensee to do this, as opposed to having to fill out temporary permits every time, having to put liability on other people. So that's why we're here today. I just wanted to express
And I
that.
appreciate that, like you trying to figure out how you get here. What I also worry about is for, the one Scott Dunn seat that comes and, has this issue. Do you know there are probably 10 through your door that said, you know what, forget that. Forget that. We just happen to be lucky because we hear it firsthand, but I've been kind of dealing with it all week, and poor city manager knows that, and I've been harping on him about, special events, and because honestly, they really make our city thrive, but I know being a small business, how important it is to have an event. It's so important. It can almost like pay your entire rent. Right? And then today, here you are, we started at 10 o'clock, it's 2 o'clock, and I know you were away from your business all day. That's really tough too, because you had to pay someone to watch over the store. I get that too. So I just think that we have got to take into consideration. I appreciate it, Lance. I think that is fantastic, but we also have to have the mentality that we are open for business and for small business, because I hear it from small business too. We cannot make these processes more cumbersome. We have got to streamline it, and and especially after the pandemic, let's go. Let's stay open. Let's get thriving, but let's do it together. But also, we want to be helpful at the city. We don't want to put in red tape, but I think you're coming back. You'll have all the answers. I know you will, because you and Ms. Turney are innovative and smart. So bring us the best of the best, easy. I don't want the businesses to have to worry about, especially when you activate downtown. Downtown is struggling. It's been tough. So anyone that wants to take the risk and invest in it, thank you, right? So let's get that. I appreciate it. We will have it on the agenda in May, because we've got to get going, because a lot of events will come through this summer. And what else was on there? You said title, what are we doing?
Title 5 rewrite.
Title 5 rewrite. Okay, so all I would ask, I want to do a great job in the city of making sure every single promoter, event, anyone that's doing special events, even small businesses, come down and participate, because a lot of times later on they'll say, oh, I didn't know, or this is messed up, and we kind of need to all do it together. So whatever we do, if we can promote it to as many people as possible in the city, to be part of the process, because that'll really help. We can change things. So I have a motion. I have a second. Councilman
I made a
Ebert?
second.
Okay. I have a motion. I have a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed. Motion carries unanimously. Thank you so much. Thank you guys. All right. Nice seeing you, Scott. It's been years.
Gotta catch up.
All right, Madam Mayor, we're going to go
Finally.
ahead and move on to D4, David 4.
D4.
And this is a presentation from Amy Pennington.
Okay, hold on. Hold on 1 second. I just want to make sure we are there. How are you? Are you excited? or
I'm
are
very
you nervous?
excited. I'm very excited to be here.
I am
to
excited.
talk about a very exciting
I'm
topic.
excited to see you. We don't get to see you as much anymore.
I know. It's good to be here.
It's so great to see you. Okay, this is the item that we have all been waiting for. So
Madam
this
Mayor?
is about the Virginia Street Urban Placemaking Study. So I'm going to give you the floor.
Hold on 1 second.
Prior to the presentation, we do have several individuals that have joined us for public comment. So would
Okay.
you, if we're okay, we'll go ahead and start with public comment
Yeah, let's
before
do
the
that.
presentation.
Sounds good.
Okay. Our first public commenter is Matthew Manser, followed by Luke Busby.
Hi, I'm Matt Manser. I'm from Ward 2. First off, I wanted to thank the council and the mayor that you guys have done an excellent job with the homeless population here in town. I visit other towns and I see that Reno, you're doing a great job with the homeless stuff. I know it's a thankless job, but I wanted to thank you guys on that. Something recent in the news is Paris recently voted to get rid of the electric scooters. 89% of the population voted that they didn't want those rental electric scooters in Paris. Barcelona is also looking at getting rid of them. London has already gotten rid of them. They're not allowed on any public roads. And Rome is also looking to get rid of them as well. They're no longer in fashion. They're a danger out there. I'm also an Uber driver and a cyclist, so I understand how traffic works in the city very well. I do it every day. I pick up these kids from the university all the time, and I ask them about the e-scooters, and they go, oh, that's a really good way to get around when you've been drinking. They thoroughly believe that they won't get a DUI if they're riding those e-scooters intoxicated. Ask them. They'll tell you that as well. So I've talked to other people in the city. I know that contract is a franchise contract and can be ended. And I suggest that before somebody dies in our own city on those, that we get rid of them now. They really are an eyesore. The other thing I wanted to talk about, I went to the micromobility presentation where they talked about different micromobility, their survey that they did. They started out the presentation by saying, well, we estimate that there's 28,500 people that commute by bicycle or e-scooter in Reno every day. That's what they started out. So, and the audience were like, huh? So finally somebody spoke up and said, where'd you guys get those numbers? And they go, oh, we looked at other comparable cities, and we sort of just came up with that number based on other cities. And when pressed further, I asked them what cities were those, and they said, well, we looked at Portland and we looked at Denver. And I said, well, those aren't really comparable cities to Reno. Portland is one of the biggest cycling cities in the country. And then the gal says, well, the 28,500, that's the number we would like to be at. Okay. So I guess my point is, RTC is way overfunded. Any of these micromobility projects they have going are just a way to spend taxpayer money. They have to justify their jobs, so they come up with these crazy ideas. As a cyclist, and I'm actually a leader in the cycling community, we don't want these things, and we just ask them, you guys to look at that and be wary of RTC and any of their projects. Thank you.
Thank you.
Luke Busby.
Good afternoon. I represent Palace Jewelry and Loan, which was founded in the 1950s and has been in business in some form in its current location on Virginia Street since the 70s. I'm here to urge you to vote no on item 4D and to reject the recommendations of the Gell study and the associated implementation phases. The cycle track project has been derailed despite its popularity with seemingly everyone except for row casinos on board, and despite the Headway Transportation study indicating that Center Street was appropriate for bike lanes while Virginia Street was definitely not. It appears that a single November 30th, 2020 letter from the Row Casinos law firm, McDonald Carano, made RTC in the city completely change gears and abandon cycle track without any consultation with the other businesses downtown. The last page of the letter from the Row Casinos shows the property where Palace, my client, is located as an underground parking structure / special events plaza, and Palace was never consulted about the proposed transformation of its place of business to an event plaza or parking lot. And I'd be glad to show you the map from that document right here. Sure if you can see that, but at the corner of Plaza and Virginia Street, that large pink square, that's where my clients do business.
Is north up on this map? Is north up on this map?
I'm sorry?
Which way is north on this map? Is it up? Is Virginia? Okay.
Yeah.
There you go. Thank you.
The pink square, not the pink rectangle.
Okay.
That's them.
This helps.
So at all the public meetings with Gell, RTC, and the city about this project and others, multiple stakeholders asked the question, what happened to the plans for the bike lanes on Center Street? When and by whom was it decided to change course is the unanswered question that everyone seems to know the answer to. The city has permitted large casinos to dictate to the city how downtown should be developed for far too long. And the Gell study is essentially a pretext to provide the justification to pursue a development program that is desired by the casinos. And when the power to direct the shape of community spaces is concentrated in the hands of the few, the results are predictable. Over the years, big casinos got the train trench, they got the bowling stadium, the ballroom, the downtown convention center, the narrowing of Virginia Street, which eliminated wide sidewalks and on-street parking, and skyways that kept pedestrians off of downtown streets. These actions led to the destruction of so many small businesses downtown, and in the early 90s, there was almost zero vacancy. And now, other than the big casinos, there's severely curtailed occupancy. Gell's study is another step in the same wrong direction towards forcing existing small businesses like Palace out of business and forcing them to go elsewhere. And a reasonable person could question whether the disregard for the opinions of all other stakeholders belies the ultimate objective, to replace downtown businesses with special events plazas. The fact that Gell holds up San Francisco, which is succumbing to a fentanyl and other drug-fueled zombie apocalypse, is not an example to be emulated by the city, and the last thing we need is to turn our downtown into San Francisco. Palace urges the city to avoid embarking on another grandiose urban development misadventure and to vote against pursuing the recommendations from Gell. Instead, the city should go back to basics. Listen to small businesses on Virginia
Mr.
Street.
Busby, your time is up. Madam Mayor, if you
Thank
would
you.
like him to continue, that's up to you.
Okay.
Go ahead, you can do it. You can do it.
Bring back on-street parking, focus on public safety downtown, and put the bike lanes on Center Street as Headway recommended. Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much.
Madam
Appreciate
Mayor.
it. Hold on one second. Just 1 second.
I'm going to interject and do a disclosure right now on the
Can
public
you just wait
commenter.
till after public
I
comment?
think it's best to do it in concert, in proximity to the, because it's about the commenter. So I'm going to do it right now. I actually had this prepared for item D1, so you're going to hear it twice.
I know, but usually we go through the public comment and then we do disclosures. So can we just do that?
Okay,
Thank you
sure.
so much.
That's your
Madam Clerk, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. We do have one participant via Zoom, Dana Kilroy.
Good morning, Madam Mayor and Council. I'm not sure if you can hear me, but I'm going to try. My name is Dana Kilroy. I'm a co-owner of Fewer Partners, which is a public relations and public affairs business in downtown Reno. We represent 50 South Virginia, which is also known as the old U.S. Post Office. And my business partner and I participated in some of the public sessions with the folks at Gale. I'm not sure if I even am saying it right, the Dutch company. And we were both very impressed with the forward and creative solutions that they have come up with to help revitalize our downtown. As someone who works downtown and I'm down there virtually every day, I find it kind of depressing. And I have lived in Reno for 25 years, and I think we need to embrace some ideas that perhaps come from outside the casino and the pawn shop businesses that dominate downtown. That's it for my comment. Thanks for listening.
All right, thanks.
All right, Madam Mayor, with that, we have no additional public comment. I would like to state for the record that we received 3 comments which were directly associated with the agenda item prior to 4 p.m. yesterday, April 11th. 2 letters in opposition and 1 letter of concern. Those have been distributed to the Reno City Council. And again, just for the record, we are having technical issues and cannot play voicemails today, but the transcription of that voicemail as well has been distributed to the Reno City Council.
Okay, fantastic. Thanks so much. Okay, I'm going to send it to you. Councilman Breckus, go ahead.
Yeah, I'll make a disclosure. I'm actually had this disclosure drafted for another item. I'll read it too, but Mr. it pertains to Mr. Busby, who I didn't, who just spoke on this other item. So, Madam Mayor, fellow City Council members, and Madam Clerk, in the interest of full transparency on item D4, I am disclosing that I'm a former client of Mr. Luke Busby, the attorney representing Palace, I guess, on this matter, Palace Pawn Shop or Properties. On this matter, I've sought guidance from the City Attorney's Office. I retained Mr. Busby to handle a legal matter related to my candidacy for public office in 2022. That matter is concluded. I paid Mr. Busby for his services based on a standard and customary rate. He is currently not performing any legal services for me, and I do not expect to retain him in the foreseeable future. In short, I'm a former client, not a current or prospective client. As a result, I've been advised that I do not have a substantial and continuing business relationship with Mr. Busby, nor a commitment in a private capacity to the interest of Mr. Busby. In consultation with the city attorney's office, I do not believe that the independence of a judgment of a reasonable person in my situation would be materially affected by the fact that I'm a former client of Mr. Busby's. I will be voting on this item today, and Madam Clerk, please accept this disclosure and lodge it on the record for this meeting pertaining to this item.
Okay.
Agenda.
Thank you. I appreciate that. And I just I want to point out, Reno is really small. I don't think Mr. Busby, have you ever been to council? I don't remember ever seeing you.
I have, but it's been some time, but I have.
Like how many years?
5 years.
5 years.
Yeah.
Okay. This is how small Reno is. You're up here commenting on an item. She obviously has hired you at some point.
Had hired me.
Or okay, how long ago was that?
I think that case concluded at the Supreme Court. We prevailed shortly after the election.
So when
if
was
I recall
that?
correctly.
After the election, that would have been November.
Yeah, it must have. I
December?
think there was an appeal after the fact that took a while to get resolved, so it may have been January.
So in the last year. Yeah. Within the last year. So I'm just curious, how long do you have to have sort of a cooling off period? I remember I disclosed for 10 years of some of my consultants. For 10 years I disclosed. So how long do you have, we should as a body not, or how long do you have and then you disclose and then you don't have to disclose?
Some of the law requires a year cooling off period, but that's typically when you have a business relationship that is related to the city's or your position in the city, your prior position with the city. So, if there's an ongoing relationship with an individual that could create the appearance of impropriety, then you should be disclosing. But I'm thinking a year should be about
a year
time limit. Yes.
Okay.
And Mayor, if you can give me just a second, I can actually look up when that case concluded finally.
Oh no, you just mentioned it was at a certain time, so I was just trying to find out from our attorneys what is the time period in which we should disclose. Like I said, I know some of us have disclosed for years. I did it for 10 years, and this is within the last year, so I just didn't know.
And just for the record, that matter was dismissed by the Supreme Court via stipulation in September of 2022.
Okay. All right. Thank you. I appreciate it. Reno is just very small.
Madam Mayor.
Go ahead. Go ahead, Vice Mayor. Go ahead.
Well, well, your question to the city attorney, and perhaps this is through you to the city attorney, raises an issue for me because, as I understand it, the gentlewoman from Ward 1 was making the disclosure based on some public commenter, Mr. Busby, coming forward, but it was also lodged on one of the agenda items, I think. What was the agenda item?
D4.
I thought it was D1.
Yeah, for the record.
Oh, is it?
John Shipman for the City Attorney's Office. So there was the disclosure was actually prepared for item D1 because Mr. Busby represents Mr. Conrad in that litigation. And then,
well, why wasn't that disclosure made in the attorney-client privilege meetings in which Ms. Breckus participated in? Because I understood that the disclosure would also have to be made in those conversations, but I don't believe Ms. Breckus made that same disclosure as it relates to item D1. So is there some different rule that we need to be aware of as it relates to disclosures for Ms. Breckus?
I mean, I don't know if you're talking about D1 today has not been heard.
Yes, D1 is an item in which Ms. Brekkis's legal counsel is suing the city on behalf of another client. And so Ms. Breckus just read a disclosure, but that same disclosure was not made in our attorney-client privilege meetings, as I recall. So I'm trying to get a sense from the city attorney's office as to what disclosures have to be read and when.
Let me address it this way. I cannot, and I'm not at liberty to talk about what happened in an attorney-client privileged meeting. I can say that Mr. Busby is currently not Councilmember Brekkis's attorney. So there is no, from an NRS Chapter 281 standpoint, and any question about or a perceived or alleged conflict of interest. There is no conflict of interest there. And so that disclosure was prepared when it was requested when that item was put on the agenda, and she requested that last night, and we got that prepped for her. And then today with this item, she was not aware that Mr. Busby was going to be here for this item representing a client, and so that prompted the additional disclosure. So hopefully that, if you want to talk about specific...
Yes, I think that addresses... No, I think that addresses the question I've asked. I think it's something that perhaps we need some additional opportunities to understand the disclosure requirements, because as Madam Mayor said, she's been disclosing something which I don't believe she had to disclose for 10 years. Ms. Breckus has made previous disclosures related to her husband's prior employment, which she had not been making for some period of 10 years, but only recently was making them. And now there was this disclosure today on item D1. And so there seems to be some confusion among the members about when disclosures must be made and how they're made. And so that's why I was trying to address it to you, through you, Mr. Hall or Mr. Shipman, because it seemed inconsistent. And so I wanted clarity on the record.
Sure, fair question. And we can certainly follow up with individual members about specific cases.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Mayor.
I appreciate that. Thank you so much.
I appreciate it because it's been very unclear for a very long time. And so how does it apply to one and not to another? And that just kind of raised my level of interest because it seems like it hasn't been fair of who discloses when, why, and all of that. This, to me, like this just, I had no idea who Mr. Busby even was. No idea. So and then I thought, well, wait a minute. I have been disclosing for that long, and so I think the rules all have to be the same for everyone, or maybe we go and get an opinion from ethics or what is it? Which, right? So get an opinion when you disclose and how long that is, so that there is no confusion as to, what that looks like. And Reno is small. I love how everyone's like, oh, this person has a relationship and this person has a relationship. It's really interesting, especially if you were born and raised here. We all went to school together, or we know someone, or our families know someone. We're just a very small community. And that doesn't mean that you're corrupt or have relationships that are inappropriate or that they shouldn't be. I just think it's ironic. You're up here representing another client. I've never seen you here before that I can remember. And then Councilwoman Breckus makes a disclosure. So this is my point. It's just a small community. So out of clarity, or otherwise everyone says, oh, those politicians, they're corrupt, and on and on and on. And so I would just like to have some clarity. So next time it is transparent. So that would be great. Thank you. Okay, moving on. Okay, the good stuff. Let's go to the good stuff. Thank you for being so patient. And the floor is yours.
Great. Good afternoon, Mayor and City Council.
This is your first presentation?
Yes.
Oh, you're going to be great.
Thank you.
It.
I'm excited to be here.
I love it.
For the record, I'm Amy Pennington, Special Projects and Outreach Coordinator for Public Works. And I'm very excited because I get to be here to present the Downtown Virginia Street Placemaking Study. And we all embarked on this process together almost over a year ago now. And when I say all of us, I mean the community, the council, Gail, all of us, and our partners, our international acclaimed partners, Gail, they're actually online with us today, Sophie and Ramsey, and many of you have all gotten to know them a bit throughout this process. So happy to have them here in support of this item. This has been a public engagement process. It has been a research process, and it's been extensive. There have been over 3,000 residents that have taken part of surveys along the way. There have been hundreds of people that participated in public engagement sessions. There were dozens of stakeholder groups that were present at 4 stakeholder meetings. And to say that this is one person's vision for the city is it's just not true. This is the vision of our community coming together. And and so what we're doing here today is I'm here to present the findings of the study and to ask your acceptance of the report and your acceptance of the phased implementation plan that's being put forward by Gail. And
Okay, wait.
yes.
Sorry, I don't want to stop you, but we all have to ask. What is the correct way to say this? I hear Gail, I hear Gail, what is it?
Gil. I mean,
it Gil?
it is Dutch, so give it your best shot.
Okay.
Gil is how I have been saying it and how I hear it. But,
All right.
Don't ask someone who speaks Dutch and then quiz me.
Right, there you go.
And so one of the things that actually Sophie and Ramsey asked me or told me about when we were just discussing the phase that we're at in this study is that because of the support of the council, because of the steps you've already taken to be approving ARPA funding that goes toward this, because of the lean-in of our community members and the businesses and the residents that are on board, we have so much more momentum going into this than most cities do at this point. And we actually have like dominoes that are set up, ready to fall and be able to create forward momentum to see changes start to happen on the street very, very soon. So I just wanted to share that because I want to thank you for all of your support in this process. So what is placemaking? Placemaking is designing a place with the people who use it in mind, and it's creating a place where people can live, work, and play. And what this placemaking study is it's an activation plan. It's a way to think about how to get people back into downtown, how to make Virginia Street a vibrant place where people want to spend their time. And as Gail began this process a year ago, some of the things that they discovered about Virginia Street through their research was that it is suffering from inactivity. Between events, there isn't a lot that draws people to the space. And there's 70% of inactive facades. There's underutilized spaces. Along the street, there isn't shade, or there isn't a place to sit. There aren't nice places to just enjoy your time and as you pop in and out of different businesses. So as they gather that information, the next thing that they did in their process was actually go to the community to create a unified vision that we could move forward in together. So this is the vision that our community inspired, that they came up with, community inspired. Virginia Street is the backbone of the downtown neighborhood. It connects the city's assets, is a platform of creativity, and is a safe and inviting place to walk or spend time for Renoites and visitors alike. This is something that our city wants to lean into and see. And the Gale team gave us several community-driven objectives, as well as 5 placemaking strategies to turn our downtown into a place that that attracts and engages people of the future and people who are currently there. And as you can see from this map, the scope of the project is from the University in the north, 9th Street, down to Liberty in the south, where the Virginia Street joins to the Midtown District. So, in phase 1, Gail came up with 4 objectives that the residents of the city want to see. The first is 18.7 activation and programming. This describes activation that happens every day of the week. A platform for creativity and innovation, bringing Reno's culture to downtown. C is enhanced connectivity and climate. This is talking about that experience on the street, actually having shade and having a place that you can, whether it's walking, biking, driving, a place that is connected. And then local economic development. Everyone wants to see our businesses thrive. In the second phase of the project, they came up with strategic moves to help achieve these outcomes. And like I said, some of the challenges that they had seen prior, now they were coming up with solutions to help address those challenges. One thing that we heard again and again through the residents, is that people want to see Virginia Street be a place that they can come to, be a place that's a destination, not just a place that they breeze through and go quickly. So the strategic moves, and I'm going to be getting more into each of these, are number 1, celebrating character areas. Number 2, elevating the baseline. Number 3, connecting the dots. Number 4, activating the underutilized. And number 5, activating the edges. So I do want to explain a little bit about how Gale prepared their recommendations, because they have provided us with so much depth in the report. This is just a very high-level overview. They provided the strategic moves, and then they provided in-depth analysis of how each of those moves can be applied in our city. And then they came up with specific concept designs and strategies to help us implement them. So this is going to be rather high level, but the report has even more information for those who are interested. So number 1, the strategic move, celebrating the character areas, has to do with identifying the different regions of the street and catering our strategies to the people and the things that are present in those areas. Upper area has the university, students, UNR. It's their connection into downtown. The middle area is our entertainment core and has a growing residential population and other small businesses. The lower area is our civic core, has our government buildings, cultural buildings with museums, and then the river and other businesses. As well as cultural centers, we have the Pioneer Center there as well, so lots of things. The second strategic move is elevating the baseline, and this speaks to a lot of different ways that you can enhance the experience on the street level. One of the things that I wanted to show today was the right-of-way. So in this picture, you can actually see some trees along the side of the road, you can see some benches, you can see pedestrians walking, and then in the right-of-way, you can see bike lanes, parking, and 2 lanes of traffic. This is a picture of the lower portion of Virginia Street specifically. And one of the things that we constantly heard from people is that people desire multiple modes of transportation on Virginia Street, and they want to see 2-way vehicle traffic, and they want to see bike lanes that go in the direction of traffic that are buffered with a buffered distance from the vehicles. So in some areas, like the southern area, we would be able to do that with parking. And then the other areas of the street have slightly different layouts. So this would be somewhat of what the middle section of Virginia Street would look like. And this would be more similar to the northern section where we also have the bike lanes in conjunction with the freeway entrances and exits. But like I said, people want to see 2 lanes of vehicle traffic, 2 lanes of bike traffic, and room for pedestrians as well. One thing I did want to point out is that Gail took into account the special events that people in Reno have come to love. And all of the street designs that they proposed do not impact special events continuing the way that they currently do. So this is a picture of what a special event would look like that is based off of the current schematics that are used. The third strategic move is connecting the dots. And this has to do with making sure that things are actually moving in a way that is conducive to the best experience on the street, whether we're talking about someone walking, someone using multiple modes of transportation, or someone driving. So there are certain intersections that would be evaluated and different tools applied to make those intersections move the best way they possibly can. And here are some tools that could be used and applied at different places as the design of the street continues to be developed. There are opportunities to neck down intersections to reduce the distance of a walk across an intersection for a pedestrian, as well as changing turning radiuses, improving signal timing. All of these things can be used in conjunction with each other to improve the experience on the street. The fourth strategic move is to activate the underutilized. So on this map right here, you can see some areas that are highlighted in red. These are spaces that Gail has identified as either privately owned or publicly owned spaces that are underutilized. Most of them have an openness to them, whether it's a plaza or some other property. And right now they're not being used to their fullest potential. So there's more identified on here than they've created specific concepts for, but I wanted to share a few concepts that they have come up with and designed for the activation of some of these spaces. This is Locomotion Plaza, which is right at 3rd Street in Virginia near the Arch. And as you can see here in this is a lovely picture of lots of activation happening. This is a beautifully painted space, but it lacks certain things that help it activate, like shade and lighting. And there can be some basic improvements that allow activation to happen in a more feasible way. We actually are already working with the DRP, and they have a plan to be activating this space. And so we are excited that just with some structural changes, that can be much more successful. This is a picture of what we are calling the Row Placita. It is a property owned by the Row on 4th Street, and it's adjacent to the event center. Basically right now it's an open lot, and it could be transformed into a small plaza that has wayfinding, benches, trees for shade, be a nice meeting place for people as they're on their way to an event, something like that. And this is just it's a concept, and it could look like a variety of different things, but the idea is that the space is being activated and it's becoming a place where people can congregate. This is a picture of Believe Plaza or City Plaza. And these are some different recommendations that Gail has put forward to increase shade, to put a kiosk that might be a cafe or a tourist station, to have some seating so people can watch the activity, to potentially someday have a splash pad. And there's all sorts of opportunities that could happen there, but basically providing shade and providing seating is very important. The fifth strategic move is activating the edges. One of the things, and I believe I may mention this, is Gail determined that there are 70% of the edges along that Virginia Street walk that are not currently activated. These could be empty lots, it could be construction, it could be walls with no windows alongside establishments. And so what are the things we can do to actually activate that edge? Because the reality is most of our places in downtown are not a far distance from each other, but the walk can feel very far if there's no activation along the street. This is one concept that is at the Circus parking garage, is actually what this picture depicts. And that's up a little bit further north between 6th and 7th Street on Virginia. And this is their parking garage where we would propose having that first wall removed and turning some of the parking spots on that first area into micro retail. And this is something that has been piloted in other cities with a lot of success. And so we were excited to propose this idea here in Reno. There are different ways that the city could be a partner in something like this, either with the tenant improvement program that was passed with ARPA, or the facade improvement, or potentially partnering in some other way. And this is a picture of, this is being depicted at the courthouse parking lot, and it could really be used in any space that is an underutilized edge. And it's the idea of putting up different pop-up micro retail spots that would basically activate an edge that otherwise is just an empty. It's a parking lot full of cars, but not an activated space. So creating that edge that's active, and then right behind that, you can maybe still have, whether it's your parking lot or maybe there's construction happening, different things, but that edge is activated. So now I would want to talk about the phase implementation plan. Those are some of the concepts that were put forward, and I actually do want to emphasize that these are concepts. They haven't been fully fleshed out and designed, but they are ideas that are supported by lots of research and placemaking. So in their process, Gail came up with 3 phases of implementation. This is important for building momentum, and it's important for achieving success and these things actually coming to life. The first phase involves street furnishings along the entire stretch of Virginia Street, involving benches where benches are possible, improving of shade where that's possible, things like that. It involves trying to pilot the facade improvement and activation program of different locations, potentially including the parking garage. No, my things are in the wrong order, sorry. The parking garage, Locomotion Plaza, a design for that, and the Row Placita. So I'm gonna Locomotion for a little memory of back to what that one was. The Placita. So that'd be phase 1. Phase 2 would focus on streetscape improvements across the site. Again, this phase is actually more focused on the right-of-way, and so design of the right-of-way, implementing some of the recommendations of that design in the lower area. And then it would also have the initiation of Believe Plaza, so the beginning of the design of our plaza, and perhaps having some pilots start in that space. There's Believe Plaza. And then the third phase of the prioritization plan would involve additional street improvements up in the upper area, around the freeway space and the heading up into the university, and then seeing how things maybe went up north of the Circus parking garage, and seeing how we could duplicate those things down at the court, and then additional work on Believe Plaza, including pilot projects. So a little reminder there. So the motion that I encourage today would be to accept the study and to adopt the phase implementation plan. I'm available for any questions.
All right, I think you did phenomenal.
Thank you.
You seemed comfortable. You smiled the whole time.
Well, I'm happy about this.
Really enjoyed yourself. I know, but it's really hard because it can be sort of just scary and uncertain your first time. You would never know it. You just seem super, super comfortable.
Thank you.
So I am very proud, and I'm sure you have a proud mama over there in Carrie, right? And usually you just don't see people be as comfortable, and I thought you just came off fantastic. Okay, we're going to bring it to the body. I just wanted to start off with, I think it is phenomenal. It is fantastic. This is something that we have wanted to see for over a decade now. I could go into like 9 million reasons why downtown has truly struggled. It's time to go. People want a great downtown, and I always say cities are downtowns are like cities inside cities. They're very complex. There's a lot more going on, and especially Reno, because we have the component of gaming, which most cities do not. But we also have a lot of potential downtown, a lot. And I think it's going to change dramatically whenever you see Harrah's opening up and then Junkie is coming downtown. That is going to be a game changer. We saw that in Midtown. You start to see those small businesses, but let me tell you why small businesses have not come downtown. And people like Scott Dunseith, who have taken incredible amount of risk in downtown because they truly believed in it. They are really the pioneers and said, I knew that there was a lot of opportunity here, but they also had to take tremendous amount of risk. And with that risk comes a high price tag. And most businesses could not afford it. I could never afford it. And I've looked several times just thinking, gosh, maybe I could just hold on. There is no way. It is so, so challenging. So this is fantastic. I would say this. I love all of that. I love it, love it, love it. The one place where I do have heartburn, and I think we need to get the cycle track back on track. I have said this. I still don't see something compelling enough to me not to have it on Center Street and then do all the other placemaking down Virginia. I have come to Eric with 10,000 ideas. I just came to Doug with a whole bunch of really cool signage. That is just, it's amazing because it's like old street signs with neon and they have other meanings and they're very positive and colorful, but there's so much that we can be doing. So and also the cycle track to me, and I've said this, you guys know this, I've said this out loud, how I support the cycle track. I like that it's on University. I think we got to continue to keep bicycling safe, especially for our university students. And then maybe, I think we look at other car options for parking downtown, like we've talked about. There's a lot of loading zones and other areas that have been marked that I don't think that need to be marked. I mean, I see it all the time, right? So I do think there's other options for parking. But we've looked at this cycle track for far too long. I wanted to get going on it. That's just me, how I feel about it. It's 30% engineered. I haven't seen anything compelling enough to me that we shouldn't do it. And I think this is just me versus Virginia Street. I love Virginia Street, but I also think there's a way to sort of encompass it all together. But I would like to see more restaurants on, outside and us utilizing Local Motion Plaza. We have some great outdoor space, but we also have to get those businesses down there activated. I will tell you the vacancies that we have down there, and it's disheartening. Some of the landlords want higher rents in downtown where it's completely vacant than they do in Midtown, where they have a ton of traffic and people want to be in Midtown. And quite honestly, a lot of them will hold it hostage. And it's really concerning. But we have a tremendous opportunity. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. We've been saying this for far too long. And by the way, visitors, it needs to be safe downtown, clean downtown. DRP is doing a really good job. Proud of all the work that's happening, but also where's the cycling team? Want to make sure RPD is down there on foot and on cycling, so there's a constant presence. People need to feel safe. Far too long, people don't want to go downtown. I'm sorry, they don't, and that's really just disheartening because we have all wanted to see it thrive for so long. So let's just go. It's time to move on. Anyway, thanks.
Yeah, thank you.
I'm beating a dead horse. Okay, Councilwoman Dewar.
Sure. Well, I have a lot to say, so I'm going to try to prioritize because I probably could say stuff about everything you've said. First of all, good job, and I'm glad we're bringing this in for landing. I'm going to start with trees because shade here is throughout, and you keep talking about elevating the baseline, and you keep showing trees. So here's the challenge, and I recently had a great visit with Carrie Koski, Public Works, right outside City Hall, where we are planning to cut down the trees. that are right on the south side of City Hall, because it has been said we have a basement and there was a leakage problem at one time. Hasn't been irrigated for a long time. The trees are still living. The trees get water from street washing, window washing, rain, and they're living. That's because they're well established, and so they can live on this incidental moisture. I propose to Carrie that the city has to lead the way. If we have a problem with basements and narrow streets, so does everybody else on Virginia Street. They are going to say the same thing to us. No, if we remake the street, there's no room, for the tree or the proper planting of the tree, which is the silvocell, which will deliver enough dirt to keep the roots from rising on the sidewalk, and will keep irrigation confined into the right area, and will provide uncompacted soil. So my suggestion, if we really want to get the shade, obviously there's different ways. You can have covers, you can have awnings, but in every picture, what they show is not coverings and awnings, it's trees. Why? Because it does multi-functions. It doesn't just provide shade, it reduces the heat. People are drawn to trees more than awnings, okay? It's cooler under trees. That's a thin awning just provides so much shade. A tree does better. It's about 10 degrees cooler. So I would like to see us, if we're really saying this is one of those things where the devil's in the details. All the words sound great. We want to do it all. But we really have to say, what does that mean to have shade? And be prepared. And I personally think the city should do the hard thing and figure it out on First Street. If we have the same challenge that everyone else has, if we can figure it out, they can too. But we should be leading the way right now. So that's my opinion. And I will be meeting with the experts, with the operations and with the tree people to say, what does that mean? What's it going to take? Another devil in the details. So at one point we had more benches, and benches were removed or rocks were put in place to prevent random people from sitting down. And when you prevent people with no homes from sitting down, you prevent everyone from sitting down. So on one hand, we're saying more benches and places to sit. On the other hand, we have this unintended consequence that we have to be prepared. Again, it's a devil in the details. How are you going to get, quote, the right people sitting down, shopping with money in their pocket, versus people who have no homes that might like to rest there or even sleep there? Okay, so we have to figure out this. This is my thought. I want to see more benches. I want to see more bathrooms. People say, oh my gosh, it'll bring the wrong element, who's cleaning these bathrooms and so on. But if you want people, people have to go, right? Lastly, in this round, I just want to mention history. I really saw nothing in the plan about celebrating our history on Virginia Street. Most of Virginia Street has some historic element to it, even if it's a closed whatever. I want to make sure that while we're renovating, reimagining, that we recognize at every block the historical buildings that are there, and that we memorialize those with the plaques, so that this is an interesting place to walk around. We still have some history left. Let's celebrate it. And I'll come back on other rounds. Yeah.
Sorry, I'm going to cut you off, but I love your comments about history.
Okay, you bet.
You've got the Levi plaque down there and
Exactly.
other really cool plaques. I think that's fantastic. We definitely should do that.
Yeah.
Okay, Councilwoman Ebert, go ahead. It's all you.
So I have some questions. Overall, I think this is a great idea. We absolutely need to do stuff downtown, but I have concerns about the bike lanes on Virginia Street. Also, I don't understand why we can't do it on Center Street. So looking through the staff report, I saw that a statement in here about having clear bike lanes. Am I understanding correctly that we'll have a bike lane, a bus lane, and a car lane all kind of trying to squeeze into one spot on Virginia Street, and parking?
That is dependent on the area of the street we're talking about. Up north on Virginia Street, there are currently bus lanes on the road, and so that would be the area where there would still be bus lanes.
Okay.
The center portion of Virginia Street is the most constricted width-wise, and so it would just be bike lanes and travel lanes for cars, as well as potentially relooking at a lot of those loading zones and seeing if they can be converted into things that are more useful for our community, maybe pickup and drop-off spots, maybe parking spots. Those loading zones can be evaluated. And then the southern part of the street, there is room for parking on the street, as well as bike lanes and travel lanes, but there would not be dedicated bus lanes.
Okay, so there's potentially areas where there would not be parking?
No areas that don't currently have parking.
Okay.
So we don't have any plans to remove parking.
Okay, because that's an area of concern for me, especially considering that there's 70% of 70% of edges that are not currently active. Definitely, if there's not parking, that's going to cause a problem, right? People need to be able to park to access retail, shopping, restaurants, things like that. So we need to have places where people can park so that they can access these businesses. So a lot of this with the bike lane and also taking out turning lanes, making traffic more congested there, that sounds like it's going to make it more difficult for people to go down there and access these businesses that we want to come down and kind of revitalize this area. So I'm very concerned about adding these bike lanes in and taking out the turn pockets. Are we, is there a way that we can go back to putting the bike lanes on Center Street?
So what we're presenting here today doesn't actually have anything to do with bike lanes being on Center Street or not. This is just a recommendation for Virginia Street. When Gail was working with the community, what we heard was that people want to see multiple modes of transportation on Virginia Street so they can access the businesses and do all these things. We have lots of university students who don't use vehicles. We have lots of residents who are moving into downtown. We have a ton of residential units that are about to come online, and those people would likely not use a car to travel a block or two to go somewhere. So making Virginia Street more of a destination where people can use multiple modes of transportation on the street is actually something that can help businesses, not hurt them.
Okay, so when you say you have feedback, what kind of feedback did you get from motorists, not bicyclists or pedestrians?
The feedback we got for this study was general to the community. We actually weren't asking people necessarily to identify if they were a vehicle user or a micromobility user.
Okay.
Okay. All right. I'm going to hand it over to Councilwoman Taylor.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you, Amy. Fantastic job. I am so very excited about this. And I think I'll go back to one of the comments that was made earlier. This isn't just about Ward 5 or downtown. This is about Reno and the community. And one of the things I just want to say is in my briefing, I had concerns about safety. I had concerns about police down there. I had concerns about the building conditions. I had concerns about enforcement. And I think that those are one of the dominoes, right? Well, this is a domino that we have for activation. And right now we have all of the tools in place for it. We have the plan, we have the people, and we have the money. What an opportunity. Let's not miss it. The other thing that we're going to have to do is work with code, RPD, and the DRP. So those are very important things to me. One of the things I also was asking about is if we could apply some of these techniques to the construction, the ongoing construction downtown, because that's a big part of what we see to make it a little bit more friendlier. I also, I was a little disappointed. I see the media in the room today, and I'm just going to say the RGJ article that came out was super disappointing. We have an opportunity here in our community to make a very big positive difference. And I didn't see one interview about talking to the small businesses that are down there, the people that we just saw, the university students, the people that live down there. It was very one-sided. So if I could just say, let's get excited about this. Let's get people downtown. Let's embrace this with everything that we have as a council, and we're going to get there. We have phasing. I could not be happier with what I see and the team that we have. So thank you very much. And it was 3,000 people. 3,000.
Yes, we had 2,700 people who participated in our initial survey, and then hundreds that participated in the ones that followed.
Any one of those constituents could have probably given a different point of view than what our local paper printed. So I would just say shame on the RGJ. And thank you for bringing this to us.
Thank you.
Okay. Councilman Martinez?
Yeah, thank you so much, Madam Mayor. Amy, thank you so much for the presentation. Great job putting all of that together. And thank you to Gail for doing the study and working with our constituents to make sure that all of this is in place. I think some of the things that I want to mention are just echoing what my colleagues have said already. So I like what you mentioned about how even though it is a short distance, when there's a lot of blight or closed up walls or unopened businesses along that street, it makes it seem like for a farther distance that you're traveling to get from one side to the other, even though it isn't that huge of a distance. So I appreciate your acknowledgement of that. I will also say that the concerns about safety and bringing families and more events downtown is definitely something that I can see happening with some of the improvements in the phase out that are in this plan. Being newer on the council, I have just become aware of some of the Center Street stuff. So I don't know if you or anyone else on the staff can address what happened there. I have been getting emails from constituents about that. And I know you mentioned that the Center Street bike path isn't necessarily what we're discussing today, but given the fact that we are adding those bike lanes on Virginia Street, I thought it might be prudent for us to address some of those concerns that we've been hearing from our constituents.
Carrie Koski can provide an answer. Thank you for the question. Carrie Koski, your Director of Public Works, City Engineer. So I'd gladly give you a little bit of brief information about the Center Street cycle track. With all due respect, I want to address what the mayor had said as well. So some of the current, and you all may have remember this, I've had these concerns before, and I continue to have the concerns with the Center Street cycle track that came to us several years ago. We pushed the pause button because I had safety concerns. And basically, when I say safety concerns, what I mean is when you put two-directional cycle track on a one-way street, you have to feel safe as a cyclist while you're trying to get onto that street or off of that street. One of the things that we found in the pilot project was that it is very difficult for a driver when you are conditioned to go one direction. If somebody is coming a different direction on that street and it's not a signalized intersection, say it's just an open intersection, people get confused about safety, who has the right of way. And to me, that is a major concern. So you've got a contraflow running on a one-way street. How does that interact with your side streets? The other big concern I have is at the freeway. We have a lot of vehicles at the freeway. We have an on-ramp on the University Way, on the freeway, on University Way and I-80. That to me is a potential for a disaster when you're putting cyclists through that intersection. Now you're going to say, well, you've got large intersections at Virginia Street. Yes, you do, but you don't have a freeway on-ramp. We have a lot of crashes in that particular area. Parking. Businesses are going to lose 80 parking spots. To me, in Midtown, that is a huge deal. That is a huge, huge issue for our businesses. It's kind of contradictory of what we're talking about. Loading zones, we talked about losing the loading zones for the Pioneer Center. What do we do there? The Reno Ballroom. How do we continue with our special events? That is a concern of mine. And then also, the elimination of one of the lanes on a major couplet. So we've got a one-way couplet into Reno that brings people into downtown off of the freeway, and then you've got one that goes out, right? So you're going to reduce one of those lanes on University. So those were the major items that I have concerns, Councilman. And I know you weren't here before, but I just thought that maybe it would be good to highlight that those were the concerns.
Yeah, thank you so much. I appreciate you sharing that information.
And thank you. I so appreciate it because that is probably the most in-depth answer that we've heard. So that's safety. I worry a lot about the loading zones for the Pioneer because they already bring in those big buses.
Yes.
And then 80 parking spaces. Yes. Are we talking down there like in Midtown where all those businesses
Cheney,
are right there?
From Cheney all the way up to 5th Street. Yes. Yes,
Okay.
that small area.
Okay. All right. I really appreciate that. Okay. Thank you so much. Hold on. Sorry, Councilwoman Breckus. I promised Councilman Reese a turn and then I will get to you. Okay, go ahead. Councilman Reese, or Vice Mayor.
Madam Mayor, Thank you so much. First, I want to sort of start at the beginning. I think for me, the discussion starts with the fact that we retained this internationally renowned consultant. We engaged in this massive amount of outreach, which now gives us a roadmap forward to, I think, revitalize and activate downtown. So ultimately, I find it odd that some commenters in the public have said, hey, we love everything you did. The engagement was awesome. The results are awesome, but we don't like this part about it. I find that to be odd. I ultimately believe we should trust the results and let our staff set about to execute. So that's kind of my first overall arching thing. I appreciate Ms. Koski's thoughts about Center Street. I have kind of mixed opinion on it, having now sat through the Dutch Cycling Embassy workshops and been over at RTC. I know that, you know, Center Street, I mean, all the things about cycling and cars being in the same space are very complicated. The bottom line is Center Street seems too high speed, as does Sierra Street. These are like high speed transit corridors, and we're trying to move people north and south. And I think that Center and University don't have a lot of commercial frontage. So I'm not sure that those really are the place where that's the best for a cycle track. I mean, I'm open to the idea that someone would convince me that it is, but I haven't seen that yet. And ultimately, I think that's something that we've got to focus on. Obviously, today, the Gell report is about Virginia Street. And it's not that I think they can be handled in a vacuum. I think we've got to make some choices based on what the study represents and say, we're going to go and execute on that for the activation piece. Again, I'm open to understanding more about what would be done, but based on Ms. Koski's advice and my thoughts about the high-speed nature of those streets, I just don't think that those two streets represent the best area. I think perhaps what we should be doing is putting bikes on Virginia, Evans, Lake, and Fifth, more biking opportunities for people. I also was not sure I understood my colleague from Ward 4 who talked about, what have we asked the driving public, right? You cannot design a walkable space by worrying about what cars want, right? If what we're trying to do is create a walkable space, then you can't have cars zooming by at high speed and creating transit issues in conflict with them. So I think those are kind of my thoughts. The last thing I'll say before my time expires is, and maybe this piggybacks off something my colleague, Councilmember Taylor, said about the Reno Gazette Journal's article. I sort of take it for what it's worth. I mean, I think it's informational, but even today we had one public commenter who came up and said, this study is basically a front for the casinos and what they want.
It's good.
Well, first of all, that's not true. That commenter doesn't know what he's talking about. But second, the very next commenter said, this study is awesome, and Gell is helping us to get away from being beholden to the casinos. Like, it cannot be both of those things, right? And so I guess my point to the public is we've got to really think critically. We've engaged this great organization to do a great study. Let us go out and execute on it. No one has made any claims that the row is influencing any decisions. They haven't. They've never spoken to me about it. I understand they connect the dots weirdly to their former lawyer's letter and think that is somehow means what we're doing is that way. It's not. We have an incredible organization who's gone out and done the community engagement we've asked them to do. That's what we're interested in. It has nothing to do with the casinos, although the casinos are a stakeholder and have an important role to play. No one's beholden to them. So I don't understand why people take the same study and one person says it's beholden to the casinos and the other said this is how we break away from the casinos. It just cannot be both of those things. So it's interesting to see, and I'm interested in my colleagues' take on it as well, because ultimately I think it's a balancing act and we've got to get going and engage some of these downtown spaces. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
All right, thank you. Councilwoman Brakes.
And nice presentation, nice delivery. I did not support going off on this Gale study. They're an urban design firm. Okay, great. They brought in some concepts. Are they concepts that we haven't seen before in terms of the work that was done when the retract project was done, our downtown plan? Maybe with a little bit more of a spin, but I don't see a whole lot of progress here, but it's something. However, it confirms my supposition early that the Gale study, just looking at Virginia Street, is problematic. And I continue to do that with all the questions about the other two streets, the Center Street and so on. And I respect Ms. Koski a lot, but I think she's off. I think she's off in saying, well, I have concerns about having these two couplets, in one way. And and I've made this point before, is the starting point, in my view, for discussion about the public right-of-ways downtown is you can't have it both ways. You can't have high volume, one-way couplets, freeway access, and a pedestrian downtown environment. They do not work. They're mutually exclusive. So she is going on the view that these streets will continue to be the corridors onto the freeway. In my world, they are not. And I've always lived in old neighborhoods. And when you live in an old neighborhood, and I don't know who here lives in a very old neighborhood, getting to the freeway is a frustrating experience because cities lock down those access points. You have to circumvent, you have to go around. It's not easy. So in my worldview, the cycle track was taking us to a point where Center Street would not be the option for all that freeway traffic. And I live in the Old Southwest. I represent the Old Southwest. I never take Center Street. Keystone Avenue is the preferred route, and that's why I will segue and say that the Ward 1 NAB is so concerned about the Keystone Avenue bridge condition, and so many are. But, so I think that on a discussion on downtown, you can't have Virginia Street separate. And I don't see it, but I want to move into what the implementation recommendations are, because I think we can maybe get some ground there. For me, the ground is, we can accept the report in some way, but I would encourage the council to hold tightly on the next points in not see any improvements or make any investments on Virginia Street until we answer the couplets. That downtown will not succeed, in my view. And no, I'm not going to let you talk.
I'd like to answer. I'd like to respond to that.
Yes,
because
please. I want
you disagree with me.
Yeah.
I disagree with you.
Yeah.
As your city engineer,
Yeah.
For every bike plan, you need a car plan. Our couplets are our car plan.
Yeah, and I'm saying let's have the
Our
question
couplets
about.
are our car plan.
And I'm saying let's question.
We do need a place for our vehicles to go. I mean, we are not all bicycles and micromotes. We're not there yet. In probably 30 years, we probably will be, but we're not there yet. So we have to have a car plan.
And the car plan to me is, what's the ADT on Sierra?
I'm not going to get into a discussion about ADTs.
If it's 10,000, for me, a downtown, on your spine of 10,000 should be 2,000, 2,500.
In Midtown, we have slow speeds. We have activated businesses, right? We've got people wanting to go to Midtown. And why do they want to go to Midtown? Because the traffic is going slower. There's space for people to be.
No, it's
we
because
have the
it's human
ability
scale.
to bring our people off of the freeway, of the freeways into our city.
The other thing I think too, it shouldn't be one or the other. Like I think, when we talk about cycle tracks, right?
It's about the network. You and I talked about that. It's all about the network. We can
Carrie,
talk
about that because we had a long discussion, and I think once you explained it to me, it really made a lot of sense. Can you kind of explain?
So in order for us to be successful, we have got to start working on our network plan. How do we build a network in our downtown?
Yeah.
And to me, our Truckee River is our main artery. And we want our network to connect to our Truckee River because we know how important that is. And we're going to start working on the accessibility around our Truckee River.
Yeah.
And from Reno to Sparks to Verdi. But it's all about the connectivity. It's not just about one street. And that's the way we've been looking at this for years, is just like one street at a time.
Right.
We've been working with Dale and the RTC, and we went, we've got to concentrate on the network. And I'm kind of getting derailed here.
No, but you're
that
right.
that is part of the whole micromobility, is because people don't want to just ride on one street.
Right.
They want to be able to get around. And I am passionate about that. I ride a bike. But I'm not going to put myself in jeopardy if it's not if there aren't lower volumes and lower speeds.
That's exactly right. Yes.
Yeah, and Madam Mayor.
That makes a lot of sense to me. Hold on before you go. Let me just ask anyone else if they'd like to chime in. Go ahead. Councilwoman Ebert, going to start with you.
I do want to circle back to the traffic or the parking and the cars. Thinking about the whole city and not just a specific ward. I know for myself, I would love to go down with these new places set up, but coming from Ward 4, I'm not going to ride a bicycle or a scooter. I'm going to be driving a car and I'm going to be looking for a parking space, especially if it's date night with my husband, or if I'm going to be going down.
You're not going to put them on the back of your car.
Yeah, jumping
on the back of your bike.
of my bicycle, right? Or let's get on our scooters and go. And if I'm going to be shopping, right? I'm not going to do my Christmas shopping and then put my bags on my bicycle basket and ride back to Ward 4. That's not to say that I'm opposed to bike lanes. The gentleman that came this morning and gave public comment requesting a bike lane on Virginia Street, we need that. I see those people walking and bicycling when I drive in for council meetings, drive down into Reno. I'm scared for those people. We've had pedestrians hit on Military Road because we don't have bike lanes. Several since I've been on the council. And I know that we're working to get that amended and get those bike lanes in. But it is a real consideration we need to think of, because I do want these places activated. I do want that 70% edges that are vacant to go down. We should have it 0, because every time we have a vacant space, that's a lost opportunity for revenue, for culture, for just community, right? So again, thinking of the whole city, not just one little piece, the downtown. We do need to consider the entire city of Reno, and considering people that are coming from other areas, we do need to be considerate of traffic, cars, parking, and that is my hesitation with putting in these bike lanes in this specific area, potentially impacting parking and taking away turn lanes and making it more difficult, because I'll avoid areas where there's traffic. I don't go there. I'll go another route. I'll go shopping where I can park because it's already a hassle. So that's my only hesitation, and that's why I can say I love everything about this, but that's my hesitation, is being able to access these businesses that I want to see thrive. So that's my recommendation.
I want to make one other mention, that our parking garages are on our couplets. We don't have access to our parking garages on Virginia Street. We have them on our couplets, University and Center Street.
Right.
Thank you.
And you made a point, because this was the first time that I really heard about why Center Street. We had a very brief conversation, but researching it, to your point, they said it was incredibly dangerous to bike against the traffic. So that is engineering 101 right here. Okay, go ahead, Councilwoman.
Yep, stay up there, Carrie, maybe. I just want to take a moment on the bikes, because I do have a thought about this. I participated extensively in the Midtown, and we debated over and over, bikes on Virginia, bikes not. The challenge with parking. The compromise was this, and people have written in acknowledging what it was. We said, we're going to keep Virginia largely pedestrian and car, and we're going to put the bikes on the next street. So that down there, that's Center, and on the other side, it's Haskell or Forest. And we were going to have them, both those streets go one way. Center to University goes north, the other one comes one way south. So we said, let's divide it, and let's at least have a big bike throughway that is just one block off Virginia. My gosh, the bikes are gone a mile. They're going to go half a block to get to shopping. So in the area where it gets more congested downtown, my suggestion is not to have the cyclotron two-way, but to continue the bike lane from Center, just a one lane in the same direction as traffic, to your point. You may, because of the intersections, you may want to have it cross over before you hit the river, because at first, or if first goes the wrong way, it's a one way, the other, this way. Before we get on the south side of the river, cross over to Virginia and continue north. So through the downtown part of Virginia, that might be where the bikes are. I don't think that takes away any parking. We barely have any parking. You and I went and looked at it. At the parking on Virginia, most of it's loading zone. You can barely park on Virginia regardless. Your idea was to change the loading zones to allow, for example, pedestrians to park for 30 minutes, unload, load up their packages, but not stay long-term parking. Go with the garages for the longer-term parking. So I guess my suggestion is to, down by Midtown, have the one-way, really accelerated bike lane, really enhanced. Bring it into Virginia in the downtown section so you preserve that on and off ramp thing and those issues that you're identifying. I use Center a lot for driving. I do. It's unfettered. It's easy to drive on. Yeah. It's wide. I mean, there's a lot going for it. I love it. I preferentially go out of my way to drive on Center. My colleague may not, but I do. I want to move on. So I do think there's a way forward to have bike lanes on both Center and Virginia. And Center to University. Why not drive all the way up to University? If you want to stay on there, go, but at least you're going one direction. Moving on, I totally support the safety, cleanliness, and I'm going to add in bathrooms again, aspect of this downtown rehab. I didn't really hear it in the presentation. I know you didn't get on all the details. I read in the document about housing, it talks about putting more housing in downtown, that might be something, and I think we're going in the right direction with Harris and so on. But maybe there even needs to be more. I want to just talk, and I hope I get 1/3 time about the phasing, but I want to talk right now about the two ends of Virginia. So we've got Believe Plaza essentially on one end, close to, and the Circus parking garage on the other. I totally support, as a first pitch, activating those spaces, but I didn't hear you say Circus. What I heard you say was the plaza associated. So my question's going to be, how does that fit with the arch? Like, we need a place where people can take pictures. They mentioned the Instagram. We stop the traffic. Wait, we have to get a picture. There has to be something set up there to enhance that space. So you go.
So the phase implementation plan.
The phasing and the Believe and Circus.
So with Circus, it is part of starting those conversations with the row is part of phase one. That we don't own that, and so there's different ways that the city can partner with them to make it happen. But obviously, those conversations haven't been fully fleshed out yet, as we haven't gotten the direction from council yet to pursue them. So we hope to get the implementation plan approved so we can continue on to the next phase of turning some of these into from concepts into reality. As far as
they've got to step up and participate, in my opinion.
They've been participating in conversations.
They've been listening. Yes. They've been showing up. But you said we're looking at the garages, but one of the biggest issues has been their big walls. What are they doing about their big walls?
Well, and we've gotten some positive. They're excited about turning their plaza, the vacant space on 4th Street, into something that's more active. The Placita, they like that idea. Awesome. They like the idea of opening up their entrance that's been closed on Virginia Street.
I love that.
And so those would be, there's certain things that are kind of like low-hanging fruit that we should pursue first, and then other things that would be more down the road.
Okay. Well, I'm going to have a third thing on phasing. I just want to know, what are we doing? What are we voting on?
Councilwoman Breckus? And I'd like a little more time because I did not yield the floor, but I want to say, Ms. Koski came up and said it's about the network, and that's why I did not support the Gale study, because it was just one street, and I referred to the earlier 2016, 2015, I think Traffic Works was the consultant, downtown transportation plan, and we need to think comprehensively about it. And I still think you're wrong. I still think others are wrong. The cycle track is not about the bicycling as much as it is about calming speeds and volumes through downtown. You cannot have high volume, high speed couplets through downtown and have a pedestrian environment of a downtown. It just does not work. Proven. Okay, I'm going to move that along. I do want to talk about the implementation plan and the expertise that Gail brought. So one is, I see in your recommendations a lot of, kind of fluidity in terms of what you want to do. And what I would like to see is all the aspects that involve private property, because I think we need to be very clear with ourselves and with our public is, look, private property rights are what private property rights are. We have some concepts, we have some great expertise, and we will have conversations. We've got workers who, employees who can go out and say, hey, we had some neat things looked at your property. End of situation. We're not their moms, we're not their lenders, we're not their shareholders. They do what they do. On, our investment in our property and in our space, I think that's where we need to put it. I would like to hold the $2.5 million until we do involve the greater thinking of how to do the right-of-ways, which is the network, as Ms. Koski said. But having said that, I have some questions about some of these improvements. $2.5 million doesn't go very far. And, we have seating. We have the little poker chip things that people do sit on. And we also have a standard that we've played with over time, and that's the stamped concrete and I think the candy cane, the purple, and then we also have the candy cane Stromberg, I think they're called. Because one concern I have is we introduce an urban design theme on Virginia Street, and it conflicts with the overall continuity of aesthetic that we have established downtown. Did they? Because then you start to look really sloppy. And the wayfaring came in, and you can look really sloppy we've already got 4 generations of sign wayfaring downtown. We don't need a 5th, because that looks like a downtown that's been just very scattershot. You really do need a continuity of your urban design theme in a great city. So can you address that a little bit?
So a lot of the specific designs that would come forward would be after the implementation phases are approved in concept. These are basically like an outline. Then staff would be able to take these and create the more detailed design plans as you're speaking to bring back to council for approval of specific projects.
Yeah, I think because we did attach money to it, which is okay. I think we need a little bit more from you all before, because things have a way of disappearing here and then going into administrative implementation, and then I'd like to see a little more specific.
Yeah. So because the money is ARPA funding, it does need to come forward to be approved by council with a project. So we don't want to go create a full project that you all haven't said we're in favor conceptually of this project. So we need you to tell us that you like the concepts of the project, so that then we can go and develop them, flesh them out, work with the relevant stakeholders to actually be able to come back with a proposal.
Okay, any other questions?
Well, I do,
Okay.
but if
Go
I'm
ahead.
allowed. So just getting into the phasing. So you said you're going to bring back each phase. And I think there could be a slight argument about what's in phase 1, what's in phase 2, like maybe we should accelerate something, maybe we should delay something. So when would we have that kind of conversation? Like, do you want that right now? Do you want to come back with us and say, hey, we're going to be bringing you a cost estimate for phase 1. Here's what we're looking at. That's what I'd like to see. And then the next meeting or two, bring back the dollar estimate once you've got a conceptual approval of what's in that phase. How do you feel about that?
So some of the items would be quicker, like not everything in phase 1 is going to have the same timeline.
Gotcha.
So I don't believe that we would bring it back as like, this is the full phase 1
I gotcha.
package.
Okay.
There are some things, like has been mentioned, that the city has control over. It's our property,
Yes, right.
it's our ability.
Yeah.
Those things potentially could move faster.
Okay.
Other things are other people.
So here's 3 things that we haven't talked a lot about. I'm going to start with transportation and the buses. So what I've heard from a lot of people is that they want a better bus network. And I've even heard that we're one of the worst cities in the West, at least in our bus network. I hear it all the way from South Reno. It takes 2 hours to get to downtown from South Reno when it should take, the drive time is maybe 20 minutes. But the transition time and everything. So if you want this to be a destination, we've got to also make it easier to get there. Bus doesn't have to be on Virginia, in my opinion. Can easily be on Center where it's a wider street. Could easily be on other streets besides Virginia, but it should be near if you want people to come. And if they're going to have challenges with parking, then they got to know I can get there another way. And they're not going to ride their bike, right? They don't want to spend 2 hours and 2 hours home. There's got to be some faster ways to get around. So that's number one. Number two, parking. So we did a great job. We have this parking garage right here. It is free. A lot of people don't even know it exists. They don't know that it's available on weekends. It's almost completely empty, has hundreds of spaces. It's just a few blocks from many things. We have another parking gallery on Sierra. To your point about accessing the 2 parking garages that we have, there's other parking garages at casinos. There's 2, one by the bowling stadium. I mean, we have a fair amount of parking garages, and maybe we have enough.
So can I actually
Yes,
share something
please.
exciting about that? So the Downtown Reno Partnership is working on an interactive parking map.
That would be great.
That basically people could use that to see what parking is available when they come downtown. Because I think
Cool.
a lot of the issue is you don't know which parking garage has room or,
Right.
you know, where they're located perhaps.
We have quite a bit, and they're spread around.
You know, and I think that would be a good first step.
Let me just say one more thing. Programming. So throughout this document, I kept reading programming. I mean, who is doing that? Who's in charge of that? Who pays for that? I mean, you know, we're going to have the partnership do one Tuesday, which is amazing. It's no Tuesdays, right? One Tuesday. And they are on something called Partnership Plaza, which I didn't remember renaming anything. Is Partnership Plaza where we have the trees and the 2 buildings across from Bowling Stadium?
Yes, that is. It's the space they're leasing.
Okay. Well, I don't mind the name, but I didn't know we had a new name because we've called it Civic Plaza or City Plaza before. But the programming, if it's Recreation and Parks Department, Recreation is sort of this. I mean, we're so stressed, right? To keep up our 88 parks, the maintenance, programming, the new pool, soccer fields. I mean, all of this is programming too. So what kind of programming are they looking at, and how can we support that?
So one of the things that recently happened was the approval of the special events, staff activation staff member coordinator.
Yes.
Thank you. So, I mean, that role would have a
That
role.
person would have a big role.
And I don't know what it would look like, obviously, but that there are changes that are happening to try and improve. It's the domino. So, you know, there are things, and then the Downtown Reno Partnership is taking on an aspect of that, which is great. And so, again, I mean, we're starting here, and hopefully there'll be more people in the community who step up as these spaces, like a big part of it is as these spaces are actually becoming more conducive to small events, because there is shade, there is power, there is lighting. Then someone who is maybe a community organization that never could pay to close down all of Virginia Street can rent a small plaza and do a small scale activation.
Gotcha.
So we're trying to create the environment
Well, I
where
like
the
it
whole
a lot,
community can be part of it.
But it must happen. So
Yes.
we can't just put shade on Believe Plaza.
Mhm.
We can't just open up part of the Circus parking lot and just say, okay, we're done, declared success.
Yes.
We've got to program those spaces then once there is shade, right?
Yes, and we want to do that.
Okay. All right. The money, I think you had a question. I don't know. Just how are we paying? Like you mentioned ARPA. So how much is there?
So it's about $2.5 million was set aside for placemaking, as well as some of the facade improvement and tenant improvement projects. There is, I mean, as much as council would like to see.
Just so you know, $2.5 million spread across, what was that, a mile?
Yeah.
Is that about a mile, Carrie? Yeah. That is nothing. If you truly
that's where-
want to revitalize
Yes.
an area, I'm sorry, I know people aren't going to like to hear that, but I have to be very honest with you. We're going to get to a place, and it's going to
That's
be
my concern.
where we literally will run out of money if you really are serious about this.
So we have we have a pot of money that was for overflow or unappropriated, and so that's a potential place to go as well. You said.
We have a pot of money in the ARP that is designated for strategic partnerships in the community.
Yeah.
In addition to the $2.5 million for placemaking, we have a facade improvement program. We have many millions of dollars for river path improvements that will, of course, play a role in here. And then as the RDAs get up and running, this is
another source of funds.
Another source of funds for strategic investments to revitalize and activate downtown.
Okay.
You know who I would love to hear from? We have not heard from either one of them yet. I would love to hear from Eric Eitelstein. You want to come up and talk a little bit about the feedback, what you're hearing you know, the vision, you've talked to a lot of us in great length, what this looks like, what the vision is, where we're going. That's one of the reasons why we're here, because you're going to help us implement that. And then I'd love to hear from Dale. Love to hear what your thoughts are, because we're going to need your help and your assistance from RTC to make this happen. So go ahead, Eric, take it away.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Eric Edelstein for the record. I will not take a lot of time because I would like to give Brian McCardle the floor because he has had as much engagement in this process.
Sure, whatever you want to do. Brian's over there going, really?
With Amy, but
that's all good.
Coming in late in this process, sat through public stakeholder meetings, read the feedback. You are correct. $2.5 million is just a tip. But it is dominoes. And so this is a domino. It knocks over one. Safety becomes easier once we are using spaces. And so this is something that's necessary. We can talk about how wide a space or how narrow a space, and then we will always argue about whether we should have gone wider or whether we should have gone narrower. But to rehash my presentation from the 29th, we have 40 years of plans that all say the same thing, which is that Virginia Street is the main corridor from the university down to Midtown, and this is an actionable plan that can knock over a domino to keep it going. So that would be my feedback on it. I'd like to ask Mr. McCardle to also add in his comments if you'd be willing.
And I'm just curious, how do we modify the street? Like, honestly, Virginia is very wide, and even the sidewalks are like incredibly wide. I mean, I honestly think it needs to have a road diet. I think, listen, we learned some really valuable lessons from Midtown, and though I think it's a great street now, there are some things I think that could have put it over the top.
Sure. With and my own personal opinion of the wide sidewalks is it gives us great opportunity to kick out from the buildings that aren't activating on the street and still have plenty of space for all the rest of the mobility that needs to happen down, throughout that street. So the wide sidewalks are an asset. If we hadn't have put them in, we'd have wished we did. So we have them now.
Well, yeah.
Now we have a
just
chance to
think,
use them.
I think they're great for the room because that's what we did in Midtown, right? But the whole street is wide. It's very, very wide. So there's a lot of opportunity there, which is a good thing. But I do think the street right there could use some calming. That's just my thought. Carrie, have you guys talked about that or what that might look like?
Carrie Koski, your city engineer. So we're talking about the how to slow traffic down and calming the traffic. One of the ways that we can do that is through signalization, better timing of our signals. That's one of the things that we've been looking at, and we'll dive more deep into that. Yes.
Okay.
Aren't you going to have parking and bike lanes? That itself is narrowing.
Absolutely. I just didn't repeat that. Yes. Yeah. Absolutely.
Dale, what do you think?
So good afternoon, Mayor, Councilmember Dale Keller, Director of Engineering for the RTC. First off, I want to appreciate the partnership that we've had with city staff and working collaboratively with each other to understand what's the best solution. And I think Amy did a great job identifying the positivities out of this Gale study and understanding making improvements to the backbone on Virginia Street. So overall, we're supportive of the improvements that are being proposed in the study and happy to continue this dialogue together and talk about the network. And I know there's towards the end of the month, we're going to be talking about micromobility and the results that came out of that pilot study and help support the city on that effort. And also, what does our program of projects look like for the next fiscal year, and how do we keep implementing and doing great work on behalf of the city? So thank you.
Okay, thank you. But I would like to get your idea. Like, what do you think? Are you excited? Are you like, this is not a great thing? Come on,
There's so much great momentum going on right now.
You're an expert in this. And so I want to hear like your vision, what you think. Like, come on, give it to us.
If you would have told me a year ago where we are today and where we're actually now at a stage where the council has a ability to make recommendations for an implementation plan, that'd be blow me away. So now we have all the pieces together. The team that Carrie's put together on her side of the city and the team that we have of some very great smart traffic engineers, how everything's going to come together. I'm very excited for the future of downtown Reno. And actually regionally, we look at regionally, how do we help apply the same type of concepts, not only in downtown Reno, but downtown Sparks, then looking at subsets of our communities like the North Valleys or South Reno, where you can build these microcosms of great connections outside of just your vehicle. So.
Yeah, and Carrie, to her point, she's like, we have to have that connectivity. Got to have that network, that connectivity right there.
Quick
You really
question for
convinced
Dale.
me, because you're right. But she's an engineer. She's smart. And this is what you do. We don't. But that's why we need your feedback. We need to know, what does that look like? And I think, Dale, you're very forward thinking. You've been very good to work with.
So quick question for Dale, if I may. Dale, do you recall off the top of your head what Midtown cost? It was redoing the street, adding the sidewalks.
80.
Utilities. So for reference,
Yep.
the Midtown project was not just focused on Midtown alone. It was a bus rapid transit. So it
Right.
was transit heavily focused. And
Right.
It was not only in downtown or Midtown Reno, it was also by the university.
Right.
that
I
extends,
remember you did both
from Plum
parts.
all the way to Liberty.
Right.
Then we jumped and went from the
Do you know what the
I-80
part Plum to Liberty cost?
Not in particular, I can get you that information, but the overall
Yeah.
project cost was about $100 million.
That's what I thought.
And that was it was a game
So-
changer of Midtown.
So
and
here's
the
our
university.
challenge. We have wide sidewalks. You don't have to rebuild them, but they do need to be resurfaced. We know that the surface on there is a trip hazard. We know that there's still stuff in the middle of the walkway, right? Signage, light posts, still to this day. We know we have a mishmash of, to Councilman Breakfast's point, signage, light posts. I've talked to Carrie. We have some different ones right at First in Virginia, then some other kinds down the way. Not that everything needs to look alike, but there should be some kind of symmetry. So I don't think it would cost anything like the 100 million, but I think we need you. I mean, you worked with us to put in at least 40 civil cells, something like that, with the trees in Midtown. I mean, this is infrastructure heavy cost. And I understand it's not a bus route. I mean, I'm not recommending putting more buses on Virginia. I think that's too much congestion. But if that's the decision, that's a decision. I'm talking about in downtown Reno. Go ahead.
Councilwoman, from the RTC's perspective, is that when Gail identified, I think number 2 was elevating the baseline.
Yes.
We're more than happy to partner with the city of Reno to talk about those street improvements, to elevate the baseline and address some of the comments that you brought up.
Yeah, because it is going to be a bunch of millions of dollars to repave, restripe, and rebuild the sidewalks properly, better. You don't have to take down power lines. There aren't a lot of power lines in this part down. You don't have poles right in the middle of the sidewalks that are only 2 feet wide. I mean, there's a lot different and better in downtown already, but it's still going to require a couple 10 million, 15 million.
In my maybe last parting words would say, we are working together to look at that network experience and where we're investing that money into and where we prioritize our monies and what type of funding. The good news is, thank you to Mayor Sheevy and Vice Mayor Reese about their participation in our RTC board of help gathering that and finding funding sources to advance this downtown micromobility.
Because we can't do it without you.
Right.
There's just-
And you'll see presentations, you'll be seeing a lot of myself, most likely, the next couple of meetings, either in late April and early May, to talk about our program and talk about how we're delivering these projects.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, any other questions? So the only thing is that I think, because I still would love to see a cycle track if it's done the right way. And I still think it's best on center. That's just my thought versus Virginia. I think it would be safer. That's just my thought. But I think Carrie brings up some really good issues that we would have to hammer out. Now, Councilwoman Dewar, that's what you were saying, is they would just sort of go the same direction.
Yeah, they would go in the same direction as travel. It's just we would have a very enhanced on center. I think center is a beautiful place to have this bicycling, but it doesn't have to be quite as wide to have two-way. And it doesn't have to be as dangerous, but we need it. And I think we need it on Virginia. I think as you get into downtown where it's congested, we need it through multiple streets to the point we've been talking about.
Okay.
Maybe down by Midtown, it's primarily on Center and primarily on Forest and Haskell, going, the 2 one-way streets. I mean, but anyway, certainly they can scope this out, like some alternatives. That's all we're asking for. But I think the message to the public is we are committed to biking, and we are committed to biking on Center Street as well as the other streets.
Okay, any further questions? All right. I would love for the ward representative to give us a motion.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I am so excited to make this motion. I move to accept the study and adopt the phased implementation plan as presented.
All right, I have a motion from Councilwoman Taylor and Ward.
I'll second.
I have a second from Councilwoman Dewar. All those in favor say aye.
Madam Mayor, comment?
Yes, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm not going to support the motion. I've been consistent all along that we need to look at the network. Virginia Street, actually, for a downtown street, in terms of the pedestrian environment it creates, works reasonably well. The focus needs to be on the high volume, high speed streets that are on either side of it. This does nothing to do that, doesn't look at the network. So I won't support the continued focus on Virginia Street when it's the best of the downtown streets right now for the pedestrian environment. Secondly, the implementation phase plan doesn't really delineate what is within the city's ability to impact and what is not within the city's ability to impact. And I think that this could lead to some confusion of, well, we're just going to go do the Row Plaza, or we're going to do this. I think that it needs to clarify. I see people, staff's kind of laughing on that, but that's fine. I want to let you know, I worked in a downtown setting, 30 years ago. I've done a lot of this. I just think that I'm not seeing a clarity of your work program coming out. And so with that implementation phase being very splotchy, naming plazas we don't even know who controls or whose authority, it's just a little too loosey-goosey in terms of what your work program is going to be doing. And then we hear it back, well, your staff member is out talking to this person and saying they need to, hire an architect to do this. No, we want to understand what your direction is when you engage with the property owners and businesses downtown, and that you have a clear understanding of what the city's role is and not what the city's role is. And I don't see that in your suggested implementation plan, Mr. Manager. So I won't support the phasing on the non-street issue. You don't have to comment on me. That's my comment on my vote.
All right, thank you, Councilwoman Breckus. I gave you 3 minutes, so I just wanted to let you know. Usually it's a minute.
Madam Mayor, I really do appreciate your...
So my 1 minute on the motion is, how do we make it explicit? I just said it, but it's not in the motion, that biking is going to happen on Center and possibly Sierra. How do we make that explicit so people know that if we approve this, it is not to the exclusion of the other? That's what I want to know. And 2, how do we know, I don't necessarily support the Row Plaza. If the Row's going to be involved, which I love it, I would love them to do the garage thing first.
So Madam Mayor,
I expect you're about to say that we're not agendized to.
For what?
For Sierra and Center. That said, what we can say unequivocally here is that approving or accepting this report and approving this phasing plan is not a mutually exclusive decision with those decisions.
Thank you.
But we are not agendized to make those particular decisions today.
But you'll bring those back because you've heard from a majority of the council that we're very interested in it?
When we have a design that works and a path forward, we will bring it back.
Okay, but let's come up with a timeline. Let's come up with a timeline. Like we've talked about a cycle track forever and ever and ever and ever. And I would like to see it as soon as possible. What would that look like? And I know Carrie's so busy. Oh my God, all we do is here, Carrie, have more. And she's sitting here.
No, but I mean, in order to approve
no way.
this, and I seconded this motion, I want some assurance that it is not mutually exclusive, that we can work in parallel, and that this project on Center, whatever it looks like, is very important to our community.
Carrie Koski, your city engineer, you're absolutely correct. It is not dependent on that. We are going to bring back at the second meeting here in April the pilot project for the micromobility. And then in May, we are going to be starting our network public outreach. RTC has also got an item agendized for the micromobility. So in the next 3 months, you're going to get sick of seeing us.
Well, can you make sure the word Center Street and Sierra is on the agenda so we can properly discuss it?
We're going to look at the network connectivity, which is not just Virginia Street, it's all streets.
Okay, would you clear it with our attorneys so that if we want to talk about these ancillary streets, we can talk about them?
Yep, we will be.
So that will be separate from this
item.
Placement, okay.
Yep.
Okay, is that okay? Okay, thank you. You
All right,
answered
so
my
you're
question.
adding that.
No, I'm
Just
not adding
clarifying.
it because it sounds like I can't add it, but we've
Just
given
clarifying.
staff direction.
All right.
And they've gone on record saying that they will work in parallel.
Okay, so I have a motion. I have a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?
No.
Motion carries. All right, motion carries.
Okay, Madam Mayor, with your permission, we'll go back to our consent agenda items, and we would open item B24, pulled by Councilmember Breckus.
Okay, and then just, I want to put this on everyone's radar. We still have a massive agenda that we've got to get through. We have a 6 o'clock appeal. I don't know how we're going to get across any of these, so I would just ask that you be aware of our time. And also, Madam Clerk, will you please help me watch the 3-minute clock so that we can be more efficient? But we've got a lot to get through. Councilwoman Breckus, I'm going to send it to you.
I am focused on some of our budget expenses right now, and risk is a big one. And I'm just unclear. So this is approval to realign the property insurance renewal cycle of each year by extending current cycle 3 months in the amount of $357,000. Does this amend an agreement?
Adria White, for the record, I'm the risk manager here at the City of Reno. What it's doing is it's taking our current expiration date of June 30th for the property and extending it to September 30th, because last year we did that with all of our other insurance programs. So we're just trying to realign it with those programs at this time.
I understand that, and that was in the staff report. But I think you're also doing something which is amending an agreement. And it doesn't say you're amending an agreement. The agreement amendment is not uploaded to your item. And so how can you do this without amending the agreement?
It's the policy that we're binding. So we did actually bind the policy on March 31st because one of the carriers, the earthquake carrier, would not extend their binding period, which is essentially, I guess, like signing a contract, you could say, past April 1st. However, the payment for that wouldn't be due until after today's council meeting. But we do not have a signature or anything in place pending the renewal of today, or the motion of today.
Yeah, I know you're new to our organization and other people have looked at this, but in my view, and sometimes people have to sign things, but it comes back for a retroactive. The fact that I think that this body needs to approve an agreement or an amendment to an agreement. The agreement is not up here. It should be. And the item should state that authority is granted to the mayor or the manager or whoever, you maybe, to sign the agreement, an amendment. So I have significant problems with this one. It's very relevant because it's a big issue. It's our insurance policies, but I'm looking for the agreement. I'm looking for a request to amend the agreement. I don't see that, and it looks in flaw to me. So I'll just bring that forward, and I'm not comfortable. I'm not comfortable with this unless you bring it back to amend the agreement, and I don't see that you're covering that in your agenda item. And that probably should have been caught by other people, I think. But someone somewhere is signing an amendment to an agreement or the policy, which is under the agreement. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Any other council members?
Madam Mayor?
Yes, go right ahead.
Well, this is perhaps directed to Mr. Shipman because I want to understand something about what's being requested here. And it relates to an incident that was very troubling to me that I read about in the paper recently. And it had to do with a council member who hit a homeless person in the park. And so I wanted to understand from our risk standpoint, because our cars, we receive sort of a portion of our income or our salary for the job we do as called a car allowance. If a person is in their car and they run over someone and then they leave the scene without perhaps providing their insurance information or the details about how to reach them if the person's injured, is that covered under our insurance policy? Meaning we're effectively in our cars acting in city vehicles, and when someone strikes, a person and then runs off without exchanging the information required by Nevada law, I'm worried that creates, financial risk to the city and our insurance policy, let alone the fact that it was just a horrible thing to do to a human being. But I want to understand, is this agenda item about that policy's renewal?
For the record, John Shipman from the City Attorney's Office. My belief here, and I'm doing this based upon reading the staff report, is this is just for the property insurance. This is not necessarily car insurance. So I think this is just, again, as stated, what we're doing is putting syncing up the property insurance with.
Thanks so much. Jill already read my
So
mind.
It's not our buildings.
It's our buildings and not our cars. Is that correct?
All right, Jill, go ahead and explain this for us.
Okay.
Jill Atkinson, I am the Assistant Director of Human Resources. So what we are looking to do is realign the expiration of the city's property insurance for continuity with our other insurance coverage programs from June 30th to September 30th of each year. What we are requesting from council is approval for that 3-month extension that realigns that expiration date on those insurance policies. And the policies in question today are simply limited to the property insurance, so the earthquake, the fire, those types of policies related to our buildings and facilities.
What kind of policy would that be that Councilman Reese is talking about? Do you know? Is there something like that?
So all of our city vehicles are covered and insured pursuant to state law, as all vehicles on the road should be. And part of the challenge is that is a separate policy that isn't the one we are looking to extend today. That is covered under the other policies that were already realigned.
It's not property. Okay.
Correct. Those
All
would be
right.
auto.
Thank you. I think that
policies.
was good clarification.
Hold on one second. Jill, could you please describe the 15-day window for rate quotes related to the carrier and why that presents trouble with the expiration date of June 30 versus our meeting schedule?
Yeah, absolutely. So part of this is to ensure operational efficiency. So many insurance companies provide a very limited window of time in which they say this is the rate we can provide you for this policy, because obviously things in the insurance market fluctuate quite regularly. And so given council's meeting schedule during that time of year and that very limited window oftentimes we get from the insurance providers, we want to realign this so that we can more timely bring it forward to council without having to bind and then come to council to ask for approval to purchase the policy.
Got it. Okay, so you're sort of on a timeline. I got
Yes,
you.
trying to
All right.
realign for everybody's efficiency.
Okay, thank you so much. I appreciate it. Okay, any other questions, please? All right, so Councilwoman, go ahead.
Motion to approve?
Second.
I have a motion from Councilwoman Duras, second from Councilman Martinez. All those in favor say aye.
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 All those
No.
opposed?
Aye.
All right, one opposed, Councilwoman Breckus. Okay, let's move on. Going back to you, Councilwoman Breckus, I think 25?
this
Or is
was
this Councilwoman Dewar?
Ebert and
25?
Dewar.
Go ahead.
Well, I can say why I pulled it, and then she can say, I pulled it. Look, I don't think development issues should be on consent agenda. I just don't. And this is something that comes up at regional planning, which is where the electrical power line is. I think it should be under community development or something like that, so we could at least have an explanation of what's going on here and why we're doing it. So, like, I don't think it should be up to us to pull it. I think you should come to us because it's a very specific planning thing, just like other planning things are separate. So that's my thought, and I was hoping to get an explanation of it, but before we do, perhaps Councilmember Ebert has some
Yeah,
thoughts.
it was basically the same reason. Yeah.
Sure. Sure. In looking at this, so this is a sponsorship. This doesn't require a resolution, does not require an ordinance. It is merely a sponsorship. And so through the direction of Jeremy Smith, the acting director at Truckee Meadows
He's
Regional
not
Planning
acting director.
or the director at Truckee Meadows Regional Planning Agency. Their preference is to have the governing body sponsor the amendment to the regional plan. So there's a few things going on with this project. This project has already been seen by our planning commission and was approved by our planning commission. It has also gone through the appeal process of this. So this is really, at this point, it's the action of moving it up the hill. If this is not sponsored, it would still, because of the project of regional significance, it still goes forward to the Regional Planning Commission. They also have the option to sponsor this. And so on this, we discussed with legal on how to approach this. And because it's not noticed, it doesn't legally have to be done. It is just a sponsorship, not an ordinance, resolution, anything like that. We felt that sort of to streamline the process and move it forward, we did put it on the consent agenda.
Okay. Is that kind of like a consideration?
Yes.
Okay. There's
there's no formal letter.
And it's already been seen by Planning Commission. Like, to me, this is just more of a
it's a formality.
Okay.
But you say there's no letter, but I'm confused. I mean, we have to convey our approval and sponsorship somehow.
Correct, and that would be through the minutes. So I would write a letter to the regional when I request that they review it for conformance and the amendment, and then they will move that forward. But it would be the minutes
This is more of a general applicability, and I'm not saying there's anything wrong with this specific project. It could be phenomenal, and I know that it's gone to these other bodies, but just like lots of things go to the Planning Commission or NABs or other bodies, and I'd just like to see it separated out, this kind of planning action.
Understood.
So, could be a 1 minute approval, got it, but just sort of with its like brothers and sisters.
All right.
Understood.
Any other questions?
Yeah, I think we were looking
this
for
item.
like a map or something, or
Sure, and go ahead and would you like a map of where it is, or our regional map of where we would see it established? What would you like to see?
I would just kind of like a brief presentation. I saw this at my NAB, but just in case, constituents in my ward missed that, I can refer them back to this meeting so they can kind of get a high level overview of what this is.
Certainly, I have a presentation I'm happy to present. Yes. So for the record, I don't think I did it. My name is Brooke Oswald. I'm an associate planner with Development Services. So good afternoon, council members and Madam Mayor.
So formal. Good job.
I'll tell you a little bit about the project. So located out in the North Valleys area, this is a substation, a 121 kilovolt substation. As you can see, we just discussed, this is for the regional sponsorship. The case went to Planning Commission on March 1st and was approved. That case was LDC 230045 Peavine Substation. Just the location and context. So where the arrow is, that is the intersection of 395 and Stead Boulevard. And then here on the corner of the site, this is Peavine Peak Road and the intersection with North Virginia Street. Coming a little bit closer on the site, and I can give you kind of a context of what this is surrounding. So it's currently a vacant site. It's approximately 9.9 3/4 acre site. Just for reference again, that's the intersection of Peavine Peak and Virginia Street. To the north, we have a series of mini warehouses, so a semi-industrial use. Directly to the east, we have a number of uses, but mostly related to industrial uses. We have some outdoor storage, we have an auto wrecking yard, and we have some other construction and other businesses. Directly to the south of the site, we're seeing a major rail corridor that runs through there. Let me go back. And then right above that, the white dot, that's a Tumwa water tank. So we're seeing other sort of utilities and services in this general area. Looking at our master plan, that's the one on the left there. The blue stripe indicates that's a special planning area. Now that's related to the Reno-Stead Joint Corridor Plan. We have, that has been sunsetted by both the Washoe County and our regional planning agency. We've just noticed for that, and we will be moving through that process to remove that master plan and then reassign other master plans. So you'll see more of that before this council as that goes forward. On the right, we have our zoning. It is a single family, 8 dwelling units per acre. So, but as you can see, we kind of see really industrial uses and some other things going on there. A utility, or this is major utility, and that is allowed in that SF8 zoning with a conditional use permit. And as you can kind of see on that zoning around, we're seeing a lot of industrial. We do see that SF8 and those larger lots off to the west there. But because of topography, some of the existing uses, I think coming in a residential is unlikely to happen in that area. So as I stated before, this went to the Planning Commission, was approved. That was a conditional use permit for 2 things. That was the establishment of that major utility, and then 2, they had for cuts and fills. That's cuts exceeding 20 feet in depth and fills in 10 feet in height. As you can see, there's a sloping topography on that. It is a large format where they need that flat to facilitate the substation there. They've cut in the back of the hill and they pushed up towards Virginia Street, which kind of puts the substation a little bit up higher and kind of takes it a little bit up from that visual or aesthetic view, takes that out. And then that was approved, went through the appeal process. Now we're looking at that Truckee Meadows regional planning. There are 2 things going on. That's the project of regional significance to establish that substation. That will be, that's heard by the Regional Planning Commission. Then the amendment to the regional master plan, which is putting that substation basically on a map, but it does require that to be amended. That has to go to the regional governing board, and that requires the sponsorship, and that's why we're here today. With that, I can leave you with the motion, and if you have any other questions or anything, I'm happy to.
Could you go back to the last one?
Sure.
Just a quick question. So
Yes.
I'm unclear. Does the power line go here now? Or is this going to bring an entire power line along Virginia?
No,
in
there
this
is a
area?
major power line corridor that runs adjacent to the site. So this does not establish any new corridor. It only establishes the substation.
Substation.
Correct.
But is there power there now, or is it an empty power line corridor?
It is there is power there now. So they will be, it's a great location because they can really just move right into the corridor there with this substation.
Okay. Thanks.
Councilwoman Ebert.
Will this help with any kind of power outages or anything we have in the area? We do frequently get them if it's windy or we have storms or anything like that. Will that kind of help with those issues in Ward 4?
Now, I can't speak from NB Energy and exactly how's that happened. Now, as the staff report said, we've seen a large amount of growth out there. We've seen the industrial growth, a number of those things. In talking with the representative from NB Energy, they did say that there are 3 other substations in the general area. So this is part of that overall network and they'll connect. Without this, they would anticipate one of those would meet or be past capacity in 2024. So with that sort of infers that this is backup and would be anticipated. You'd see more redundancy within the system and hopefully less blackouts and other issues.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, Councilwoman Ebert, it is your word, so give us a motion, please.
Motion to approve.
All right, thank you so much. I have a
Second.
motion, I have a second. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, motion carries unanimously.
Aye.
Okay, we are moving on. Madam Clerk, item 26, right? Okay. Who was this? Councilwoman?
Councilman Breckus.
Breakfast.
Yeah.
Breckus,
so-
go ahead.
So this is a multi-year contract, new contract or contract extension for outsourcing building inspection, or building plan review services. And I have a few questions about the materials. So in fiscal year 21, the city allocated $500,000 for the services. In fiscal year 22, our current fiscal year, we allocated another $500,000. And you're asking to extend it for 5 years for $1 million. Is that correct?
For the record, Spencer Schultz, Management analyst, development services department. Yes, that is correct.
Okay, so I added up the ones that was Exhibit A to your staff report, and those only came to $354,000.
Right. Exhibit A.
Yeah, to the staff report.
The Excel list that shows all the projects that have been
Yeah, by
sent in the
name and
last,
all, yeah.
that's in the last calendar year from date to date.
Well, no, it was all of 2022, so it was 354,000. So I guess the question, you can look at it two ways, is one, you didn't spend all the 500,000, if my calculation is correct, and then if you are asking for 500,000 each year and you want to go 5 years, why aren't you asking to budget 500,000 each year going forward for 5 years?
So the increase in the not to exceed amount is to $1 million. And we've extended the contract length up to 6 years total. Originally, we came with a 2-year plan for $500,000. We had to come back in fiscal year 22 for that additional $500,000.
Yep, I remember.
Currently, we are seeing a continued complex and specialty permit submittal. So we want to extend this, but we're bringing this before council in order to get your approval for that initial $1 million amount. And if an amendment needed to be done at a later date, we could do that.
Would you encumber that $1 million right now and
Yes,
roll
that's
it
how
over
this-
and ask to budget over? I don't like to forward commit money, even in a fund that's running a huge surplus. But the other question, which is most problematic to me, is why aren't we developing our in-house plan review capacity? I looked at these projects. These don't seem like the mother of all projects. They don't, I don't see a Grand Sierra Resort in here. I don't see, I see stuff that there should be in-house plan review capacity for. And if you want to go out 5 years, that implies to me you're not developing that in-house capacity. And that bothers me, particularly because, I think we've seen you, this division, this function, be able to develop capacity in terms of reviewing mega large industrial buildings, right? You have a plan reviewer who can review a 1 million square foot industrial building, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so how come, and if I
right.
need to,
Thank you. Any other council members want to chime in?
Okay.
No? Okay, Councilman Breckers, you get 3 minutes, and then we're going to vote.
Why in the next 5 years, and if you need to refer to your director, bring him up, why in the next 5 years can't you develop plan reviewers who can review these buildings?
So it's a two-part question, right? I have a staff presentation prepared. If you'd like me to present it, I can give
I
it.
looked at it, it's 3 slides, I'm going deeper than what I'm seeing in there, so thank you.
So to answer your question directly, it's multifaceted, right? We have 5 plans examiners on staff with 1 supervisor. What Bureau Veritas is giving us are structural and architectural engineers, right? And they're a international consulting firm that has 300 engineers on staff who can work on these projects in the expedient timelines that we give to developers locally. So as you know, our initial plan review timeline is 10 days for an initial review and then 3 days for additional revisions. In order to meet that type of timeline and manage those building timeline expectations, we would need to expand that staff significantly. Ultimately, it's more cost effective to contract via a third party. This is industry standard practice. City of Sparks uses it. City of Las Vegas uses it. So that's really the answer to your question.
Yeah, I'm not there with a comfort level, and I've been around building departments for a lot of years. I've had building inspectors under me. I get the contracting, but I want the in-house capacity. I don't want to understand these high-rise buildings, because then I want someone who can speak in the building to the fire department when they have to do response. I think the link is broken. I think a lot of what happened to 1200 Riverside is showing that the link is broken between the building department and the fire department. And 5 years out of having, someone in Vegas review them, but not being there to help and develop the relationship with the fire makes me nervous. Okay, that really is a problem for me, and I just can't get past it. I had another point, but I've kind of lost it on that. But I'm not comfortable with that answer right now. I see that in times of high volumes, you want to bring in the consultants so you don't have to lay people off. but I'm not seeing that. Oh, the other point is, I'm seeing that from what you told me, and I haven't been the liaison to the BFAC in a while, but we seem to have a two-tiered system here. We have a two-tiered system of turnaround for big, people, these people, and then we have everyone else. And, maybe I haven't been informed of that, but, the timeline should be the timeline for all. So I don't know if Mr. Pingree wants to answer that, but my bigger concern is the brokenness of the plan reviewers to our fire department.
Chris Pingree, Director of Development Services. You're incorrect in the two-tiered system. Two-tiered system, we have a 10-day plan review. The reason why we use Bureau Veritas is to be able to meet that 10-day turnaround, whether it's a patio cover or a 6-story high-rise classified building. We use that. We have these guys at our beck and call in order to provide that service to the end user.
But they're doing they're not doing the patio covers. They're doing the big podiums.
Anything
where
we
have
need
a lot of
structural
beds in.
engineering review on, we use them correctly. We do not have a structural engineer on staff with our department.
Why not?
Chris, go ahead. If you want to answer that, you don't have to, but if you want to.
We don't have the demand, right? How many 5, 6, 7, 8-story buildings do we see coming in to where we would have a structural engineer sitting around?
I sat for a decade with plan
Councilwoman
reviewers.
Breckes, hold on a second, and then I'll get back to you. And also, will you clarify, because I think some of the comments were made and people might misconstrue how they are, but building review is different than fire review. They're not under the same standard or same department.
That is correct. We take those in a permit application system, and then those are sent to fire for their review. Building, all of the architectural and structural review is done within our Department of Development Services. Fire, health, TUMWA, the rest of those go to the other, sister companies that or sister organizations that help with that review in the process. We're just the gatekeeper.
Okay, that's exactly what I wanted to just make sure, because I don't want people to think they're under one review. That's not how that works. Okay, does anyone have any questions? If not, I'm going to send it back to Councilwoman Breckes, 3 minutes.
I want you to have the in-house capacity. I've seen the in-house capacity before. If you were telling me it's like we just cannot get plan reviewers who have that capacity.
We spent 18 months trying to find a plan reviewer qualified to work here. 18 months. That position was open.
But you got 5.
We have 5 now. Yeah, it took us 18 months to get 1.
Okay, and those 5, you're telling me that none of them have the ability to review an 8-story building?
They all do.
Then why aren't they doing it?
Because we have enough demand coming in. We did 13,000 permits last year,
No,
right?
I understand.
Those all take time. Every one of those, all 5 of our plans examiners are incredibly busy, busier than they have ever been, but we like to keep them that way. And this is a backup to have when we have these high structural buildings that helps us get a third set of eyes on it to where our people get to actually learn from the professionals in the business.
So, this is pretty detailed, but you're saying, why don't you give the outsource the easier things, and as you're presenting, you're doing all the tall stuff off to this Veritas. Is that how it's working?
That's the business decision we have decided to make, yes.
Okay, I don't like that.
All right, Councilwoman Breckes, go ahead and give me a motion.
I won't give a motion.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to send it to Councilwoman Taylor.
Did this go to the BFAC? Has the BFAC seen this?
This was spoke about at BFAC, yes.
And they were all supportive.
Yes, they understand we have a commitment to the development
And Chris,
community
I want
to
to
meet a
say you
timeline.
do an amazing job. I'm so impressed. And you're always one department that people are like, Hillary, I love working with Chris, love working with that department. I'm hearing it all the time. It's just all positive. And you're the expert.
Thank you.
So I appreciate you recommending this to us. Go ahead. Councilwoman Taylor.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm prepared to make a motion to approve staff recommendations for the agreement.
Okay, thank you. I have a motion. I have a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?
Opposed.
Aye.
Motion carries. Okay, moving on. 33.
Yep, item B 33 pulled by Councilmember Martinez.
All right. Take it away, Councilmember Martinez.
Awesome. Yeah. Hi. I just had a quick question about this. I've been hearing a lot about the conditions of our roads. So I just wanted to see if you could share with us and the public a little bit more about what this allocation is for, and if you can kind of address some of the things that we have done to address the potholes specifically in our area.
Okay, yeah, absolutely. So I did not prepare a presentation, but for the record, Hans Meyer, Senior Civil Engineer in the Public Works Department. The item before you today is essentially a condition analysis consultant agreement to go out to our roadways and collect condition analysis. Pavement condition index is a word that you might hear frequently related to our streets projects. Basically, that is a rating of our roadways from 0 to 100. We aim to get all of our roadways done throughout the entire city every 3 years. And that's what this item is for in terms, in terms of just what we are doing right now for potholes. Not only is our maintenance and operations team working day and night to fill those potholes and make them not holes, we are also tracking where those locations are on the regular basis through every Reno Direct service request that comes through. We're mapping those, and we're looking at, with our construction projects and with our, I think I was here last month on the preventative maintenance project, how to repair our roadways when we can and do it in an efficient manner.
Great. Thank you so much for sharing some of that information and expanding on that. And I like that knot holes.
Yeah, I like that. I have not heard that.
Yeah.
It's good.
Turning potholes into knot holes. Nice. And I like that you're tracking it so we can kind of keep an idea of where that's going. And just to put it on the record too, so if anybody sees any potholes out in the area, they can report those to Reno Direct.
Absolutely, yeah, report those to Reno Direct. This item before you today is also just related to that massive amount of data that we do collect to make sure where our roadways are and where we're going to make sure we have safe roadways to travel upon.
Awesome. And if no other council member has any questions, I'm ready to make a motion, but
All
I'll
right.
leave.
I do have a question.
Yes.
I'm first of all, I think you did a great job. Excellent. And then
Thank you.
second of all, I'm just curious, when you're driving, are you like writing it down? Okay, I'm on. Because I think, we're seeing them now more than ever, obviously, because of the weather. And it's just been a really tough landscape for our roads. So let me ask you, like, how do you feel about it? Because, like, you must be driving around the city going, oh, my goodness.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, as a resident, lifelong, this year is very reminiscent of 2016 and 2017. For those that were around, there was an extensive effort that construction season that led to a lot of patching, very similar to what we're going to be looking at again this year.
Yeah.
It's another. It's not quite the same storm. Every storm is different, but that's probably the last time we saw a weather event like we saw this last season.
Yeah,
So
not
it's
a
a
storm.
lot. I do get
It's like a season.
inside of
Right?
work, outside
The
of
whole
work.
season.
It is the talk of the town. So we have our work cut out for us this summer. I can make a quip that the second state flower of the road construction cone is about to bloom if it hasn't not already.
Thank you.
So
All right, good job.
Thank
Born
you.
and raised here, huh?
yes.
That's awesome. Love it. All right. So I have a motion from Councilman Martinez.
Second.
A second from Councilwoman Taylor. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed. Motion carries unanimously. Good job.
Thank you.
Okay, we are on 35.
Madam Mayor, this was mine also.
Okay.
Thank you. I'm confused about this because it raised questions to the staff report. Now, this is a consultant agreement with One Studio DNA, D+A, for contract administration for the Public Safety Center. And we already have a contract with them. And it's adding about $300,000 more with them. But I'm confused because it's a 29-month construction period, correct? And the first contract was for 1.8 million for 15 months, correct? And now the other 14 months, which is, almost equal time, we're only adding $300,000. But in the scope here, it says that the work is even more involved. It's going from every other week meetings to meeting weekly. So why are you only doing it, same amount of time, more work, and only asking for $300,000 more? Do you understand the question?
I do. Justin George, Senior Civil Engineer for Public Works. The original contract with One Studio DNA, we went into with them October of 2019, was for architectural design and construction administration. So that 1.8 million included design, permitting, bidding, and 15 months of construction administration. So this is just to get us through the last 14 months of construction administration.
Okay, so, but I thought there was some statements in there that they need to do a little more design on some features.
So no, there's not more design as we go through things with the contractor. You know, they need to provide coordination, or they help us coordinate with our vendors, because we don't have our vendor items up front. We coordinate with the vendors. They're continually coordinating with the contractor. If the contractor has questions about the construction documents, the architect provides design clarifications to the contractor.
Okay, so I thought there was something about they were gonna do more design, like on lighting or something, or wiring or something. Is that all been done?
The design is complete, but yeah, there are things that they work with the contractor when questions come up throughout. So
Okay.
design has been complete.
Okay, I'm satisfied with your answers. You know, I understand that, you know, the time and, you know, the scope has been shrunk to 1/3. So, you know, it's a massive project, very difficult building. I've never supported this approach, and the poison pill that it got moved in financing wise with the pool. But I also feel that this body needs to keep an eye on the costs, and because can be cost creepage, and I want confidence that there's not cost creepage. So that's why I pulled this, but I am satisfied with your answer, so thank you. I'll make a motion if no one else has anything else to bring on that. Yep, I'll make a motion.
Second.
All right, I have a motion from Councilwoman Breckus, a second from Councilman Martinez. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Good job.
Thank you.
Okay, moving on. I believe, is it 30?
B40, pulled by Councilmember Breckus. And
Okay.
just to note for the record, Madam Mayor, that Councilmember Reese was having some technical issues, so he has left the Zoom meeting.
Okay,
And I don't know that he will be rejoining.
okay.
Now, let's see, this is, I would like a staff report to explain what we're doing here.
Great. Hello, Amy Pennington again, Special Projects and Outreach Coordinator for Public Works. And today, what we're here to do is I'm here to ask for council to begin the annual process for collecting assessments for the Downtown Reno Business Improvement District. And that's by setting a date for a hearing. And so every year, the city administers an annual assessment on behalf of the Downtown Reno Business Improvement District. Pursuant to NRS 271, there is a process that has several steps to make sure that residents are notified of their assessment. So this is the boundaries of the zone with the different types of groups. There is standard, premium, and premium plus. This is in the downtown core. And then this is the timeline of the different key dates. So in February and then in March, actually, the DRP came and presented their budget. And then right now we're on step 2, which is asking the council to accept a resolution that sets the date, time, and place for a public hearing for the filing of the assessment roll. Well, so, sorry, the public hearing and the filing of the assessment roll. The public hearing will be on May 10th, and this is when the public can come forward and have any complaints or protests or objections to the assessment roll, and any hardships that are presented, the council can consider. And then the 4th step is that there will be an ordinance adoption to levy the assessments, an ordinance introduction to levy the assessments, and then the 5th step is the ordinance adoption. So are there any questions about that?
Now, you were not the presenter for the first step, correct?
The DRP was the presenter for the 1st step.
Oh, I
The
thought
first
we had-
step is them presenting their budget.
I thought we had a staff member who was involved there. Okay, so I had asked, because I recall that there is a $600,000 increase. Is that correct?
It is correct.
And I had asked to know how that cost is distributed among those who are paying. And I asked particularly, you know, who proportionally is getting asked to pay more? Is it residents? Is it business? Is it cities, or so on? Now, the attachment here did show what everyone's paying this year, but that calculation of who's bearing the increase of the 600,000 proportion to themselves was not there. That it was material information that I want to know. And, we don't have anyone here because they haven't been noticed. This is to let them know they're being noticed. But I know it's material to them having been through this before. So number one, Mr. Manager, your staff reports, your staff work, the comments were made, they weren't followed up. I'm just going to say I wanted information, I didn't get it. And it's material to me. Maybe it's not material to others. You put the agenda together, but I wanted to know. Number two is I also wanted to see the DRP's budget because I'm seeing.
All right, I'm going to cut you off. Go ahead, Mr. Manager.
So I would say that we have followed the process to the letter with the Business Improvement District. This is just the time and place to say they've come forward with a budget. It's been accepted here at the City Council. We need to have a public hearing and we need to fix the assessment roll for the year. And if there are objections to that assessment roll, the way you are describing, May 10th is the time and place to resolve them. That's all we're asking for today.
It's to notice it.
Yes.
This is to be able to notice it. And then everyone will be able to come and put in their public comment and.
That is correct.
Okay. So that's what we're
Madam
doing.
Mayor, yeah, and
Go ahead.
I get the legal compliance.
3 minutes.
I get we're complying to the letter of the law, but let's talk about what's best to help us do our jobs. Is these postcards go out and I'm, property owner in the, Arlington Towers or wherever, and I was paying this much last year and I'm paying this much next year. Who am I going to call? I'm going to call one of us. And why? How has it happened? Why am I paying more? Because I've heard this before over the years. Wouldn't that have been nice to have before those calls come in? Yes. And that's why I was trying to get that information. Now I want to pivot to the budget of the DRP. The budget of the DRP, as I see it, is I want to know how much is being done to do the premium service levels and the standard. And that's the clean and safe, that's the public safety and the maintenance. I don't want to know about the downtown parking app or the marketing because I don't think those who are paying the fees should be paying for that. If I live in I'll say the Montage, I don't really want to be paying my fee for the downtown parking app. That's not what I think what those fees should go for. I'm a council member here. I'm making the vote. I want to know of their budget how much is coming from other sources to do those things. I heard something about Tuesdays and so on, because I really feel that we need a hard line of what the work that is generated through the money that is generated through this process goes to. And in my view, it just goes to public safety. And it goes to clean and safe. Marketing, economic development, all these other things should come from other sources. That's how I stood up this as an iteration from the two assessments we had before that were doing police and maintenance. They weren't doing like chamber-like work. And so I think we do have some real big questions to have answered, and they were going to be answered in the 5-year update. They were always on the table. And I think we're doing a disservice to these folks. Now, my last time it was discounted, I've got a vendetta against Ms. Jardin, so everything was discounted by that statement by my colleague. And I want to say that's not true. I really have always stood with the bid as an approach, but I think it has taken a pivot that is not serving those who are paying into it, particularly the households, and I think the line that, well, most of it's being paid for by, some of the big dogs, and I looked at all the who's paying how much, that shouldn't bear weight. What should be is how much the hit is to each individual household and how it shifts, and that it's a hit to them and what they're getting in return. And I think that we are not being responsive and honorable to a lot of the promises that were made when we adopted the downtown plan and stood this up without going a little deeper on this information, Mr. Manager. So thank you.
Councilwoman Taylor.
Oh, Madam Mayor, I'm just prepared. I'm prepared to make a motion.
Oh, this is your word. Okay, go ahead.
I move to accept the resolution fixing the date, time, and place when complaints, protests, and objections to the assessment roll for the downtown Reno Business Improvement District will be heard.
All right, I have a motion from Councilwoman Taylor. Do I have a second? Second. I have a second. All those in favor say aye.
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 All those opposed?
No.
Okay, thank you so much. Okay, moving along. 41, and then 45, no, yeah, 41, 45, and 49.
So
Go
I
ahead,
think two of us
Councilwoman
pulled
Dewar?
this. Two of us pulled this. I wanted to understand what this is. I didn't fully understand.
Sure. Thank you, Eric Edelstein, for the record. On March 22nd, along with the activation coordinator, I was instructed to follow the presentation at that time to simplify and streamline the sponsorship process for our special event funding. And so in the interest of, as the mayor said, moving faster and helping our special events get their funding quicker, I've presented this resolution which simplifies, streamlines, but maintains the same approvals by council for special event funding.
Well, what was streamlined or changed?
So what we did was, first of all, the previous resolution was very specific on the boards that needed to make up the sponsorship committee.
Yep.
So we took a couple of boards that are always functioning. We left one at large seat with a member, and then we removed the special events subcommittee of the council. So the 4-person special event sponsorship committee will make their recommendations directly to the council for final approval.
And who's on the 4-person?
So the resolution contemplates a member of the, make sure I get this right, a member of the Financial Advisory Board and a member of the Reno Arts and Culture. It says subcommittee, it should say commission, and a third member to be appointed by the sitting council member on that committee.
And then also you said 4. So
The one member from the city council would be
Council
one of the
member.
4.
And who is that today?
I do not believe.
I think it's Kathleen Taylor, Councilwoman Taylor. It's Councilwoman Taylor.
Got it. So
On
somebody
the special
appointed.
event subcommittee, I'm also,
Oh, you are too?
yeah.
So
This is different. I believe
Yeah.
this is the sponsorship subcommittee, so that one is Councilmember Taylor.
Oh,
So
okay.
they're
Sorry
two
about that.
different
How
boards.
do we
sorry.
bring this back to where, like, we can really weigh in on this and, I don't know. I mean, I feel like we're sort of disconnected if we're doing, yeah. What do you think?
So we could, I
What
mean,
do you
we certainly can talk about it now. I thought from March 22nd that that the direction was clear to take a recommendation to create this sponsorship committee of these 4 members and bring it back. And we are we are late, admittedly, in getting this process going. And so
Yeah.
moved this as quickly as I could to get it back in front
So
of you.
what you're saying is the committee will then bring it to the council?
Correct.
Okay, got it. Okay, that's all. That's
Yes.
perfect. Okay,
So,
go ahead.
so is the recommendation to get rid of the special events committee?
No.
No?
No,
Okay,
there
I'm sorry,
there
just trying to
were 2
understand.
bodies that weighed in prior to arriving at council.
This is
And
more
we're-
streamlined.
We're removing the subcommittee of the council, so the sponsorship committee will bring their recommendations directly to council.
But that is getting rid of it.
But
Removing is.
it is.
And
So-
we had like 3
Yeah, you
or
want
4.
one to
I
bring it to the
do not
council.
object to it, but I'm just saying, let's be honest about, we have a subcommittee of the council, but you're saying do away with that, right?
That is correct.
So instead of me being a part of the subcommittee, we would not be a part of that until things came before council.
That is correct.
Okay,
I mean,
so.
who else was on this subcommittee? Do you know?
I'm sorry, I don't.
Do you know?
Wait, explain to us, because it sounds like to me we had 2.
This was.
Yeah, go ahead.
Go ahead.
Ms. Turney for the record.
Thank you. Ashley Turney, Chief Innovation and Experience Officer. To add a little bit of clarification, there are 2 separate types of boards. There is the sponsorship committee, and then there is the special events subcommittee of the council. So the resolution that's in front of you today does not propose getting rid of the special events subcommittee. It is proposing removing them from the sponsorship process.
Right.
So they'll still exist for looking at additional code changes. If there's something that council wants that subcommittee to go look at, they still exist. They're just not involved in the sponsorship in order to streamline to bring it to you sooner, which was the request.
Well, they're dropping out of the review process for events.
Correct, because it is just coming directly to council.
So is there a companion piece to refocus this subcommittee?
That is not
Because
what's,
oftentimes-
this is just for sponsorship, which is a
Won't we often
separate.
see though, they'll come up with this recommendation, then we bring it to council, and then we like end up
And
going, what
then
is this?
this
You know
council
what I mean?
sometimes
Like, then
changes
we
it.
start.
Maybe you should
we,
be
like,
keeping the
start to blow it up,
subcommittee
then
and
they're
getting rid
bad.
of the sponsorship
So the
committee.
conversation needs to be here at council.
So, if I might,
Yeah.
turn my microphone off. I have enough trouble, thank you. If you recall, a meeting ago or 2 meetings ago, we brought forward a conversation on sponsorship and reconstituting the board that allocates that money. And we did that as part of the conversation on the activation coordinator position and the room tax fund. And what we found is over time, many of the identified bodies that contribute a person to that committee the sponsorship committee were now defunct. And so it precluded us from having a lawful meeting of the sponsorship committee, which led to all manner of administrative headache. And so as part of that conversation, the direction we took from the body was to come back with a resolution to cure that process so that we could do a better and more efficient job of getting those dollars out into the hands of our events promoters. The resolution that's in front of you now is our understanding of the direction that we took from that meeting. If the direction is now different, we can have that conversation.
Yeah. So I'm just trying to understand the process here. So if we don't have the subcommittee and I'm not on there and whomever works on this and they come before council and we vote on whatever they bring before us and we don't like certain parts of it, are we going to be in a position like we were earlier with the placemaking study where we say, oh, we like this piece, but we don't like another part, and then we're stuck with, what they present to us? Because that's what I'm trying to avoid. I'd like to be a part of the subcommittee so that we have input before it comes to council and we just kind of have to take it or leave it.
I apologize for interrupting. I think what I would say is, again, we're not eliminating the subcommittee. The subcommittee is going to be an important part of redesigning, I'm sure, the special events code, which is a project that we're undertaking this year, as you remember. The elegance of this solution is that if something has to come to council for a vote, you're not stuck with anything, right? So all we're eliminating is a step where a handful of council members have input before it comes to the broader council. So the result that you're describing is still theoretically possible, even if 2 of you participate earlier in the process. So it's just removing a step. It's removing one time barrier to entry into the process. It's to get it to you quicker
Sooner,
so that it
it's to
gets
get
into
to
the
us
community
sooner
quicker.
and have all of us weigh in.
You are not losing your voice in the process.
Madam Mayor.
Yes, go ahead.
Yeah, so, the Reno City Council doesn't have a lot of subcommittees. And I think this special events subcommittee was stood up since I've been on. I think, because I saw the motion and I voted on it and, I remembered it. Mayor was here too. And I was never on it, didn't really think it was, something I wanted to focus on. But as the years went on, I really realized that it needed focus from me related to my ward where a lot of special events are held, but also some of the other considerations of, the financials of it, particularly is related to what I understood was going on with requirements for police services. And I didn't support the motion a couple weeks ago. I didn't think it was clearly outlined, and now we know the other side of the story. I would encourage the council, because we are gearing up a new day, and the mayor's been talking about wanting a workshop on those. I would not do this resolution. I would say, hey, the council has the bandwidth and wants the learning curve right now to function as the sponsorship committee. Don't even have the sponsorship committee. Maybe you don't even have the subcommittee, but, let's set the budget. Know what the budget is, staff go out with your announcement for it, and bring back the recommendation and let the council make the decisions how to do it. And then after everyone sees how that works, then we can understand what the process is. Because I don't know if you all noticed, but they attached the application form to the, did you notice that?
Yes.
It's a 2014 form, right? You know, kind of outdated. Or what you?
Eric Edelstein for the record. The attachment was the full resolution from 2014.
Okay.
So it is not, that application form is
No longer.
far outdated, and we thought it better not to include a specific form for that exact purpose, so we didn't have to continue to bring back.
Okay, but what I would say to the council is, really get a handle on this, because it has implications beyond just the little budget money you do. For this 1 year go around, act as the committee, let the applications come in and see how it works, so you can learn how to work on this process. That's what I
Thank you.
recommend.
I mean, that might be even a quicker way to get the stuff to council. So, Ms. Taylor, Councilmember Taylor.
Thank you, Councilwoman Dewar. I think I am a little bit confused because I've been hearing all afternoon that we want to streamline promotion, we want to streamline events, we want to make it easier. This to me seems like the way this is a tool to get us to where we wanted to be. So I'm just curious if somebody might be able to explain, I'm a special event, I'd like some money, or whatever. What does that look like?
Thank you. So only after this resolution is passed, or a motion for a resolution is passed and that resolution is adopted, we can then open up applications. Once we open up applications, we can start reviewing them as quickly as possible. And as quickly as we can convene the group, we can make recommendations and we can get them back to the body for a full vote.
So if, let's just say, council reviews all of those applications, that's not going to streamline the approach. I think the subcommittee is the tool that we use to do that and bring the recommendations to council, where we make a decision, and then they go off and do their special event.
I believe that's right. I'm a little over my skis, but if the entire council was the special event committee, I believe then we're also we'd be conducting open meetings for all the
For
applications.
all the applications, that does not sound like a streamlined approach to me at all. Okay, thank you.
Actually, if I could.
Let me just ask before we get back to you, Councilman Breckus, does anyone else want to weigh in on this? Okay, back to you.
Yeah,
Councilman
so
Breckus.
say the money, because we got the activation quarter is 300,000 this budget, and all the applications come in, staff does a review of them, and whether it's the sponsorship committee or the subcommittee, and I've sat on the subcommittee, and Ms. Jardin and Ms. Weber were more experienced than I was, and I learned from them a bit. Staff will make the recommendation, and I think this council really needs to see, the legacy ones are here, but the new ones are here, and there's, a lot of, they got more, we didn't get more, we want this. I think it would be good for all the members to understand how that plays out. That's why what I would recommend this year is that open up the applications with the budget you're given, or you have, and let staff come through and say how much to give to each one based upon the parameters that are in place, and then everyone can understand and make those allocations. But anyway, that's what I would recommend.
Okay. So here's a comment from me. What I'm worried about, just in the interest of time, given that we're so close to the end of the year, for the FAB to make a recommendation for a member, they have to agendize, have a meeting, agendize, and make an appointment. Same for arts and culture. To have it says a sitting person, I don't know, a third person, I'm unclear who they are, but they would be appointed, but they still have to apply because it's a committee. So there has to be application. Our staff only want to deal with them on the first meeting of each month. My point is, this could easily take 2 months to set up, this subcommittee, this sponsorship committee. And I don't think that's going to be very quick for this end of the year. So I'm supportive of where you're going. I just think where we are, it's going to be April, May. It's going to be June before this committee can even meet, frankly. So staff, do you have any thoughts?
Ashley Turney, Chief Innovation Experience Officer. For clarification, understand some of the question. What is proposed in front of you is the bodies that already exist appointing from their existing membership. So the three boards would be Arts and Culture, Financial Advisory, and the Parks and Rec Commission.
Right?
And
But
so
don't they have to make
They do need to make a recommendation, yes. So that's part of what we're hoping that council, if they approve this today, this would be on their agendas for the month of April, ideally. If not, then we'd be looking at May. One question I would ask to the attorneys based off some of the direction from council is, do we have an option for them to forego the existing resolution while adopting this one for the future? So do the staff recommendation and then bring forward or approve this resolution for next year.
What could you clarify? Because I'm not even sure I understand what you're saying.
Thank you. It sounded as if my understanding council is proposing one option would be to have staff make a recommendation for this fiscal year in order to get the monies out sooner.
That is correct.
So that would be my question to the attorneys. We do have a resolution in place currently. Can council make a motion based off how we're agendized today?
Yeah, for the record, John Shipman, I'm not seeing that. I'm seeing it's a take it or leave it on the resolution. So, I mean, we could bring a resolution back at the next meeting to do that. But
Or we could modify this resolution.
at the next meeting.
We can't modify it today with wording?
Well, just to update the sponsorship membership and the steps required for sponsorship approval by the council.
Madam
Right?
Mayor?
Yes, yes?
What is your timing? Because I was surprised a couple weeks ago that you said the money that we sent for this FY has been kind of held and going to encumber it for that staff person. So how much money is to get out budgeted from this FY?
200,000.
200,000. What was your plan for releasing the announcement, the call for special projects? Has that been announced yet?
Call for special projects?
Or call the
application process.
application, yeah.
Application process has been held pending the approval from council because, again, the resolution that's in place is antiquated. We don't have a way to enforce it. So we're looking for that change in direction.
Okay, so Madam Mayor, what I'm wondering is, could we, and Councilmember Breck seemed to be going here, for this year, we're already so late. It's April, and we still haven't even asked people to apply for money. We have $200,000 to spend before July for events. Could we speed this up by just having staff open up the application process, sorting through who qualifies, who doesn't, give us a comparative of what they might have got last year, $0, $100,000, $2, whatever, and make recommendations to us and us vote so we could get this money distributed rather than
That's what
going.
you're proposing.
No,
Isn't it? No?
no.
Go ahead. I would love to hear from Eric. You have been this has been like what you've been eating, sleeping, and drinking the last month. I know that. So tell us what you think makes the most sense.
Again, Eric
And
Edelstein
why?
for the record. Admittedly, Ashley has a lot of the history, and we've tag teamed on this to bring this to bear. We do believe that this is the right solution now and the right solution long term to create a sponsorship allocation committee that will bring these applications to council for approval.
And when
The
will
money
they
needs-
look at them? How often are they going to meet?
Probably
once. Yeah, hopefully once.
Once a year?
Correct.
So
Although
let
in-
me ask you this. Now I'm really going to confuse us, and everyone's going to love me for this. But what happens whenever, the city wants to support something, but it's already been past the time of the sponsorship allocation? And I hate to say this about staff, but staff is going to say to the event, "Oh, I'm sorry, you missed the deadline," and then they're going to wait all year. I mean, we should be able to pivot when we need to and support the
Right.
events that we want to when they happen, or whenever what we want to and when they are happening.
I think with a smaller committee, it has historically met once a year. I think we could meet more often. Typically, our event season is May through September. That's when the lion's share, if not almost all, is allocated out. We could meet more often, and I think with a smaller group that would be more nimble, we could meet on a more regular basis. Also, remember that these are credits against city services. We're not handing checks out. So oftentimes, I shouldn't say oftentimes, but there are times where we estimate we award, and then they don't use those services. So there can be some flux in the in the dollars as well. So we could meet more often, and true those numbers up to do more.
And I think that's important. It's not like here we're giving you a check for $5,000, right?
It is important. I'd also note, though, to the concern that you raised, one possible outcome here is that we make a policy decision, either as this body or recommending from the subcommittee, that we hold some amount of that bucket back for special events that don't show up on that ordinary cycle. And I think that the work that you've asked us to undertake that we'll be bringing back in May with respect to better understanding some of the challenges of our smaller special events will give us an idea of sort of what the scale of that sort of need might look like.
Okay.
And so that's an opportunity that I don't believe has been previously explored by that group either.
Okay.
Madam Mayor.
So, okay, wait. Hold on a second. Madam Clerk, where are we at with everyone? We got to keep moving. We have an agenda.
To be totally fair, everybody was just talking at the same time, so I would say at this point, everybody has used one round.
Councilwoman Breckus, 3 minutes.
Yeah,
and then we're going to vote.
Yeah, I do agree with the manager that there should be some holdback ability. But I think to get there, we really need to understand all how it's working, what comes up, and share what we hear, and maybe we want to allocate it to each ward, or, make those be a vote of the council, or give some parameters to the manager to have those ones come up mid-year. Second, because it's not checks out to, people, but it's, for city services that are delivered, I think the council really needs to have an understanding of what city services are being delivered, particularly if those are police overtime. That's just critical. That's just critical. And there's a long history of that, and concerns, really that it strips patrols. The third point, and I wanted to understand, is do you feel that this 200,000 isn't that much, that you were going to maybe marry it out in one application process with the money that comes due July 1? Because then that would make it, a more involved process. And I do like the idea, though, of it staying at the council for now. With whatever reform we're working on. Was that what you're thinking, or were you just going to do the 200,000? Because what's in the budget for next year?
There's 200,000 in this current fiscal year, and then there would be contemplated 200,000 the next. We did not think about marrying them. That was not part of the conversation at the moment, because we have all of next summer for that next cycle.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay, I'm ready to make a motion.
Please.
Yeah, I'd like to recommend that we adopt the resolution with an effective date of July 1 to give all the members time to make all the appointments and get the committee together. It doesn't have to be July 1, but, that's when the committee would take place. For this year, we would waive this process because in the interest of expediency, you would open the applications, take everything, evaluate it, make recommendations to council, and let us vote so that we can get this money distributed.
Okay,
Does
but
that
there's
make
got to
sense?
be a timeline, so no.
All right, they're shaking their heads.
No, he's saying you can't.
What? Why?
So the challenge here is that you're kind of locked into what this agenda title says, and everything that you've talked about is kind of a parallel process that is not mentioned anywhere in.
No, I'm approving this as it
Yes,
stands.
but then everything else that you've talked about in terms
All
of.
I'm saying is that we are at April.
No, I get that.
I don't know how to begin events in May with money
Right.
unless we expedite this process and bring the applications to council.
And that's fine. That's great direction, but it needs to have an item on the agenda to give the city staff that direction, and that is what we lack today. So to the extent that you make that as a motion, it's outside the scope of this agenda item and is potentially a violation of the open meeting law. So what we request is, you can adopt the resolution that gives the staff time, and then if you want to do another item, maybe at the next meeting,
That's fine.
Why don't I just
all
make
of
a
that.
motion to adopt the resolution?
Yeah.
Well, I'll do that.
Okay.
I was fine with that.
Yes. So I'll adopt the resolution.
Fine, second it.
Councilwoman Dewar will second. All those in favor say aye.
Yeah, I'm not.
Okay, go ahead,
I'm not
Councilwoman
going to
Breckus.
support it. I
Okay,
think that
1 minute.
it's we're missing an opportunity to really go deep into an area that takes up a lot of bandwidth as someone who sat on that subcommittee. Another point is this sponsorship wants to pull a member from the Reno Arts and Culture Commission, which I'm now the liaison and learning, and they're having a hard time even populating their subcommittee. And so asking them to come in onto another subcommittee taxes that body, I think, a little bit more than they need to be. I think a preference would have been to keep it at the city council subcommittee, because it is, when you go through budget, this is the council's money. This is the council's room tax share. And the council now is delegating it off to committee members. I just don't think it's a good idea.
We aren't.
No, it comes back to the
Yeah,
council.
we're going to make the decision.
Once
We're
you have
making
these
the bottom
subcommittees,
okay.
it's the money is, expectations are there. People, I think that it's hard to go away from those recommendations.
But I do want to include, Doug, I would like to ask that you also bring this back in May when we talk about special events and what they look like, just in that whole realm of what is the best way that the council can be involved in special events and helping all special events, and so that they don't end up getting hijacked by a subcommittee. We see that a lot.
Yeah, I think that we can do that. I mean, you well know that we've had a conversation here about how we can better support some of the smaller special events and,
Yes.
from where that support might come.
Yes, perfect. Awesome. Okay, I have a motion. I have a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries. Okay, moving right along. We are 45. 45, Madam Clerk? Okay.
Yeah. Madam Mayor, I pulled this with the hopes that the requester would be here. She's not. I'll just make the comment for future consideration by the Special Events Committee that they start thinking about sponsoring smaller events, local events, startup events, to get funding and balance that somehow with the legacy events. So I want council to think about that. That's why I wanted to discuss the item, but I'll make a motion to approve item B45.
All right,
Second.
thank you. I have a motion. I have a second. All those in favor say aye.
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 All those opposed? Motion carries. Okay, 49.
Yeah, I pulled this agenda item just because there was public comment and the executive director of Latino Arte and Cultura was here. So I just wanted to give them a shout out and say that I appreciate all the work that they have been doing. And hopefully they continue to work towards that bilingual programming that they've been focused on. So if any of you ever get a chance to attend any of their events, I highly recommend you attending and participating in that.
Okay,
So that's all I have with that. I will go ahead and motion to approve agenda item B49.
thank you so much. I have a motion from
Second.
Councilman Martinez, a second from Councilwoman Dewar. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries. I was wondering if we could do a reconsideration on 9. I thought someone would have pulled it. Is it 9?
9?
B9? Within like all these things. 9, it is Metro Mart, I think, on there. And I was curious, and I don't think he's here, but I was gonna ask Mr. Woodley, when, or maybe Mr. Manager, you would know, when are we bringing back the Safescapes? Because, looking at these privilege licenses, we talked about that, and especially, I get concerned. I drove by the other day, there's bars on the windows. And then I think, Councilwoman Breckus, you also had some concerns when we saw this market, I believe.
Yeah, but those were answered for me.
Okay.
Thank you.
Go ahead, Ms. Turney. Tell me when we're looking at Safescapes.
Safescapes will go into effect. We're still in the intermediary process where the ordinance has gone into effect for any new businesses, but existing businesses do have a little bit more time to come into conformance.
Okay, but we're moving forward.
We're moving forward, that's correct. With the direction from this council, adoption of those ordinances, all new businesses are subject to those
Okay,
requirements.
and I guess the warning is comply.
Correct, that is
We've been-
exactly.
We're
So-
taking it serious.
Yes, so they will need to comply with the existing ordinances. If they don't, at such time that we hit the official date, which I don't want to say it on the record because I don't remember if it's July or January.
Okay.
But it is
It's a
coming.
J.
It's a
It's a
J.
J.
It's coming soon. And so when we hit that point, those businesses who are not in compliance, we will begin the compliance process, which will include citations as necessary in accordance with our code.
All right, thank you so much. I would like to make a motion to accept item B9.
I think we approved it, so if you're okay.
Oh, we already did? Okay. Well, then we don't have to do anything. Am I
Right.
right, Carl? City attorney says yes. Okay. We're gonna go by his words. All right, moving right along, Madam Clerk.
I think we're up to
Wow,
D1.
that's a lot of consent items.
It was
We
so
did
many.
it. All
We
right.
did it.
We're now moving on to item D1. D is in David. 1, City Attorney's Office.
All right, I'm going to send it over to you, Carl Hall.
Oh, I have a disclosure on this.
Oh, go ahead, Councilwoman Breckus.
Yeah, Madam Mayor, fellow city council members, and Madam Clerk, in the interest of full transparency on item D1, I'm disclosing that I am a former client of Mr. Luke Busby, the attorney representing the petitioner in Conrad et al. Via City of Reno et al. Case number CB 22-01263. On this matter, I have sought guidance from the city attorney's office. I retained Mr. Busby to handle a legal matter related to my candidacy for public office in 2022. That matter is concluded. I paid Mr. Busby for his services based on his standard and customary rate. He is currently not performing any legal services for me, and I do not expect to retain him in the foreseeable future. In short, I am a former client, not a current or prospective client. As a result, I've been advised that I do not have a quote, substantial and continuing business relationship, end quote, with Mr. Busby, nor a commitment in a private capacity to the interest of Mr. Busby. In consultation with the city attorney's office, I do not believe that the independence of a judgment of a reasonable person in my situation would be materially affected by the fact that I'm a former client of Mr. Busby. I will be voting on these items today. Madam Clerk, please accept this disclosure and lodge it on the record for this meeting pertaining to these agenda items. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. Okay, wait, so I'm confused to her disclosure and Mr. Busby. This is confused. Now this is a different item. What does that mean? Maybe you can explain?
Yeah, just real quickly. So Luke Busby, Mr. Busby is the attorney for Mr. Conrad in this case, Conrad et al. Versus the City of Reno et al. Case number CV 0222.
Oh, okay.
So yeah, so to the extent that there is no relationship there, Councilmember Breckers was putting that on the record just to make it clear that, I mean, I think there was potentially.
Oh, okay. So he represents this Conrad.
He represents Conrad.
Okay,
in this particular
okay.
case, correct.
All right. I'm wondering, why do you keep disclosing? It's just
Now
funny.
you know.
Reno's so small. Okay. All right. Got it. Now I understand.
You know Bob Conrad.
I didn't realize. No, is that him?
This is Reno.
This is Bob. Okay. I didn't know. Okay.
So
I got
Bob
it.
has an attorney, Mr. Busby.
Okay, I got it. Now it makes sense. I just sort of read over it as Conrad, and I'm thinking, what does Mr. Busby have to do with this? Okay, anyway.
And if I may, Your Honor, yeah, so the city attorney's office is just here to request the authority to appeal the second judicial's order regarding a portion of the order which the judge indicated that we failed to provide records to Mr. Conrad. We have a different position on that. I can't really get into the substance of the arguments. Those will all be put into the on appeal. At this point in time, Mr. Busby has in fact filed a notice of appeal on this. So for the 9 items that the city prevailed on, he will be challenging that on appeal. And the one item that we, the city, did not prevail on, we're just asking permission to appeal that. So
Okay.
Anyway, that's it. And if there's specifics about the arguments,
No,
or
I
anything,
appreciate
then
it.
we can do
Like I
that.
said, I didn't understand what did Mr. Busby have to do with this. I was wondering why Jenny was disclosing. I just think it's funny. It's small. It's a small world. All right. Okay, moving on. So, any discussion?
Yeah.
Go ahead, Councilwoman Breckus.
I don't know why we have to appeal this decision. I mean, transparency is a value. Let's just give this record. Show, the other side is appealed, great, we'll defend. But why do we have to appeal this? Let's just give them the record. And I recognize the sensitivity of this because some of the records in question are those that pertain to individual members. This one pertains to the mayor, and there's others that pertain to Mr. Reese, and then there's others that pertain to the Reno Police Department, as I understand and recall it. So with this one, the irony to me is we can't deliver the public record, which was something that was given out anyway. Let's just give that to them. Show a good faith effort that we've given it to them. I don't care how it comes about, but let's do it and not appeal. That is why I am uncomfortable with this. Now, I don't know, and they don't have a draft brief, But I want to be very clear on the other elements of a record, because I don't want the city to be doing a filing on a understanding of a record where I have a different position. And those are what I understand are communications that Mr. Reese made in the scope of conducting city business through other platforms. Maybe it's Nextdoor, maybe it's Facebook, maybe it's Instagram. I don't know. I know that I have used other platforms, particularly a Substack platform. And on those, which are all up there right now, I had a standard practice of saying, this is Jenny, this is Jenny's communication, but to the degree that this is related to city business, this posting and any communication that may come forward could be a public record. So I approach the world from that perspective. And, maybe we have to defend a different position that the city attorney's office has taken, but I don't support that. But this is not about how they defend. But I will say publicly, how they're defending this, I have problems with. But this is about the appeal. But if that gets attached into our appeal brief, I want to be clear that I do not view the world that way. With respect to the Reno Police Department records, what I have seen from our most recent audit and what I've observed is inconsistency in record production. I'm not saying, this record should have gone, this record shouldn't have. What I'm seeing is all over the place inconsistency. Mm-hmm. And you can't argue you're doing public record production if you're inconsistent, because it's either, well, is it this way or is it that way? That's problematic. So I think in that scope is produce all the records and get your house in order on the records that you produce for ongoing investigation matters, which I think are problematic, frankly. So I want to not support the appeal. Whatever the mayor gave out to all these mayors, give one of those to Mr. Busby or Mr. Conrad, and don't appeal. If we have to defend, that's fine, but you'll be defending inconsistent with how I view the public records law. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Go ahead, Councilwoman Dewar, go ahead.
Yeah, I don't know if other members want to speak to this. I want to say that in the first part, I agree with Councilwoman Breckus. We lost that item. We should give them the record. We should not spend time appealing that. Mm-hmm. I think we should focus our time and attention on defending the appeal that they have filed. And that's where I think we should put our effort. So I'm not going to support appealing the one issue that we lost.
And here's what I'd say. I think Councilwoman Breckus, you bring up some really good points when it comes to police records. I think, we have new members, so I can't really say that. But I think most of us have been very frustrated with that process, how long it's taking, because then it erodes the public's support and that erodes the public's trust of what we do up here. So that, I think, absolutely hands down. And I will say, I think there's been some really good changes, and I'm hoping to see that is going to become very beneficial to sort of this conversation. And that's their job, to call us out whenever we're not giving that information in a timely manner. And if something like super, super tragic happens, I might be the first one to be like, you release that and you release it now, because I think that's where a lot of bodies get in trouble, is whenever they're delaying releasing information because it looks like you're hiding something. Yeah. So give it to them and be done with it. Right. And then the other issue, whatever the NFT is, my thought, and it was through the conference of just, hey, they're coming to Reno. You want them to have something of like artwork or something, like a t-shirt, in the sense of like, here's the biggest little city. We're really proud of it. I was really proud of it. I'm proud of the whale, proud of the arch. I'm proud of all the murals. One thing that people could take away, mayors particularly, to their cities, to say, hey, Reno's kind of innovative and they've got great arts and culture, and I wanted to share that with people. If there's anything on my end that we have, absolutely 100% give it. I don't think we should appeal. I think that's ridiculous. Again, and also Mr. Conrad, He's probably watching this. I know you. If there's something that you want, I will always gladly give it to you. We've always had that relationship, very open and communicative. So I know we haven't spoken in a long while, but I'm open and transparent. So I wasn't aware whenever I looked at this, Conrad. So I think of him as Bob.
Yeah.
Anyway, okay.
So, Madam Mayor, I would like to make a motion that we do not appeal on the issue at which we lost in court.
I'll second.
Okay, so I have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?
Hey,
Motion carries. Okay, moving on. Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. We're moving on to item D2.
Vicky, hello, Miss Beth Buren. You have been so patient all day long over there. It's
been a long day.
I know. I'm so sorry. All right, go ahead. The floor is yours.
So, Vicki Van Buren, Director of Finance, Madam Mayor, and council members, before you today, item D2, we have a resolution that's pertaining to the issuance of bonds for the purpose of refinancing. So, one of our directives in finance is that when we can achieve cost savings through refinancing a bond, we bring that forward to council for consideration because it is fiscally responsible if we're able to achieve better rates and achieve some savings. So in this case, these particular bonds were issued for the event center, and they were issued in April of 2002. And a portion of those 2002 bonds were refinanced by the 2013 bonds. So before you today is a resolution that would allow us to refinance the 2013 bonds. These are general obligation bonds, and they are additionally secured by pledged revenues. And the original issue amount on these was $36.5 million. And approximately the balance right now is $28 million remaining. These were 20-year bonds, and we are at the 10-year mark. So we are actually at the call timing for these bonds. So we have the opportunity at this point to refinance. Refunding is expected to lower the interest cost and provide the savings. And we're looking at probably about $200,000 per fiscal year by refinancing these bonds. It would not extend the maturity date of them. So what's being proposed is a sale resolution that would allow me to authorize and arrange the issuance and the sale of the 2023 bonds, which would replace these 2013 bonds, and for interest rate savings. And as I mentioned, the maturity date on the 2013 bonds is June 1st of 2032, and we would not be extending that. It would be the same 10 years. We're just looking for a lower interest rate. And so staff's recommending that council adopt the resolution and we move forward with those, with the bond.
Yeah. Okay, I'm going to send it to
Refinance.
Councilwoman Breckus. I know,
Yeah.
I've sat up here long enough with her that I know this is her bailiwick. So go ahead, Councilwoman
Yeah,
Breckus.
I mean, to my colleagues, think about this. We have a bond that's been out there for 10 years. Original issuance was 36 million, and you still have a 28 million principal on it. That's not wearing down your debts. That's not good. And just so everyone knows, let's talk about what other bond is behind this on these same properties. There's another set of bonds, correct?
There's the 2019 bonds.
And what's the principal on those?
Those are the 2019 A bonds. They're large, about 80 million.
80 million. So when we think about the bowling, the ballroom, and the event center, know that you're sitting on $110 million of debt. That is backed by the general fund. You know, that's just like a huge concept. I am comfortable with this, but I want to understand the timing because I don't want them to go out more than 10 years. You said that, but the resolution says doesn't really get to that. It says other economies of efficiency. Plus, how long is this get to market resolution available for? You know, could it be, 3 years from now? And then you can go up for 10 more years and you can kind of, we can sneak in 3 more years of lag time on that, 3 more years on that.
When does this resolution expire, your authority to place these?
Thank you for that question. Well, if council approves this today, we would bring back an ordinance that would set out the terms of what we were looking at. And so it would not go beyond the 10 years. We're only looking at that. And we would have until November to hit the market at the perfect timing. So as you know, the interest rates right now are kind of fluctuating a little bit, but we do believe we can get at least a 1% change in interest, which would create the savings. And so over that time frame, we would issue the bonds when the market was financially feasible for us to do that.
I can understand that. I just don't want to push out any more debt. You know, we pushed out debt on a lot of the early restructurings, but this is not time to be pushing out debt, particularly GO bond debt. And I wish we could see if we could relieve ourselves of the GO bond backing, to protect the general fund, because it's not protected. But I am comfortable moving forward to this step, and I'll look for the ordinance coming forward with all the, the more detail on that.
Okay, Madam Mayor? I'd like to make a motion, if no one else has. I'd like to make a motion to approve item D2 to refinance certain outstanding bonds with the city.
Second.
Okay, I have a motion, I have a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Okay. Thank you. Madam Clerk, sending it to you. Are you staying up here, Vic?
I'm staying.
Sorry.
Got one more.
Okay, never mind. Stay here.
Item D3, Vicki Van Buren.
Vicki Van Buren, for the record, Director of Finance, and I do have a very brief presentation on this. This is the resolution to augment the fiscal year 22-23 budget for the period of January 1 through March 31 of 2023, so it's for the third quarter of this fiscal year. There are not a lot of items on this augmentation. There are just a few grants. So we have police, fire, and parks grants that are on this augmentation, and then we also have a special events reimbursement, and they would like to purchase some equipment with that money from that reimbursement. And then the other items are updates that we're doing for budget items that council has already approved previously, so we're just including them in this augmentation. And then we have the closeout of a retract debt fund, and that was for the 2014 tax lease debt, and that actually paid off in 2022. And so we're just closing out that fund. It does have lease revenues that go into that fund, so we're closing it out. So those funds will now go into the capital account for the retract. So those funds can be used for capital at that point because the debt is now paid off. Any other items that we have on here are just revisions. So those are just transfers between the line items to align the budget to where the expenses need to be, and there's no increase to the overall budget for those items.
Madam Mayor? Yeah, so the third
Councilwoman
quarter.
Breckus, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. The third quarter augmentation is usually the least involved, and I appreciate that. But I do have some questions. First of all, and it may get into that one point you made about the retract. There was a reference to the retract maintenance fund.
Correct.
Is that what this new thing you're setting up?
No, we've always had the retract maintenance fund because we were required to do maintenance on the retract.
Okay, I would like to know, and I really want to know what the parameters for use of that fund is and what the expenditures are as an illustration of that, because it's starting to grow more, correct?
This will be the first time really that we're putting real money into it. Previously, it's only had around $400,000 in it, the bare minimum that we had to put in there. Now that the debt is paid off, we will have around probably $900,000 in there. I do know that there are a backlog of maintenance items that need to be done on retract. I have talked to Public Works about it, and it's part of that packet that we talked about during the budget session, where we have lots of properties and things where we need to do maintenance, and this is the opportunity that we have to do that now that the debt is done.
And I'm fine covering it during the budget, looking in the CIP, seeing there's $900,000 to maintain retract over the next year, and these are the projects. I'd love to take care of that, but I just don't want it to be a fund that I see on accounts payable being paid out money here. That is a real problem for me, just because, that's our job, is to keep an eye on
The purse. Now, the fire fees, there was an inclusion in there of fire fees, is that true? You got some?
Strike team reimbursements.
Oh, so those were strike team, gotcha. Because I am focusing, and I have not had the satisfaction of the answer on, are we billing people for hospital trips? You know, how that's working. That's a still big question for me. And then you've got the capital fund operating transfers were higher. Where are you taking the transfers from for your the capital fund?
Which page are you on?
I don't know what page that was. I'll tell you what, I'll take this one offline because we've moved so much quicker in preparation for budget workshops coming up.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. I'll make the motion.
All right, Councilman
If
Breckus,
no one
go
else
ahead.
has anything to
Only,
add.
I had one quick question.
Go ahead, Councilman Durham.
It seems to me, I mean, could you just explain about closing out the retrack? You say we paid, I want to make sure I understand accurately. Could you just explain, are we done with retrack? I thought.
No, on this
didn't think so.
particular debt was,
Yeah.
and thank you for the question. This particular debt was a revenue debt and it was based on lease revenue. And
Yes.
so it had its own fund.
I gotcha.
That paid for that debt. And so now that that debt is paid off, that fund can close out because it was based on
What
the
is a
lease
lease?
debt.
I don't know what a lease fund is. So what even is
Lease
that?
revenue, the lease revenue from the Union Pacific goes
They're
into
leasing
there.
land from, the tracks land
Correct.
from us.
Correct. So
And
we
so
had
they'll
lease
continue
revenue.
to lease it.
Correct. And that
But-
money will go into now the capital account.
For maintenance?
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah. And sales too.
Sales.
Sales of property can go into that fund too.
If that's what council chooses, yes.
All right, so I had a motion from Councilwoman Breckus, a second
Second.
from Councilwoman Dewar. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Okay. Thank you.
This is gonna be a little tough.
All right,
All
Madam Mayor.
right,
looks
item
like-
D5. Any
are on
public
D5.
comment? I'm sure you would have told me.
No public comment.
Okay, Megan, take it away. Floor is yours.
All right. Good evening, just about. Mayor, City Council, Megan Berner, Arts and Culture Manager, for the record. This is a super exciting item that we have before you today. I wanted to start just by explaining this slide. This is an image of a public artwork by Dan Corson, who's a Seattle-based artist. He was awarded this commission for a BART station in San Francisco. This piece is titled Shifting Topographies. The inspiration for this began with the shifting patterns and colors of the rolling Oakland Hills, and at the macro scale, the ripples of the adjacent San Francisco Bay. Other inspirations came from the flashy paint jobs in the car culture of the community and the signature Blue BART station, for which the art marks the entrance. It uses color shifting paint that changes throughout the day depending on the angle of the sun, and it's lit with projected patterns of color and light at night. I just loved how, I thought it was a great example of how it was very responsive to the environment as well as the community and the place that it is situated in. So what you have before you is the discussion and potential approval of Moana Springs Community Aquatics and Fitness Center Public Art Project. This slide here, let me backtrack just a little bit. The reason I think this is so exciting is that it's the largest amount of funding that we have put into artwork in one location and in 20 years. So this is a big deal. This is a real opportunity to engage with creative placemaking, and we heard from Amy earlier about placemaking and what that is. So the creative placemaking uses arts and culture to strategically shape physical and social character of a place. So this is a real opportunity, I think, to do that and work with artists that can work with the community and all of us to envision something really incredible for this facility. This slide here shows the process for public art projects as approved by the City Council in 2009. We're at the very beginning of this arrow. On the left side, the little orange dot. This process was an update to the policies and guidelines attached to the Public Art Master Plan. which are an addendum to RMC Title 22. And that is our public art code in the city code. So included in the policies and guidelines and this update are very specific guidelines that emphasize community engagement as part of the process. So what we're doing today is approving a call for artists. We're not selecting the artist, and we are not selecting the artwork today. I wanted to go over some of the highlights in the call for artists. The first thing is that this will go out in the form of an RFQ. RFQs are considered best practice because they are more efficient and more effective in producing high-quality public artworks, and they're seen as being more fair to artists than a request for proposals. This also allows for genuine public input to happen before the concept for the artwork is created. The call is open to artists and artist teams and artist-led design teams. I want to emphasize that because we want to ensure that we are hiring artists for this commission. I also want to emphasize that the call includes multiple opportunities for community and stakeholder engagement, including the public, staff, and council members, and allows for the artists to work with staff, the architect, and engineers to ensure the best possible outcome. So this, again, is following the process that the City Council adopted for public art projects of this scope in the Public Art Master Plan and the process and guidelines therein. This also follows best practices for community engagement and allows the artist to work with the community to create something that is truly responsive to the site and the input received. So essentially, the project will be driven by input from stakeholders in the community. And then lastly, or second to last, the Public Art Committee and the Reno Arts and Culture Commission have given their input on this call, so their recommendations are included in the call that was attached to the staff report. And then finally, the call specifies multiple locations for artwork. So staff is recommending that the call for artists and subsequent award require multiple artworks for the site due to the amount of funding, the potential spaces for artwork, and the opportunity to create a cohesive and overarching vision for the facility. So we will hire one artist team to design all of the various artwork so that it has that cohesiveness. This is really an opportunity to create art across the facility and the grounds that function together, create a sense of space, or place, and speak to the community. So I'm going to show you really quickly the main areas that have been identified for artwork placement. They include, on this overview slide, the park and grounds, the front north facade, the entrance lobby, the main corridor that leads to the pools and the locker rooms, and the outdoor soaking pool. And here are some slides that show those locations in more detail. So at the forefront of this, you can see the park and grounds, and then the front facade, the outdoor soaking pool, south facing, that interior corridor, that looks like it could really use something to brighten it up. And then I wanted to talk about the budget. RMC, or Reno Municipal Code Title 22, requires that appropriations for eligible construction projects shall include an amount equal to 2% of the total eligible project costs to be used for artist design services and selection, acquisition, display, and maintenance of artworks. So the amount set aside for public art at the Moana Springs Community Aquatics and Fitness Center is $700,000. However, part of the code also specifies that an amount equal to 15% of the public art allocation for the project be set aside for administration of the project. And that includes community engagement and participation activities for artist selection, design and proposal costs, publicity, community education activities, and other purposes as may deemed appropriate by the Arts and Culture Commission. Additionally, an amount equal to 10% is also required in code to be taken out for the preservation and maintenance of works of art in the public art collection. So therefore, you'll see that the call for artists specifies that the total allocation for public artwork that we're asking for in the budget for the call for artists is $525,000. And with that, there's the recommendation, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it. I'm going to send it to Councilwoman Dewar.
Yep.
It's her ward,
Thanks.
so please go ahead.
Two questions, Megan, and I had a chance to talk to you offline. But my first question is, you mentioned lots of public input, and that's when you say council would also have input. When is that? Could you go back to your timeline and just tell us when? Is it before we issue the call? Is it?
No, so the call for artists goes out as an RFQ.
Okay.
So it's a request for qualifications.
Yeah.
So we're looking at past artwork, artists that have done projects of this size and scope. They will also address community engagement and working with stakeholders in that. Then you'll see the second point, there's a selection of 3 to 5 finalists. Community and stakeholder input will be a part of that before those 3 to 5 finalists are selected. And then there's pretty extensive community engagement sessions with those finalists.
Okay.
And they'll get input from all of the.
Very good. And then the second question was, where you say specifies multiple locations, could you go to your chart of the locations?
Yes, sorry, there you go.
Yeah, right there. So I just wanted to share, and I shared this with Megan and with Eric, that during the pool design process, our former Parks Director, Jamie Schroeder, talked frequently about putting a piece of art back in the hot soaking area, which is to the lower left on this picture, which is really facing west. And she had proposed at that time something along the line, some kind of water feature to be incorporated to basically screen from sound children playing in the children's pool or the mid-sized pool, whistles, I guess, off the other pool. Let's say it's practice for competition, that kind of thing. So I'd love to, I still think her idea is great. And I see that you have that as one possible location. So it could be visual art, but it could also incorporate some kind of movement or some kind of water. When would we give that guidance or thoughts to these people?
So I think during those, the input session for the 3 to 5 finalists, well, there will be multiple sessions, but during that
The
time
first one.
period is where I think that we would want the community and council and everybody else to present sort of ideas, things that they would like the artists to consider before they come up with sort of a presentation of concepts.
Second thing is the corridor art, where you have it sort of back in the back there. So one of the things I was hoping is that we would have some history and explanation about the site. This site has been used for over 100 years for bathing, geothermal usage, whole different designs. It was a spa, it was a regional draw. And my original hope had been that we could put something in the lobby that would talk about that. I don't see one of your yellow stickers in the lobby.
It is actually, there's an arrow to it, but yeah.
Arrow?
It is identified as one of the sites. Sorry for interrupting.
So the yellow that looks like it's outside is not outside?
Yeah, there's an arrow kind of pointing down and it says entrance lobby. I don't have a slide of that though.
Okay. Well, I misunderstood. I like the idea of having something outside the front door too. What can I say? I really think that's cool. The last piece is the one that's out in the parking lot. I would love to see that either integrated into the kiddie playground area. Maybe there's an arrow there too and I just can't see it. Or off, we have the entire soccer field, which is part of this site too. So we may end up needing 6, I don't know if that works. I'm over. Okay, thank you.
Yeah. So I'm the new arts and culture liaison, but I definitely represent that others who have served in that capacity know more about the process than I. I think there's 3 of you who have served in that role before. But this is, territory we haven't gone to, any of us, because it's big.
Of course.
And I was bringing up at the Arts and Culture Commission and corrected or schooled that, no, this is the way we should do it. But I wanted, my vision was that we hire a public art consultant to pick out the distinct locations and particularly what sort of features should be there. So Ms. Dewar mentioned in that kiddie area something, it would be, a specification for a sculptural piece there that maybe some parameter of has some historic reference or interpretive. In the corridor, there wall hangings covering, this area. I thought that we would go dial it down to each piece where we wanted pieces, come up with a budget for each of those, and then just call and for the artist specifically. But what I understand is being done is, we're not really hiring artists. We're hiring an arts firm that then hires artists. And I have troubles with that. I thought, let's hire a consultant to say, these are the art pieces we want. These are where they go. This is the budget for each of them, based upon this consultant's business, and then hire the artist directly. That's how I thought we would go, but I was told, no, we're not going that way. That's not the way the recommendation's coming. I wish it was, because we have the 2%.
So wait a minute, I'm confused. So so now we have a consultant?
Can I clarify?
Yeah, will you please?
That is not entirely correct.
Okay.
We are hiring artists. This specifies that it has to be an artist-led design team. For projects of this size, even projects that we've done before, it's not uncommon for artists to work with fabricators, or they have to work with engineers, for example, things like that. And so that's kind of where that language comes. We would not be hiring a firm that would then hire artists.
But the artist we're hiring is not going to do all the artwork themselves.
Are they?
They would be the creative visionaries, and they would, essentially, they would be creating all of the artwork.
Mm-hmm. So a sculpture is also does wall hanging. They work in both media.
So there's also a specification for artist teams. So generally with something like this, there would be multiple artists working together. But the idea of that is that it would be a unified vision for the entire facility.
Yeah. Because I would think some scale of art is just too large, where it's like you can't really do one person, and then you might need to bring in a Carrie Koski to help you get it done, right? Yeah? Okay. All right. Councilwoman Ebert, go ahead.
I had a question. So it says in the qualifications and eligibility that the applicants must reside in the United States. Is there any way we can put that a specification or qualification that they have to reside in Nevada or Northern Nevada or Reno, just to kind of, encourage participation for more local artists?
So we can restrict these geographically. Typically, however, best practice is that we leave these open to all artists to allow the widest inclusion of experienced and qualified professionals. I would also say that that would still be open to our Reno and Nevada artists, and we would definitely encourage them to apply. I think if you start restricting projects geographically, that sets a precedent that encourages other cities to do the same thing. And I think then it restricts artists from being able to practice their profession, including our local artists. So I don't think we would want to see them denied opportunities elsewhere because there are geographic restrictions to calls.
And can you talk about how you reach out to the public? Because I cringe if I hear artists aren't getting these opportunities, especially locally. Can you just talk about that?
Yeah, so we do a lot of social media, artist newsletter type of posting we share with organizations in the community so that they can help get those out through their channels. We talk to people that we know that are involved in the arts community and make sure that they know that the opportunities are there and that they should apply.
Yeah. We also have our own social media channels in art specific.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, I just want to make sure.
We have good connections to many of our local artists. Okay. And I do think that they really learn from going through these processes when it's national calls and things like that. Because, we do award many awards to local artists. Sometimes we don't have artists here maybe that have the experience or expertise that we're looking for, potentially for some projects. But I also think that they would want to know that they were considered out of a large pool and know that they're competitive and have that confidence to go do competitions nationwide.
Madam Mayor, go ahead. Oh, well, no, sorry. Go ahead, Councilwoman Ebert.
That was it. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Any other questions from Councilman Martinez and Councilwoman Taylor? No? Okay, go ahead, Councilwoman Breckus.
Public participation input's really important to me, but it's not merited all the time. And I'm really trying to understand what you're thinking about in this public engagement process, because I understand that artists go off and do their art and they're not influenced by, I think we should have, waterfall here or this, So what in your mind is this public engagement process component going to look like? When does it come in?
So we have actually done this with some of our other public art projects. I'll use Midtown as an example just because there was pretty heavy community engagement. There were in-person meetings. When the finalist artists that are selected will come visit and they will do in-person meetings. And so what they'll do is they'll present some of their work, their past work, and talk about their strategies for working with the community. And then the community can ask them questions and give them input on what they'd like to see, on things like what their connection to the place is or the community, things that, keywords.
Okay. So if you have the RQ, you bring in the top 3 finalists for a, in-person visit. There'd be a meet and greet with them where the public could sit in this audience and ask each of them these kind of questions. And then that would inform those who are the raters or recommending to this body who scores the highest. Is that correct?
No. So then the artist would actually create a concept sketch after all of the community input sessions. So they would take that input and they would propose artwork for the spaces.
And then there would be selected.
There would be another public input session for that. So they would present their final proposals or their sketches of what they're proposing for the artwork, their concept, and then the community could give input on that. And then from all of that, we would select one artist team to move forward with the project. And then the artwork would still continue to be developed.
And this sketch, is it going to be of 10 different locations, or is it just one representative piece? I mean, that's why what I'm really hung up on is, having it all be inclusive of the whole site rather than the wall hanging on the facade.
So I think we're asking them to consider these 5 locations in that call. They have a budget to work with, and so if they think they can do more spaces, they're welcome to propose that. Or within these community sessions and feedback from this body, we may decide that, one of these sites shouldn't get artwork, and then the artist can respond to that. But we need to give them some information up front about the scope of this.
Okay.
Okay, I guess I'll make a motion. And a quick question. You said, someone decided yellow stickies on this map. Who was that?
That was me. Is it terrible because you can't read it well?
No.
It doesn't play,
It's
doesn't
not
show very
terrible
well.
at all. I just wanted to know. I feel like a little challenge to me by saying I'd like to see a yellow sticky move 10 feet. But at the same time, you have selected it by yourself. So I think, it's appropriate now, especially since we have arrows. I understand where they're going better.
And to be clear, like that arrow that's pointing at that spot is not the exact location that we're saying the artwork should go right here.
Gotcha.
It's this
General
space in general.
Each of these
Yes.
is a space in general. I got it. So I'm comfortable with that. So let's make a motion. Let us approve. Let me make a motion. Let me just find the thing. D5. Let me make a motion to accept or approve the public art project timeline and call for artists in the amount not to exceed $700,000.
I have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
And on the timeline, what was the end date? I didn't.
No, I didn't have
Really
it on there,
grasp
but it is
that.
in the call for artists. So we're hoping that this will coincide with the construction completion of the building, which will be, it's projected to be August 2024.
Yeah. Okay, good.
Yay.
thank you.
Okay, great job, Megan. Thank you. Okay, Madam Clerk, I believe we're heading over to item E and actually F1. Am I right?
Item F1 ordinance.
Okay.
Or I'm sorry, bill adoption to be read by
Okay.
the city attorney's
I'm going to
office.
send it over to Carl Hall, but before I do that, do we have any public comment?
We do not have any public comment.
Okay, thank you so much. Carl Hall, take it away.
Madam Mayor, ordinance adoption, ordinance number 6651, ordinance amending Reno Municipal Code, Title 12, entitled Public Works and Utilities, Chapter 12.16, Sewer Service, Section 12.16.150, weighted fixture unit schedule to adjust the fixture unit schedule per the 2018 Uniform Plumbing Code, Section 12.16.280, connection fee as to timing of payment, and Section 12.16.290, dwelling unit or residential unit, to refer to Section 12.16.150 as to the weighted fixture unit schedule, together with matters which pertain to or are necessarily connected thereto.
All right, thank you so much. Any discussion by council? Seeing that there are none? All those in favor say aye.
Do you want a motion?
Oh, sorry. Sorry.
All right, I'll make a motion to approve item F1.
I'm so tired. I'm getting to the point I'm like delirious. Okay, go ahead.
F1, approve,
yes.
please.
Second.
Motion. And a second? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, motion carries.
No.
Okay, thank you. Moving on.
F2.
F2, setting it back to Carl Hall.
Again, ordinance adoption, ordinance number 6652, case number LDC 23-00029, 3655 Warren Way rezoning, request for a zoning map amendment from single-family residential, 3 units per acre, SF3, to multifamily residential, 14 units per acre, MF14. The plus or minus 1 acre project site is located on the west side of Warren Way, plus or minus 425 feet south of its intersection with West Moana Lane. The site has a master plan land use designation of suburban mixed use, SMU Ward 2.
All right, thank you so much. At this time, Madam Clerk, do you have any public comments?
None registered.
All right, thank you. May I get a motion?
Motion to approve item F2.
All right, I have a motion from Councilwoman Dewar. Second. I have a second from Councilwoman Taylor. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, motion carries. All right, item G1, Madam Clerk. This is staff report, discussion and potential appointment of one individual to the E911 Advisory Board from the following pool of applicants listed in alphabetical order. All right, Madam Clerk, any public comment?
None registered.
All right, may I get a motion to accept Chief Ancho?
Motion
to accept Chief Ancho. I have a motion from Councilwoman Taylor, a second from Councilman Martinez. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, motion carries. Okay.
G2.
Item G2.
Yeah, Madam Mayor, I would like to continue this item until the next meeting. I've almost completed all the interviews, not quite there yet. But I would like it, I was confused the last time we continued, both you and I. It continued 2 meetings, not 1, and I wondered if we could just continue this 2 weeks to the next meeting.
Okay, I would just ask our city manager, is that possible?
Can I just chime in here for just a moment?
Thank you.
I do believe, Councilmember Dorr, that you do have additional applications. So at this time, if you would just like to withdraw this item, and then we can bring it back with those additional
Oh,
applications.
fine. If we have more people to interview, that's fine.
I think at least then you have the full list of individuals rather than just carrying over the same list.
Perfect. So when would you like to bring that back?
Well, I just need a motion to withdraw this, and then I think we
Okay,
can connect
a
separately
motion to
on
withdraw
the bring back.
and re-agendize with current applications for the next meeting.
And I think we can connect with Megan to make sure that you have all the applications you need.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, and you don't need any action, correct? All
Well,
right, perfect.
you don't need a motion to withdraw, or?
You can.
Okay, motion to withdraw and re-agendize this at the next meeting with the new pile of applicants.
Great,
Okay.
thank you.
I have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, motion carries. All right, item G3, and I would like to make the motion. Do you have any public comment, Madam Clerk?
I don't have any public comment, but I do need to make a correction to the staff report. NRS does state that this needs to be to fill the term of Councilmember Delgado. And so with that in mind, the expiration of this appointment will actually be March 31st, 2025, instead of how it is listed in the agenda item.
Okay, thank you. I would like to make a motion to appoint Councilwoman Taylor. I have a motion.
Motion to appoint Councilmember Taylor. Or do you want me to second?
Yes, second.
Oh, I'll second that.
I have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?
Aye.
Motion carries. Okay. Item H1, any announcements from council on boards or commissions? Any updates? Nothing? Okay, any
This
special
would be a
comments
good
from
time for
Councilwoman
me.
Breckus?
Yeah.
No, Councilwoman Dewar?
Yes. This is for comments under H1.
Okay.
Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. I just wanted to say, I wanted to alert the council that I've run into an issue in my ward, which is the erection of tall buildings near I-580, 395. And I observed it. Since I observed it, many people have commented to me. I've had briefings by staff. I'm going to ask, I just wanted to let you all know, I'm going to send a memo to the manager asking him for 2 hours of staff time to prepare an item to potentially consider changing special corridor regulations for this area. After I get the data, depending what the data shows. So until I just wanted to alert you, I'm gonna send him a memo, and it's a work product, and there may need to be a moratorium. If we do move through to do something, then we may have to do like what we've done with signs, liquor, adult businesses. We may have to put in a temporary moratorium while the staff, but I don't know if we're there yet, so I just wanted to let you know.
All right, thank
Okay.
you. Okay, anyone else? Councilwoman Ebert? Anyone? No? Okay. Then we don't need to vote on that. And so next, we will see you all of us at the public hearing at 6. So in 30 minutes, we'll be back here.
Okay.
Thanks, everyone. Madam Clerk, you're good? Awesome.
We are, Madam Mayor, if you're ready to reconvene. It is 6 p.m. and at this time it appears that Councilmember Ebert, Councilmember Doer, and Councilmember Reese are not present.
All right, I still have a quorum.
You do?
I have Breckus, Martinez, Taylor, and myself. So we'll start. At this time, Madam Clerk, I will open the public hearing. Let the record reflect that the City Council is opening the public hearing. I just said that. I'd like to also ask, Madam Clerk, was proper notice given and any correspondence received?
Madam Mayor, proper notice was given. We did receive correspondence. Let me pull that up. We received one letter of opposition, one letter of concern. And additionally, we did receive one voicemail, which has been distributed to the Reno City Council. And it appears that we might have a few public commenters that are still signing up. But as far as correspondence, that is everything we've received.
All right. And before I do that, I just want to ask the city attorney, do you want to read the item? Do you need to? Before we take public comment? Thank you.
This is case number LDC 23-00035, Green Acre Storage. Appeal of the Planning Commission's decision to approve a request for one, a conditional use permit to establish a 310-unit mini warehouse facility comprised of 7 buildings and RV storage, and 2, an alternative equivalent compliance to vary from site landscape requirements. The plus or minus 1.85 acre project site is located south of the terminus of Green Acres Drive. The project site is located within mixed-use suburban MS zoning district and has a master plan land use designation of suburban mixed use SMU. An appeal was filed by Tony M. May of Maybrock Law Group on behalf of their client David T. and Judith L. Harvey Trust. City Council may affirm, modify, or reverse the decision of the Planning Commission, Ward 2.
All right, thank you so much. At this time, Madam Clerk, please open the public comment.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Our first public commenter and our only public commenter today is Craig Olson.
Okay.
Good evening. My name is Craig Olson, and I am the applicant. I'm the managing member of Green Acres Storage Partners, and I filled out the paperwork to make certain that I could speak to you. I'm not certain what the issues are. These people showed up at the meeting for the conditional use permit approval in the first place. They mentioned that there are issues with the purchase that I made from Nevada Department of Transportation. I had a surveyor come on out and survey the property. In the process of having that done, from what I was told by the surveyor, Mr. Harvey over here and his brother told the surveyor to stop coming on to part of my property that I legally purchased and to no longer do survey work there. I just had the survey completed. The property seems to be exactly what it was I bought from NDOT. Any other issues, I guess they'll speak to. And I'm available for any comments.
All right, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay. Madam Clerk, back at you.
Madam Mayor, at this time, we have no additional public comment.
Okay, thank you. I guess Angela, or, no, hi, come on. I'm sorry, didn't see you. You're like right in my sight. There you go.
While we wait for the presentation, good evening, Madam Mayor and members of the City Council. My name is Carter Williams. I'm an assistant planner with the Development Services Department here at the City of Reno. And before you today is a request for your consideration of an appeal of the Planning Commission's approval for a self-storage facility and an alternative equivalent compliance application, which I'll explain what that is.
Okay.
So the project site is located at the end of Green Acres Drive. Some businesses that are nearby are the Dolan Lexus dealership and the Bistro 7 restaurant. To the northeast of the site is the Target along South Virginia Street. The project site is a 1.85 acre parcel abutting Interstate I-580 freeway and between that and the Dolan Lexus dealership. The appellant's property is to the south of the project site off of Huffaker Place. Describe the specific request, so the conditional use permit before the Planning Commission and before you was to determine whether the use is suitable for the area and the surrounding and the site and then the surrounding uses. An alternative equivalent compliance is a process that was implemented in the code to allow for substitution of specific standards for other standards that provide the same or greater benefit to the community. So this is for a 310 self-storage facility. The key issues identified in the staff report were compatibility with the area and surrounding uses, the site design, and flood mitigation. The property is located within the mixed-use suburban zoning district, which requires a conditional use permit for the establishment of a self-storage facility. The request includes also an application to substitute specific requirements like landscaping and wall articulation requirements for other beneficial features such as screening along the freeway and pedestrian amenities. The property is located within the suburban mixed-use master plan land use designation. This project site is an underutilized property that is challenging to develop due to its narrowness and length. This development is an expansion of the existing business to the north of the site, and they are implementing specific site design elements such as enhanced pedestrian amenities and landscaping to add to the visual interest from Green Acres Drive. A self-storage project provides the opportunity for the development of a narrow, undeveloped parcel. Its location along South Virginia Street supports capacity for higher density residential development. As we see more housing units established in the area, the demand for such businesses increases. To the west of the site, across the I-580 freeway, there is single-family residentially zoned property. It is not anticipated that there would be any additional impacts to these properties, as this project includes a screen wall, additional landscaping abutting the freeway, and an existing sound wall on the residential side of the freeway. The purpose of this conditional use permit is to identify whether the use itself is appropriate for the area and to consider potential impacts on adjacent uses. Many uses, such as retail establishments or restaurants, would be allowed by right without a public hearing, without public notice. A majority actually of commercial and light industrial uses will be allowed without this process. So the scope of the Planning Commission's review was focused on compatibility. The image on the screen facing southbound along I-580 freeway, I noted this was an expansion of existing business, which is represented there in the lower left-hand corner. The area marked in blue is a landscape strip that was developed previously, and conditions for this project are being implemented to match that pattern on the project site to the south. Because the freeway frontage has the greatest visual impact, we prioritize landscaping and screening along this frontage. I will also note in this graphic that the office building in the original development, marked by this blue circle, to the north includes a two-story building that is comparable in height to the development that's proposed here. The Dolan Lexus building, also as an example, directly adjacent to the site, is taller than all the surrounding development at 34 feet in height. The highest proposed building is 26 feet with this development. The mixed-use suburban zone also allows for a maximum height of 55 feet before it becomes before administrative discretionary review or any public body for review. So it would go straight to building permit up to 55 feet in height. The 8 buildings comprise the site, with the buildings positioned furthest away from the freeway. There's a minimum of 31 feet with the fire lane and the required 5-foot landscape strip. So the buildings are pushed furthest away. The area marked in green is the location of that 5-foot landscape strip, which will include a living landscape fence. And again, there's a priority for landscaping in this strip for trees and for screening. On the screen before you is an example of the living landscape fence that was provided by the applicant. Moving on to the architectural features that we're bearing against as well. The mixed-use zone requires 5 distinct design features on street-facing facades. These elements can include window openings, changes in height, and changes in color and material. Due to the exceptional narrowness of the site, the applicant is requesting relief from one of these 5 design requirements, and as well as the use of the vault for art features and other elements that add interest to the site. In lieu of this 5th design requirement, we have included a condition that adds additional pedestrian amenities between the building facade and Green Acres Drive to enhance the public realm. This could be public seating, artwork, fountains, or another element identified by staff. The property is located within the flood zone A area to the south of the site, and a condition has been placed on the project approval that a flood study and updated hydrology report will be required prior to any permit approval, demonstrating that no buildings will be built in the floodplain and no changes to the floodplain will adversely impact surrounding properties. The appeal was filed by the David T. and Judith L. Harvey Trust, and they contend a number of things. I will let the appellant go over those specific items, but from the city's position, the first one that the portion of the property is landlocked, we do not agree with. This is the specific area they're referring to is a part of the site of the property that has access up Huffaker Place, and many of the generally, these items are either civil issues that need to be handled between the appellant and certain other agencies and property owners, or are adequately mitigated by existing code requirements. The Planning Commission heard this case at the February 15th Planning Commission hearing and unanimously approved the project. They noted flood zone concerns, private easement concerns, and the appellate representative spoke at that hearing. Before you are the findings for a conditional use permit. Through staff's analysis on the screen, we were able to recommend to the Planning Commission that this project meets all the findings, and the Planning Commission agreed with their unanimous approval. This
Did you
is
have 7 in attendance?
Yes. Yes.
Wow.
The alternative equivalent compliance findings are on the screen as well. So again, the Planning Commission unanimously approved the conditional use permit and the alternative equivalent compliance. And on the screen before you is the recommended motion. And I am available for any questions, but I believe that the appellant will be giving a presentation following this.
Okay, thank you so much, and great job. I feel like, have we seen you before? I mean, obviously I know you from the building, but I don't feel like I've seen you up at the dais.
The last time I presented was in 2017, so it's been a minute.
It's been a while. Yeah. Great job.
I have a question though before you go.
Go ahead.
So can you go pull up the slide presentation? I had a few questions on a couple of different.
Wait, can we have the appellant go and then bring
I
everything
think
back?
I would prefer to ask our staff because it's going to make me understand what the appellant is saying.
Okay.
Okay. Can you go back a couple slides? Keep going back. This one. So both of these. So when you say alternative articulation, I mean, I've been at the site. The only people it's a cul-de-sac. The only people there are the people going there. So I'm not really sure what is proposed here.
So there's proposes and changes in height from the building to the wall. There's the building is pushed back further than other elements, which adds some horizontal interest. So it adds variety along the wall face.
Okay, well, let me ask this. The on the side facing the freeway, which is what most people are going to see, hundreds more people than on the cul-de-sac. Is there any articulation on the building there?
There will be a requirement for articulation, up to 3 standards in our code. And I mentioned like window openings.
Well, it's very, very long.
Yes.
So only 3 little places? Or?
No, each building has to have some element on each facade. Up to 3
but I mean,
of those.
a little thing like 2 by 3, and that's the element, or what?
We have specific standards that,
Okay.
that the code requires that.
Okay. And then what is the taller building? I'm unclear. Is this replica of the one across the street, across the cul-de-sac? So if you could go back one on these slides.
No, it's not a replica, no.
Okay, right here. See the one you've circled in blue? Are they
Yes.
going to build a second one of those?
No.
No. And then secondly, or next, I had asked you earlier the height of these, and I was unclear. I thought I went and saw the site, and these units on the left that are part of the applicant's property too, how tall are they, did you say?
Are you saying the existing ones?
Yeah.
They are 12 feet. According
12
to
feet.
According to building permits.
Because when we met, you said they were the same.
Oh, I didn't have that information at the time.
So
I
the,
apologize
this
if it
other
was.
one's going to be twice as high, 24 feet.
But it would be comparable in height to other buildings around in the area.
Okay, but still, this is what I want to know. Okay, so I looked at these and I said, this is fine, but I wasn't thinking it was actually twice as tall as these. So I just wanted to make sure I understood.
Yes.
Okay, and then you circle the building, and how tall is that supposed to be?
That according to building permits, it is 23 feet in height.
So that's about how high these other storage units are going to be.
Correct.
And do you know, and I will ask the applicant later, do they have to be that high? Like, what are we trying to store? So you don't need to answer, but if you could go back one more slide. I want to understand, are they talking about putting this on fill? The 24 feet, is it built on top of a couple feet of fill, or is it at ground level?
So with that updated hydrology report, we'll have more information as to the changes in elevation that are required.
Because that would put the buildings potentially like 30 feet tall, right?
Yes,
if it's
but
on top of 4 feet of fill.
Yes, but with the 580 freeway, as it goes south, it actually does increase in height. So that there is a change in elevation. As
it was higher at the south end than at the north
correct,
end.
and that would be the area where there would need to be flood mitigation to build it.
So what you're saying is the area where the blue, and several slides back, where the blue intersects the green, right there.
Yes.
They might have to elevate that.
They may. We haven't without
Or
the
you had told me they might not even be able to build it because it's.
That's yes.
That's
Wanna
fine.
move
I
on and
understand
make sure
better.
we're getting to see the whole picture because you have me actually kind of confused
sorry.
because we're sort of jumping in the middle here. So let's finish the presentations and then we'll let the body make or address you. All right. Hello, sir.
Hello. My name is Tony May, and I represent David and Judith Hardy Trust. And we are the ones that appealed this. All right. We get 10 minutes on the clock? All right. So does this work? No, don't put it on there yet. I'm just wanted to have that there just in case. So go back to the PowerPoint presentation. All right. So hopefully by the time I get done with this, you'll have a better understanding of what's going on. So we basically have, we have the Green Acres site, which is in yellow. We have my client's site, which is on the bottom, notified in red. These are the issues that I have that I designated. We have issues with the drainage and future damage, line of sight of the existing sign, corner of the property landlocked, dispute over property lines, issues with potable water contamination, avoidance of the zoning requirements, and Green Acres misleading the Planning Commission at the last hearing. Those are the issues that I want to address. First, let's kind of go and look at the site. So if you look at the picture on the left to me anyway, that's the rainstorm that you guys had a few weeks ago. That's not a 100-year storm. That's not a 10-year storm. That's just a regular rainfall. And the problem is the site, the more you guys upstream grant applications and put new houses and roads, more contaminants and more floodwater come into that section. So again, the water is not a 100-year storm level. There's where the interstate is, and this is the Harvey property. And I've also designated the part that is landlocked. Now, the city's interpretation of landlocked is that because one part of the parcel has access to a road, that it's not landlocked. The problem is the sign is on the landlocked part, and when the NDOT came through and did the freeway, they basically took a bridge away. that used to give them access to that side of the property. They took the bridge away, but there was a section of property, which is the Green Acres property, that my clients have used for 20, 30 years to access the sign, and they also stored heavy equipment on that location as well over the years. So that site is an active site that is a profit-making site for the family, and basically this is now being completely cut off from that. And so for the city to say it's not landlocked because another part of the property has access to the street, that's not it's not a true statement. It's an interpretation, but it's not a true statement. So let's go into the drainage. And I'm talking really fast because last time when I got here, I got cut out of my 3 minutes and I wasn't able to finish what I wanted to say. All right, so we have a huge offsite drainage. If you see where the little red dot is, you look at the bottom left corner, most of that area flows to that point. And most of the area, as my client was showing me today, is being developed. So you guys are, allowing a lot of development in that area, homes, roads. Every time you do a home, road, or subdivision, you increase the flow. You also increase contaminants because the oil and everything on the street and all the stuff that it picks up is now coming and going through my client's property, or right through the property, which is one of the big issues that we have. So here's the flood zone. Again, the yellow is the Green Acres parcel. My client's parcel is the bottom. As you can see, the bottom corner of the Green Acres parcel is smack dab in the middle of the flood zone. I walked that site a month or so ago when we came here. The flood zone area, that's low. Okay, so it's high on both sides and it dips down low. So the only way they can get above the finished floor is to fill that in. So they're gonna have to fill in the flood zone area. And my questions are the same as your questions are they gonna block the sign? The sign is very important to my client's family. It's been there for quite a while, and it's a good source of income for them. And to allow them to come and build it and pick it up, higher, that's a big problem. All right, So looking at, again, their site, if you see where the red is, that's where my client's property is. And if you see on the bottom photo, you can see how the way it's designed is it's facing, to you guys, I guess, if you're looking at it, it would be facing away from the property. And you see the water's coming, and there's like a block wall. There's buildings right there. So the water's coming right where the flood zone is and hitting that. That's gonna mess with the water. That's gonna mess with the flow of the water. That's very problematic. Again, there's a close-up of that area, and the bottom right corner, if you look at that, that's where the big buildings are, and it's my understanding that's where they're going to put RV parking. So that's why it's much higher. That is very problematic, again, if it's going to block the site of my client's sign. All right. We already went over that. So it's our position that the city is setting itself up for a Lemon Valley number 2 with flooding. You're agreeing to do stuff that's gonna, if this goes through, is gonna cause additional flooding on my client's property. The water has gone up on the property. My client has a well on the property, which I'll talk about in a few minutes. All right. So this is our warning to the city, not that it matters. All right, so the line of sight, we talked about that. This photo right here is taken right where the old bridge was. So if you look at on the far side of the bridge, it's our position, that's where my client's property used to end. Anything south of that used to be my client's property, and that's now in a location that is why we're disputing the property, where the property boundaries are. And so hopefully within the next little bit, we'll know for sure. But my clients owned everything up to the bridge in the past. And then with all the NDOT and everything that happened, things have been adjusted and moved that we think that shows that the properties are not correctly, at this point, portrayed in the city of Reno's documentation. Again, there's the interstate, there's the Harvey's Trust. Again, the sign is on the landlocked property. In order for my client to get people to go to fix the sign or to adjust the sign or do anything, right now they have to hand carry stuff, which is not really a long-term solution of this. They need their big trucks to get in there to make any major modifications or anything to the sign that needs to be done other than just putting another piece of paper up. All right. At a minimum, we'd ask that the city of Reno, they require that that this development not block the sign. So there should be an official requirement doing that. All right. Okay, so again, if you see where the blue is on the bottom right, that's the line where my client for the last 30 years has been getting to the property. So we would ask that the city require that they can keep that open. And if you look at the building at the very bottom right corner, that's blocking access. There's no way for my client to now get to that property. So basically, if you agree to do this, you're basically landlocking this piece of property and making it so my client can't use it for the way they had it before. It's completely blocked from that. NRS 408-553 subsection 6 talks about, and this is an NDOT statute that talks about transferring property and also requiring that easements and air view and different easements be put in place in order to stop a use that would harm the adjacent landowners. There's also a case called Brooks and Bonnet, which is NRS 278-480 subsection 5, which I believe is a zoning issue where the courts have basically said it is satisfied that the public, they can abandon something when they're satisfied that the public will not be materially injured by the proposed abandonment. So the city has to take into account this. They can't just willy-nilly say we don't care that this property is being landlocked. There's also another case, State versus Riel, Department of Highways and Linick. And again, the court said this is a property right of easement which cannot be taken from an owner without due compensation. The key to this is when the NDOT came through and removed the bridge, before that my client had access to this piece, they removed the bridge, they took away access. But they then gave access through this parcel for my client to be able to continue to do it. And now, based on what we're doing now, that is being taken away. And we're saying that my client had a right to that, and that shouldn't be allowed to just take it away. So in essence, the city is condemning inverse condemnation of that piece and saying you can't really have it and use it anymore unless they require that access to be continued. We filed a lawsuit. We're going through with that. I just wanted to address that. The exhibit to the complaint shows the blue and the red section. The red section is a dispute that we have with the city and the county as to the layout of that part of that Huffacre place. It used to be Huffacre Lane, but it looks like there's some adjustments, movements, changes when everything happened, and it doesn't seem like it's the same. The blue part is the disputed area between the Green Acres and my client as to who owns the property. So if the statement earlier about a surveyor coming on the property, if he was on what my client believed was his property, he told him, you're trespassing, you can't do that. So that was the issue that was addressed by Mr. Olson earlier. So here's another real big issue is the potable water. We have the flood zone. We have floods that have happened in that area. And then what you'll see is on the Truckee well is right where I put that arrow, right next to the flood zone. I mean, within a few feet of the flood zone. That last water event that came through tore up a bunch of property. And it also tore it up to the point where some of the electrical conduit was now exposed to that well. My clients are afraid because that well is tied to their same well that they've had their well for 100 years. And this is basically going to affect my client's water rights. It's going to so if this gets contaminated, it contaminates my client's property and everything that's attached to their wells. Again, we have another Lemon Valley issue. Let's see. We would ask that you guys put specifically in there that they have to not increase the flood levels for any adjacent property for the 10 and the 100-year flood. We would request that be included within the requirements specifically. In the prior hearing, we were told that there was an easement for another property. We went and did a research. There isn't. As far as like Mr. Olson said that the adjacent property with him had some kind of an easement that gave us access to the property, which it doesn't. We went to two different.
Your 10 minutes is up.
Okay. Can I make one last thing on this right here? I just want to say that this right here shows the property as it was in 1984. This shows that this part right here is where the bridge was. Before the bridge was taken away, my client had access to this property right here. Once the bridge was tore down, then the only access my client had was to go this way to the other street in order to get access. Okay. So for 20, 30 years, they used that, and now they're landlocked. So, and you guys each got a
So
copy
wait,
of this
I'm a
picture.
little confused in the sense, why aren't you going to this gentleman and working out an easement? Am I right? Like, what am I missing here? Is this, Angela? Wouldn't that be what you would need to do?
So we've had some initial conversations about that, but nothing has been, we haven't been able to get that done.
Okay, because
So,
I'm not an attorney, but Carl, wouldn't that be a civil matter? Or else, would you come here and ask for the
That's when we view it.
easement?
It'd be
He owns the property.
a problem that should be resolved between Mr. May and the applicant,
Right,
not the city.
okay,
that
that's
stuff
just
is,
what I thought.
that stuff
Okay.
is included as part of the lawsuit as well.
Okay,
that
thank
we
you.
filed. Anybody have any other questions?
All right. I'm going to bring it back to the body and we will ask questions. Okay. I want to start with Councilwoman Dewar.
Sure.
You've already had 3 minutes, so I'm going to give you another 3.
Well, my 3 was for our staff and not this guy. But anyway, I guess my question is, you made a number of allegations about this easement. So just to be clear, NDOT was the one who sold the property to the other gentleman. And NDOT, what did your company have an easement with NDOT either with the bridge or coming in the other way?
So
Like a formal easement?
There was no formal easement. There was that additional piece was obtained when they went through and did the freeway, and that spot stayed open, which allowed my client access.
So they had like informal access? Like they just used it, or they told MDOT they were going to use it?
It's my understanding that it was there. It was acquired as part of the deal. Once the bridge was taken away, then my client's only access was there, and they've continued to use it.
Right, but I mean,
there's no official.
You've mentioned
written-
lawsuits, but it almost seems like it's NDOT itself withdrew your access by first taking out a bridge, right? That allowed access from your property to the other part of your property.
So it's my understanding that NDOT removed the bridge. I'm not positive, but I'm assuming that NDOT removed the bridge as part of the I-580 project.
Well,
at
I
some
understand,
point.
but it's not necessary to remove the bridge unless the bridge was built illegally and it was in like waters of the US and they didn't have permission from somebody to build the bridge, just somebody
so
had built
the
it.
bridge had been there for years.
That's what
like
I'm saying,
years and
but
years and
somebody years ago built a bridge that maybe was a non-conforming or not allowed in the Evans Creek drainage. Okay,
It was a county highway, I think, Washoe County.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's point one, is that it's question with NDOT, why did they take away the bridge, right?
Correct.
Like, was it required by a federal agency in a drainage or something? Number two, they didn't reserve an easement when they sold the land to this third party. They didn't reserve an easement for you.
They didn't reserve an easement, but they gave us access for 25, 30 years.
30 years, but it just didn't have the right paperwork. Like it wasn't a recorded easement to access across their property to your
Okay, so there is case law that says that if a city, county, state government comes in and removes access that you had,
yes,
then they have to maintain that access.
Compensate in some way, or
well, either compensate or give them access.
Gotcha.
One of the cases I cited, I believe, basically refers to a situation where someone had access and they went and tried to remove that street, they sued, and then the Supreme Court said, no, you have to give them access. That's a right that they have.
But wouldn't that be in a court, Carl? Wouldn't that be something?
well,
in
I
court?
think they'd have an action against NDOT for taking an action that affected
Instead
their
of
property
here?
rights, right? Is that right?
Yeah.
Right, yeah, and he's talking about activities that took place many years ago. So I don't know why he didn't address NDOT when they took the bridge down
Right.
and restricted his access, because they didn't do anything then.
Because they
Then
had
apparently
access.
he had access, or he was taking access, but he wasn't. Apparently he was trespassing for a number of years, and
Yeah.
now He could have sued for prescriptive easement, but he didn't do that.
Well, that's what I was gonna go to,
And then I
prescriptive
understood that he
easement, because he
also-
had historic use of that easement to access his property, right?
Right, that's what he said.
So this stuff that you're talking about is part of our lawsuit.
Okay.
We've included NDOT as part of the
Okay,
lawsuit.
so I guess the question
All
to
right.
Carl is just,
I
may
just
we
wanted
take
to
our
know, This
action?
seems like it needs to be in court.
Well,
not at
may we
council.
take our action independent of, I mean, for example, I'll just give you guys an example. We were asked to annex property into the city of Reno, and there were a lot of questions about easements and access and water right, lines. And we denied it in part because the access was not clear, which was a requirement of the annexation. And I thought when you apply for a permit, that you have to show that you have control over the property, that you have the property to do
Well, that
your
was one of
thing.
the questions at the planning commission that I proposed to Mr. May is, have you done a survey so that we know where the lawns are
Exactly.
drying?
Yeah.
And he said no.
Yeah, that's.
So we are doing a survey.
Yeah.
The surveyors that I was going to have do it kept saying they were going to schedule a time, and then they said that they couldn't get to it. So we just met with someone today, and they're going to move forward on it. So that will happen.
All right, we're gonna move forward. I'm gonna send it to you, Councilwoman Breckus, go ahead. And then I'll just go down. So, I guess this is for Mr. Williams. Thank you. So, when someone comes in with an application, they have to show all the easements, right? On the application materials when they submit?
Correct. When a site plan is submitted, it is certified and stamped by a licensed civil engineer or land surveyor. In this case, it was a civil engineer who certifies property lines. So we don't require a formal survey to be submitted, but
Okay,
but
but
it is
easements
certified.
easements are identified, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so not having heard any specificity about the particular easement in question, I mean, I guess his issue is, he's not saying I've got an easement that's not showing in the materials. He's not saying the materials were incomplete. He's actually showing evidence that supports your position because he's bringing up an action. I saw it flash quickly in front of the screen, with NDOT. So that's over there. His other points are the height and obscuring the sign view. Views are not a protected property right. We all know that. His third point, the well. What was there about the school district? Something about a school district well? What was that?
So there is a, and this actually was new information for us because the Truckee Meadows Water Authority didn't immediately come to comment on
yeah.
it, but it is within a Truckee Meadows Water Authority well on the school district property.
And the school district property is that little in holding parcel, or where's the school district part?
Okay.
And actually, shame on it and Tumwa for not commenting because they just gave us a presentation about how they're commenting on all these things. So we'll be bringing that up with our general manager over there.
And to be, no, I know. Yes. So directly above the blue parcel. So the appellant's parcel, directly above that is the Washoe County School District parcel, and there is the well.
Okay.
The well is in the corner there. So I did reach out to Truckee Meadows Water Authority today, and they did provide comments that says that the environmental control regulations that we have in place at the city are enough for there.
Okay. Now, the one issue that he is getting somewhere with me, and I am sympathetic and have been consistent over the years, is this condition number 11 on a LOMAR. Because, junk in, junk out. I believe that the FEMA maps, and I think it's been evidenced, are very old, very antiquated, built one upon another. So you're making the decision, even though there's a lot of evidence out there that we're redoing all these FEMA maps. I don't know where we're at that, but they're being redone. But you're allowing them to build up the property, provided they get a LOMAR to an antiquated, being replaced FEMA map. So I do have a little bit of problem with that. So where the FEMA map that you're telling them to revise, what was the year of that map's creation, and how many subsequent amendments does that have? Do you know any of that?
I do not know that.
Okay. I'll leave that at that. The other point is we have the holdback provision, right? The 1-to-1 holdback provision. So if he's building up, in theory,
he has to hold back somewhere the water, correct? Did this project get to the point of showing you a retention dam or anything where that would be and how that would be sized? Because that is a site consideration on a very small site. Did it get to that point of drainage where you're seeing a basin's going to be created or something for the water he's displacing?
We actually received feedback from Tumwa on it was not specific to this site, but then it became specific when we realized there was a well nearby, that providing for detention on site actually impacts the water quality of wells negatively because it allows for contaminants to stay in the area and percolate into the ground.
Oh, interesting.
So there is a case where we would actually want that to leave the site, go into that flood area, and move along.
Okay, Councilman Breckus, sorry, I'm going to cut you off. I'll come back to you. All right. Any other council members want to weigh in? Councilmember Ebert? No. Councilwoman Taylor? Councilman Martinez? All right. I'm going to send it back to you, Councilwoman Dewar.
I had the same question about the FEMA, which was that if we allow them to build on the floodplain, they're going to increase, they're going to fill in places that were used to store water. So they're putting fill by their foundation and their building. They're filling in a site where water went before, which means that it will increase water downstream. And I had the same question that she did, which was they need to be retaining the water on site to not increase the runoff to other people. So how do you expect to resolve that?
So there's a couple options that we contemplated. One is to fill, and in that case, they would have to show that the flood area is relocated somewhere else. And that would mean that they would have to have this collaborative effort between adjacent property owners, potentially the Dolan site, potentially the Harvey Trust property owner, to amend those FEMA maps to do that. Otherwise, I think the other option is that they can't do it. They can't put the buildings there.
Okay, that makes sense to me. Okay.
If I may.
Yeah.
If I may I?
Yeah,
Yes.
go
You know,
ahead, 3
Tom was
minutes.
saying we don't want retention basins around because you're holding water, you're concentrating it in, and, the goal is to move it off as quickly as possible. That means the mitigation factor, which, I think there's discretion on this, is not available. So in lieu of that, we may need to see a development proposal that does not impact the flood area on the site, and that may reduce the buildable area on the site. And so there could be some considerations there, and I for my consistency in this area, when I think of the University Farms property and the displacement there, I do have a hard time with conditions coming out for Lomars. I really, really do. And it's compounded by this Tumwa well on site. So I don't know if I can go there with this condition number 11 in. Thank you.
Madam Mayor, if I
All
could
right,
finish
go
my
ahead.
comment. I only
go
used a
right
portion of the time. Different issue. What I was going to ask you about was you have a fence, it's called a green fence, and I guess it's what has ivy growing on it or something?
That is an option. There are a number of.
What I'm concerned about is I haven't seen that done that successfully around here. Is that in lieu of trees block on the side of the freeway?
No, it is not. It's in combination with trees. And one of the features that we maintained is that we're not actually reducing the trees from the original requirement. We are keeping the same number of trees that would be required without any landscape reductions. They're being prioritized along that landscape strip to provide a screening element all the way across. So it's in conjunction
a double?
with. Yes.
There's trees and behind it is a fence?
Correct.
With greenery on it?
Correct.
And how tall is that fence?
6 feet.
6 feet? Okay. And then is it possible, is one of our motions here today to pull back out of the floodplain? Because I don't think fill is a proper answer here. And I also understand what Tom was saying about the well. They don't want to pool water near a well casing. But I don't know who is using that well. Is this well in use?
So that is it's the Huffacre Place well for, there's 3 wells. So there's the private well for the property, the appellant.
Could you point it out again? So the orange is the billboard location, but where's the well?
So so at the end of Huffacre Place, it's directly north. Where that little bulb is, and then
Is
north
it
of
on
that.
west side of the Evans Creek?
It is on the east side of
Before
Dry
you
Creek.
cross the creek?
That's correct. There's a little. Sorry,
Okay.
I don't have the.
But who
control.
uses it again?
So it's a general Tumwa well.
Oh, it's a full-on
It
Tumwa
is.
well.
Yes.
So my question was, though, is this possible that as part of our motion, we would ask them to pull out of the floodplain?
I would
Wherever
like,
the floodplain finally is mapped?
I would like to note though that the through any building permit, any use that comes before that doesn't require this process, this is a standard procedure for us.
Is what?
Deciding on the developability of a site based on the floodplain. So if they're not providing adequate information for us through a flood study, through what's called a base elevation study, that they would not be able to potentially build in this area at all. So I think that
At all, or just in the floodplain?
well, it's dependent on that study that we
Yeah.
that will come at the final permit, which is normal. That's our normal
Okay.
process.
Okay. Okay. So you're saying, yes, you as a practice would pull back out of the floodplain. Is that what I'm hearing you say?
No, from our perspective, we don't have the final hydrology report that would come at
No,
the
no,
building
I
permit
mean,
stage.
later on, when you get this final.
It depends on what the study
Well,
says.
that's what I'm saying. But if the study says that this is part of the active floodplain,
So if
are we allowing people to build in this
we're
kind
not,
of place?
yeah.
That's
So
what I'm trying to
sorry.
get at.
That we are not allowing anyone to build in the floodplain if they are unable to demonstrate that that flood area cannot be relocated. Then they would not be able to build in that area or fill it. It would make it an undevelopable portion of the property.
And is the applicant here? I didn't see the applicant. Oh, I'm sorry, sir. Okay.
All right.
Well, I do have a question
Any
for
other
him.
questions? Except for I do want to ask, because it
Yeah.
just seems so strange to me. So there's a billboard that you guys own on this property.
No, just on their property, but on the west side of the
On the
creek.
west, okay.
On their property. You see
No.
where the little little
Yeah.
golden square? That's my client's property. That's
Yeah.
the landlocked property, and there's a sign there.
All right.
They can't
Can
get
I
to it
ask,
anymore.
why didn't you
Right.
buy the property?
We were never given an opportunity to buy
Okay.
the property.
I didn't know. I just
It was
wanted-
done during COVID, and my clients were never given notice of it.
Okay.
Or they probably would have, they would have probably gone and bid on it, but they weren't given the opportunity.
Okay. All right, thank you. All
One
right.
question for the applicant.
We have, okay, come on up. Councilwoman Dewar, you're gonna get 3 minutes. Councilwoman Breckus, you're gonna get another 3 minutes, and actually, I think one more 3-minute round for Councilwoman Breckus.
All right. Sir, thank you for being here today. I just wanted to understand, I drove out there, and I note that your storage units to the north are 12 feet, and these are double the height. And I'm wondering, is it all of the storage units or just some of them that are this 24 feet?
I typically will build in phases. I've been involved in the storage business for 50 years.
Sure.
Okay. So I will typically build in stages, and I build unit mix according to what the demand is.
All right.
One of the big demands right now, as I'm certain you guys know, is RV storage.
Well, we don't know. We're not in that business.
Well, you guys have certainly approved a lot of projects, so
Yeah.
I'm just saying.
That's true.
It is in a big demand. Now, how big, I don't know, but, currently we have the very end building, which is close to their property, as a RV building. And then we had plans to make the next building over, possibly also an RV building. As far as any of the other ones, I don't know.
Okay.
But the architect,
Yes.
who just goes off on his merry way, made all the buildings taller. And it was
Okay.
an issue I had with him because it cost me money.
Exactly.
No one stacks taller than 8.
Exactly. So
Okay.
the issue that I am struggling with as the council member on both sides of this
Mhm.
freeway is that people are starting to build very tall buildings right up against the freeway. And if your buildings are the same height as the ones to the north, it's totally fine. The road does come down at that point, but anybody could live with that. But I'm getting deluged with residents saying, how many storage units do we need? They're everywhere. And number two, how many tall buildings can we possibly tolerate along the freeway? Because think about this linear extent, and if it's all 24 feet, nobody can see over that to the mountains. And our two beauties here are the river and the mountains and the mountain view. Many people don't have view lots, but they go on the freeway, they see the mountains, and it's part of their joy of living in Reno, Nevada. So I'm just going to ask you, I don't know how this is all going to go here today, but I would ask you to consider that when you're building these, because it costs more money to go taller. And if you don't need to go taller, I'm encouraging you, if you get approval here today, to not go taller. And this seemed to be the best time, since you and I have never talked before, to have that conversation and tell you the issue that I'm getting literally deluged by residents saying, what is happening to Reno, Nevada? All these tall buildings by the freeway. We're becoming like LA, driving down a freeway that has concrete on both sides.
Guess who used to live in LA?
You.
I live in Incline Village. I love the mountains. I love Reno. We've been doing business here since 1997.
Yeah.
Mr. Williams, in talking about preparing for this, mentioned that you wanted to talk to one of the members. I gave out my number and everything for you.
Oh, I never got that.
Well, that's an email I got, and I said, get a hold of me.
Okay.
I do know that you were on the property because the gentleman.
Yeah, I drove down there.
Yes. Okay. So first and
I'm
foremost,
just sharing my perspective.
Right.
This is not a law.
First and foremost, as he's mentioned, the buildings could be much taller. As he's also mentioned, and the problem with this property is it's about 70 feet wide.
Right.
It gets a little bit wider, but it's 1,100 feet long. It's extremely difficult to build much of anything on there. You know, it's challenging. So we've done what we've could, and we've done everything we can to push things back. I just had a meeting with Mr. Tom Dolan of Dolan Lexus yesterday, on Monday, and we discussed the property. One of the things that Mr. Williams here doesn't know is we talked about going back to a zero lot line.
What does that mean?
We are 5 feet off the property. That will shift more of the landscaping along
To
the
the front.
freeway.
Okay.
I want to look good too.
Okay.
That's how I get customers in.
Okay, thank you so much. We're gonna move on.
Yeah.
Can I just comment on a few other things? I'll be real quick.
Okay.
Okay. It's a civil matter, if anything, what they're bringing on up. If NDOT took a bridge out and took away their access, why didn't you contact NDOT then? Okay? To contact me after I bought the property, and by the way, I asked NDOT about easements, access, everything else. No easements, none at all. So talk to them about bridge. Don't come and sue me. As far as using the easement, I know nothing of this, and I don't know why I should provide an easement. I'm in the self-storage business. It's a security business. I need a secure property, not allowing anyone to come on and off the property. I did tell these gentlemen at the hearing where I was approved, I really don't want to do an easement. I will consider it, but I really don't. How about you just sell me your little piece of property at a fair market price, and then we're done with it. They're landlocked by a creek. And by the way, you're landlocked by a creek. By the way, in between their parcel and mine, and I have documents here, there seems to be a strip of where Huffaker Lane went across the freeway that is City of Reno property. So if they've been going across NDOT's property for years without permission, and they've been going across City of Reno property, I would say you've been breaking the law and trespassing. Now, maybe murdering for years is okay if you get approval afterwards. I know that's a little extreme, but that's how I feel about it. As far as the Lomar, my people are working on it right now. As I mentioned earlier, we just did a survey, and we are confident that everything is correct. He's gone back to all the old NDOT documents, Dale Poe development. It was condemned, and it was clearly said easements gone if there were any back then. And that's to Dale Poe, long before them.
Okay, sir. I'm going to cut you off. I'm sorry. We're going to go to Councilwoman Breckus.
Thank you. Mr. Williams, could we bring up the site plan that shows the floodplain area? Look, I'm not convinced about the argument of the access and the bridge, because if these people have owned it long enough and the 580 came through as an NDOT project, someone was paid for something, easements, a bridge access, or so on. We know how, the right-of-way management, acquisition, standards go, and federal money was involved in that roadway too. So, that's kind of not real honest to be making claims about that. I just have to kind of say, I am sympathetic about the Zone A
floodplain that is on this parcel. And I've been consistent. You all have discretion, have authority to administer the codes how you do, but when it comes up here, it's a whole nother game. And whether it's Daybreak or University Farms or even the other self-storage guy, I can't remember his name. There was south of University Farms, is I've been consistent for a long time, is you don't get the freebie of the LOMAR. That does not make finding number 5 and number 6 for me in the conditional use permit. And those are related to the characteristic of the use of the uses proposed and may be conditioned are reasonably compatible with the types of use permitted in the surrounding area, and that it's would not be detrimental to public health, safety, or welfare related to property damage and hazards to persons or property. So I want to understand what you're saying is that condition 11 says you're out of the floodplain if you go get a LOMAR and lift it up, right?
Condition number 11 is intending that we receive a flood study to understand where the base flood elevation is. And so at the very preliminary level, we're trying to, we're implementing this the same way as any other building permit.
But the base level upon development or existing right now?
So there's a study that we are requesting to identify, so we're not even going to be using the FEMA maps. We're going to be using this study that we are requesting through that condition to identify where the flood the level of the floods exists today, and then they need to propose a design that will work with that flood study. If they can't do the LOMAR, then they won't be able to build in this area.
And when does the LOMAR come in? After that, that study is part of the LOMAR process, correct?
It is, but it's also a part of our process. So we'll be involved in that on that side, but then also a part of the LOMAR. Yes.
I'm not comfortable with that because I don't believe that doing a LOMAR on these FEMA maps in this area are going to meet the conditions until I see 2020, 21, 22, 23 current built out environment of flood maps that reflects everything that's been built. I don't believe on LOMARs up above FEMA maps that were from 1998. And I'm just pulling it out. I don't know if you know the date of the existing FEMA map out there, but I don't even think it reflected the 97 flood. Maybe some of my colleagues know a little bit better. Does anyone know the date of the FEMA map out there?
No, but Councilwoman Brewer might do this.
Or staff?
I don't know.
It sure, yeah. So
we didn't study this.
All right, we're moving on. I'm going to send it to you, Councilwoman Dewar. Give us a motion, please.
All right, I am going to recommend that we do two things. One is that we deny the appeal because I think it's out of our purview, the issues that have been raised, with the exception that I would like to amend condition 11. It's not enough, in my opinion, and we've done this on other projects, it's not enough to protect yourself out of the floodplain by elevation. In my opinion, and this would go directly to the finding about material detrimental to the public health, safety and welfare, and so on. There's several provisions here, 5, 6, and 5. I think that they have to elevate themselves, but at the same time, they cannot increase flooding downstream. So they have to do a calculation to ensure that if they can figure out with FEMA how to elevate themselves out of the floodplain so they are protected, they can't then have that fill be affecting others because Evans Creek is very sensitive. It floods. So there has to be compensating storage is the term we use, compensating storage to compensate for any fill that is placed in this flood zone A. Okay, so I don't know if the council understood what I'm asking or suggesting.
I feel like actually they have to do that
anyway.
Well, no.
Your motion, am I right?
No, what it is, this condition basically says they have to protect themselves. They cannot be they have to be a foot above the floodplain. But that doesn't protect others.
But
And
legally?
No.
Yes, so Angela Foos, Assistant
Yes.
Director,
Yeah.
that is a standard code requirement.
Yes.
That does not need a separate condition. That is required on every project.
Okay, so then.
All day, every day.
Okay, so that's already
Okay.
required legally.
Well, then I
So
just
you
wanted-
just give the motion then.
I wanted clarification on that then. You had to put on the record, it's implied to you, but it's not obvious here. So then I guess I will recommend to deny the appeal and let the project go as is with the current conditions.
Second.
I'm not gonna support.
So
I would-
hold on one second. So, okay, Councilwoman Dewar, are you finished?
Yeah, with the
Okay.
caveat to our gentleman builder that it go as low as you can.
Okay.
Madam Mayor, if
go
I might,
ahead.
just to clarify the motion, is the motion from Councilmember Dewar the same that is written on the planning decision?
Regarding the appeal, based on council's review.
I just want to make sure that you're hitting all the
Based on my
points.
ability to make the findings. Give me 1 minute, if you will. Yeah. I'll recommend the motion on the screen.
Okay.
Which says that I can make the findings.
So you move to affirm approval.
I'm denying the appeal.
Okay, all right. So I have a motion from Councilwoman Dewar. I have a second from Councilwoman Taylor. I'm gonna send it to Councilwoman Breckus for discussion. 1 minute.
Yeah, I'm not gonna support. I would support if the Zone A, as it is now, was a no-build area, as
Right.
I believe it should be.
Well,
And that's not what the design shows, that's not what the condition shows. If it was no build in the Zone A, I would be comfortable with that. But they don't have any room to maneuver, plus they've got Tumwa over there not wanting to do detention basins. I just think this is irresponsible, and I'm consistent, this is consistent with my University Farms, my Daybreak position, and I think it was Menke Storage position.
Yeah.
All across this east side of the 580 area, and so I'm not supportive.
well, and let me say this, that's what I was trying to get at. And if I didn't say it very clearly, I mean, you've said that it's automatic and we would never let that. But I think this is much more specific, and so I do want to amend my motion to deny, but I do want no build in this flood zone A. I don't know how to say it more clearly. I think you said it more clearly than I did.
Well, then I think you withdraw the motion.
I was amending the motion to add this additional condition.
If I could,
I
Your
already have
Honor,
a second.
can I
So
just?
I'm gonna move forward. Hold on. Oh, go ahead.
Let me just, so procedurally, the next thing that would have to happen if you want to withdraw that is the seconder would have to withdraw the second, and otherwise the motion stands.
Yeah, and
And it
then we
needs to be
vote.
voted on. So if,
Well, I don't know that I was clear. I explained what I wanted to do, which was not have them build in Zone A by not displacing any additional floodwaters.
All right, let's make this easy. Hold on.
Yeah.
Councilwoman Taylor, please.
No, I don't want to amend my second because everything is already there that we need to do. They're not going to build in a floodplain if FEMA says you can't build there. Everything that we need is within the conditions, right? Okay.
It's not up to FEMA, though.
The conditions are there. They're not going to go build in a floodplain if they say they can't do it, right? Do you want to build in a floodplain, sir?
It doesn't work well for people.
Okay, thank you.
That is true. Okay, so,
I'm going to go back to our attorneys. I'm confused. I can't withdraw my motion. I've never heard such a thing.
yeah, you can't withdraw your motion because it was seconded at this point, so the motion either gets voted on and it fails, and then there can be another motion, or it gets voted on and it passes. But once that second was made, it goes to the body. It's no longer your motion.
and she's not withdrawing it, so we're gonna move forward with the motion. All right, so I have a motion, I have a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?
Opposed?
Okay, so it is 3-3.
Doesn't go.
No action. So I
Well,
guess it
I'll
will
make
come
a-
back.
I'll make a subsequent motion.
Okay.
I move to modify the decision of the Planning Commission based on concerns for special use permit finding, conditional use permit findings 5 and 6 related to the conditions in those. And that is that the Zone A floodplain is a no build, no disturbance area for the use of the development.
Second.
All right.
But I want
Okay,
to
but
make
she
sure, I
wasn't
want to ask
finished.
staff, does that condition, number 12, or number 14, because that's condition number 14, is that internally inconsistent with any of the other conditions 1 through 13, particularly condition 11? Or the site plans as shown? Because we do not want to take this action and have an internally inconsistent package of conditions. Okay, you understand that? Yeah. It's complex.
So yeah, I guess I need some clarification. So the condition that we're looking at is condition 11, correct?
Well, no, I'm adding a condition
Okay.
14, and that is that the Zone A is a no build, no disturbance area for the purpose of the development. If he wants to disturb it to put landscaping or, something else, that's okay, but it will not be used for the development. Is that inconsistent with any of the other conditions? Because it's also modifying the site plans that were in the submittal, correct?
Correct. Yeah.
But it's within our authority.
I wouldn't say it's inconsistent.
There's no inconsistency, because 11 says they can go toward FEMA.
Okay,
They
so
can raise
Councilman
it.
Breckus,
Okay.
give me a motion.
Okay, so that's the motion. It's modifying it, and the administrator is delegated to amend any conditions 1 through 13 that they find inconsistent with the overriding condition number 14.
All right, so I have a motion.
Second.
I have a second. Discussion? Okay, I'm not going to support it. I think this is more of a civil matter. The flooding issue, everyone that knows my votes knows that I have very big issues with flooding and disturbances. You want to just so you know, everything that you've put in there, I think you've done a pretty good job at assuring that, correct? Angela? just on the record.
Sure, Angela Foos. The intent of condition 11 was to say, we know there is potentially a flood zone A in this general location. What we need them to do is provide a study that shows us the exact boundaries of that flood zone A. And then they have two options. They can stay out of it and do nothing, put no building there, or they can come up with a design to show how they're building within the allowed regulations of a flood zone. That may mean they have to work with their neighbors. Again, the Dolan Properties is someone they're talking to. That's a possibility. If they can't make that happen, they cannot build anywhere on that portion of the site. But until they do a study, we're just making
Which
up
they
assumptions.
come back to you.
Correct. So
Did
what
you
we
hear that, everyone? They got to come back. So we
Correct.
know then what we're looking at. Okay,
Exactly.
Perfect. That's what I wanted to just have on the record. So that's why I will not be supporting. All right.
Okay, I'm going to make a comment on the motion too then.
Okay, go ahead.
The reason I like condition 14, it is very explicit and provides that extra level of protection. I understand that often, having worked with many people that are working around floodplains, that they will come up, as you said, Angela, with a proposal, some of this and some of that, and they'll offset it this way and offset it this way. The reason I like condition 14 is it makes it very clear. And it doesn't leave a lot of conversation for our staff, a lot of confusion for the applicant, confusion for other people. It's just very clear. So that's what I like about it.
All right. Again, I had a motion and a second, and unless anyone wants to weigh in for discussion, if you haven't, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?
Nay.
Nay. Motion does not carry, so it'll have to come back. Madam Clerk, I'm going to send it back to you.
Well, no. Let's we're the body. We have to decide.
Well,
Can we just,
we just took two votes,
Yeah.
3-3 on both
Yeah.
sides. We're clearly divided on this issue.
Yeah.
So with that being said,
we
So-
need to ask the attorneys
So,
who are
Madam,
obligated.
Madam Mayor, if I could,
Yes,
just
please.
to,
Yeah.
just to get to it. So under City Council Rule 812, once we've had two motions, then, and there's no action, if there's another motion and a second, if there is no action on the item, the public hearing shall be placed on the next regular agenda of City Council. City Council shall have the ability to designate a different date than its next regular meeting if it obtains concurrence of the applicant and the respondent thereto.
All right. Sounds good. Councilwoman Taylor?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm going to attempt a motion, and this goes back to a lot of things that we were trying to say earlier today. We have a small business here. We have a planning department that has put in all of the conditions necessary to safeguard against flooding. It was unanimously approved by the Planning Commission. This is interesting that it's even here. So I will make a motion to affirm the Planning Commission decision.
All right, I have a motion, and do I have a second?
Second.
A second by Councilman Martinez. I have a motion and a second. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?
Opposed.
Again.
I'm
Okay.
now, let's get clarification from the attorneys. Can we have to make a decision at some point, correct?
So,
Well, we'll have
another
yes,
person in
you'll
our
have
body.
another member returning presumably at the next meeting. There'll be 7, and we'll do this
Okay,
again.
so it goes to the next meeting. And can it go on during regular hours?
It goes on the next agenda. I think you have the authority to put it on shall have the ability to designate a different date than its next regular meeting, so,
All right, how about the meeting after?
So 2 meetings.
2 meetings.
It's fine.
During department,
Yeah.
Yeah.
during department
During the regular
hours.
day.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
I'll-
time and date certain. So we're going to go with May 12th at 10 a.m. And that's just because that's our standard public noticing when we open the
Yes.
meeting.
Okay.
I'll make that motion.
All right. I have a motion from Councilwoman Breckus.
Second.
Who's going to pay for the noticing?
Nobody, because we're doing a time and date certain right now.
Okay. So I have a motion from Councilwoman Breckus. I had a second from Councilwoman Ebert. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries unanimously. See, there's something we do here. All right. Sending it back to you, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. We're moving into closing public comment, item J1. We did receive some public comments after 4 p.m. yesterday, which have been included in the public comment today. They were various in nature or, like I said, either received after hours. So we received 4 letters in total, 3 in support, 1 in concern, and we did receive 1 voicemail, which has been distributed to the Reno City Council, but we are not able to play it at this time. And with that, I'm just looking for a motion to adjourn.
Motion
right.
to adjourn.
Second.
I got a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
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 All those opposed? Motion carries unanimously. How come I've never seen anyone fight that motion?